he's flatbed now leaving Stowe, where it's parked. So the flatbeds are parked in 3 planes. I think there's 3 of them. If they've got the full complement, one at Village, one at Stowe, and one at Beckett's, and they basically get called whoever's the nearest, and it's the Stowe one that's gone. Now my guess is, Paul, it's on the Hamilton Straight. Because the incident happened at Stowe, so maybe one driver got back to the pits and the other one. This is as far as the Hamilton Straight. And the Hamilton Straight has no exits on it, so if the car stops on the straight, there's really nothing they can do. Because there are no gaps in the wall. Yes, it's the low loader has stopped.
Sorry.
On the club corner. So I guess that the car is parked against the pit wall on the exit of the club.
Right, let's see if we can see back up there. So if I find the camera that is sitting happily at Abbey and looking back up the pit straight. Yeah, there is some, yeah, there are cars. I think there is a car just literally almost on the rumble strip and on the gravel trap.
We've actually got it on the live stream now. That's popped up, the live stream has started.
What perfect timing, I have to say.
And yeah, we've got a good shot there. It pulled off. I wasn't correct, it wasn't against the pit wall, it was on the outside, and that really is a very dangerous position there on the exit of club.
That's the piece, that's the area that you're aiming for as you sweep through the corner, isn't it? So yeah, I think we have no choice but to actually red flag. So as I said, we're just 10 minutes into it and we've had a red flag. 2 cars came up together on the exit of Stowe, and one has limped back, and we think the car that has actually stopped out on the circuit is the other. That is phenomenally quick work though to get that onto the low loader.
Okay. Oh yes, it is now. It's coming straight towards the camera, but I just caught a glimpse of it popping out. So someone is coming back on the tow rope of shame. And as Chris pointed out earlier on, we have a fantastic network of interior roads here, so hopefully it doesn't have to do the full lap, because that's quite a long way from the pits that we're actually using today here on the National Pit Building. And that car can be out of the way and we can rejoin. The clock has stopped with 10 minutes and 12 seconds left. There are times showing against cars, but they would have been still the lap from coming out and across the line and into their first lap, so nothing representative whatsoever. And I'm looking to my right, and we've got a lovely long line of Miatas, the Mazda MX-5s there in the pit lane. Sun is shining down on them. They look absolutely spectacular. Some lovely liveries, some lovely coloured cars. Everyone ready to go out again. The car that did limp in is not where it was parked, but unfortunately I did not see if that's gone back to the paddock or if that is okay to come back out again.
Just had one come past us very slowly. It was either 88 or 188. To be honest, I couldn't see whether that was a 1 at the beginning.
Yeah, that's, as you say now, cruising down the Hamilton Straight. Not online, so not driving with a lot of intent, to be quite honest. Yeah, it's just cruising back, isn't it? Okay, so a little bit. How are we doing? I think we are reasonable from the timetable, isn't it? We've not lost any great time or whatever. So
drivers to look out for in this, I think we'll see Aidan Hill's already second quickest even on an outlap, but Aidan Hills is very much the form person. Amy Watts has been improving over the years. That's Patrick Watts' daughter. Patrick Watts being, of course, touring car ace from years ago.
I also remember Patrick as a bit of a what's the series? Honda CRX, wasn't it? The one make series. He was very, very quick in things like that.
Yeah, and he does a lot of long distance classic rallies now. He's just completed the where was it? Somewhere in China to somewhere else. Very long distance rallies, but also names that I recognise from MX-5 racing over the years. Apart from Aidan Hills, is looking further down, is James Cossins, another quick driver Also Oliver Allwood, he was a Mark 1 Mazda champion. And a bit lower down we've got Jack Brewer and Colin Bysouth. He's done quite a bit of Mazda racing. So it'd be interesting to see when they do eventually get going properly how those drivers do in their in this qualifying session.
Oh, so I didn't get to do the amendments to program because they came out so quick, but we don't have car 21.
Yep.
So we've lost Charlie Todd.
One extra.
We have gained car 72. Now you mentioned this earlier on, but on my notes 97 and 99 are both Louisa Getley.
No, 97 is Anna.
It's Anna, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
Louisa's, they're sisters.
Okay, cool. And we think actually, was it Louisa we think was the one called up in that incident?
Yes, it was Louisa
earlier
and Jack Hargreaves. Was it Jack Hargreaves? Yeah, Boreham Motorsport, number 66 was the other one. And Anna and Louisa's dad, Ewan, he races in Bentleys. He's a very involved with the Bentley Drivers Club.
And we're talking the pre-war,
yes,
mighty Speed Sixes, etc.,
yeah,
etc.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, and Anna and Louisa have started racing in those as well. So
that's a way to start your career, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's great fun. Yes, yeah. The Bentley Drivers Club run a meeting here on the national circuit every first or second weekend in August. Second weekend in August, I think, this year, and it's been running without a break. Gosh, I don't know how many years now. 1949, I think, was the first one, and it's run every year since without a break.
That's saying something, really, isn't it? That you can have that organisation, that consistency, and those cars running for so long.
And probably some of the same cars running in 1949 as are running today, to be quite honest, because they are very original, a lot of them. Cars are back out on track.
Ah, fantastic!
So we've got them all hurtling through the Beckett's sweepers.
Hopefully we're going to keep it nice and tidy this time after our little incident on the first time that field were released down there on the exit of Stowe. So as I say, we do have times on the board. The clock is now ticking, but we're not expecting these to be representative at all. It's really just going to be now, again, everyone's just going to have to get themselves up to speed because this is effectively an outlap from the pits. Just looking for who, I think that was 188. You weren't quite sure on the number. That is Oscar Ayton in the bull-sheared car who has come into the pit. So that's the car that was limping around. So that's now back with me. But we do have this field there. We have 31 cars we started off with, and we've got a couple of question marks. We lost 97 and we lost 17. It is saying, yeah, Will Morris. So Jack Hargreaves was the car that made it back here. That's interesting. But yeah, they look fantastic with the sunshine on them, all these cars, don't they? These Mazdas absolutely streaming through. Just looking at them now on the Hamilton Straight as they're coming down, hugging the left-hand side of the track and then turning right to sweep through Abbey and into then Farm Curve Village, briefly back into your view, I think, around the village the Loop area, but at quite a distance there, Alistair.
Yes, with the binoculars I can see colours, and so if we've got cars with different colours, I pick them up as they come out of Farm and then along to Village and the Loop, and then onto the Wellington Straight, sit all the way through there at a distance, probably about 3/4 of a mile.
Oh, we got someone, there's a spinner at Abbey and is now stopped right in the middle of the road. It's the yellow car, just trying to make out he has not got going again yet. I think he's just having to sit there and let the cars stream through. And yes, he has got this actually a white car with a yellow centre section on it, so he has rejoined. But everyone else is now on the straight, crossing the line now. They are going to go onto a proper flying lap for the first time, and we actually only have 7.5 minutes of the session left. So they're probably only going to get 3, 4, maybe 5 if they are lucky. Attempts to get in that very, very quick lap. And just looking down now, and it was actually Amy Watts who rotated at Brooklands. So we've got that over with now. We wouldn't have hurt her speed coming onto this lap, so it hasn't compromised this lap. But yeah, probably the heart rate's still quite high. She did spin in front of a lot of cars. As I say, screens are showing as currently quick as Kamal Kazi in the Hills Motorsport Mazda but as I say, that was still the outlaps from when they were released originally from the collecting area, so not representative at all. So 3.66 miles of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. First time these cars have actually raced on the circuit in this layout, so a little bit to learn for people, probably drivers again who haven't been out there before, and it's going to be new for them. And we've got a little bit of a twist here in qualifying, haven't we? In that, of course, this is actually only a 15-minute session, isn't it? Sorry, it's not a 20-minute session. But we have grid 1, and then race 2 is the same grid, but with the top 10 reversed. So that guarantees a little bit of overtaking and entertainment in race 2. Still waiting for cars to come all the way back. It is quite a long lap in these cars, and you wonders again. I suspect these are going to be cars who there's going to be a little bit of getting a little bit of a tow down the straights if you can with them. But first cars now coming through Brooklands, through the right, and the right then of Luffield through Woodcote, and then onto the pit straight, where we will see them starting to set some times. And this is where we probably expect those more experienced names to start climbing their way up the screens and up the grid. First car across the line is car 64, Kamal Kazi. He's done a 2:35. As I say, cars are crossing, so the pace is changing as cars cross over the line. Just going to wait a moment or two to see who is going to set that time that is going to stick at the front. And surprise, it seems to be Aidan Hills, our double chat winner from Snetterton last time out, who is actually currently on pole by about half a second from the 888 car of Colin By-South. And then next up is Oliver Allwood in the AB Motorsport number 63. But big shuffle around there. But Aidan Hills, you said earlier on, I think, Alistair, you thought he was the form man. He certainly is, judging by that lap.
Yeah, the top 5 really are names that I would expect to be somewhere around the top, and they are all there. Hills, By-South, Allwood, Cossins and Brewer are definitely experts in Mazdas. And 93 Jack Brewer is following Aidan Hills around, so they're working together.
It's quite a smart move, really, isn't it, if you've got a teammate or a friend you can trust around here. I was going to say, just glancing down, there is a fair old entry from Hills Motorsport, isn't there? I think it's 7 cars, well, no more than 7 cars. Must be heading towards 10 if I can count them all quickly, but
yes, Aidan Hills, a well-known expert in Mazdas, driving and preparing.
That's right, yeah. So he's proving to his customers how quick one of his cars can go.
So when they bring it back to the workshop and complain, he can say, well, I did such and such.
That's always a juggling act, isn't it? Especially if you are racing yourself. No, take my one. Expecting very soon to have coming back into my sight all of that pack of cars, and here they are coming down Wellington Straight. There's a couple of people already just taking Abbey quite tight, kicking up the dirt on the inside, so it's interesting to see if that is really paying off. And a couple of people who actually appear to be already battling for position, not quite the idea you actually want in qualifying. Is actually Aidan Hills is the second of the cars finishing their 4th laps to cross the line in front of me. Improves again to a 2:33.642, so the advantage of a 0.18. That was just a tiny gain. Jumping up to second place is car 63, which is Oliver Allwood in the AB Motorsport Mazda, and 6th place gain, a superb gain from Declan Lee in another Hills Motorsport car. So he has moved himself up to 3rd place. Still cars streaming across the line and the screen's juggling, just trying to pick up any big movers. Instead of Aidan Lee up 6 places to 3rd, up 7 places to 9th we actually have car number 1, John Langridge. So fantastic performance there. He's put himself in the top 10 again. I suspect a little bit more to come from John. But car screen down. We are getting down now actually to only a minute and a half of this session left. So we did lose a little bit of time right at the start with those cars off at Stowe. So it's all gone quiet over here, as they say. So obviously you've got a lot of cars with you right now there, Alistair.
Yes, the pack is down here, making their way back up, minute and 10, so some of them will get another lap, others won't.
Yeah, it's going to be quite close for that pack actually, isn't it, as to whether they will go on to a final flyer or they will be greeted by the checkered flag once they are back down onto the National Pit Straight. Checking down, so it is still Aidan Hills who is quickest in car number 8 with a 2:33.642. He's got an advantage of 0.18, so not a big advantage at all over AB Motorsport's Oliver Allwood. Third place is number 12, which is another Hills Motorsport car, same as our pole sitter, which is Declan Lee. 888 is sitting in 4th, Colin Bysouth with the Wolfen Service Station Hills Motorsport car. And in 5th place currently is James Cousins in that number 24 Hills Motorsport. So one of the drivers that Alistair said you had to watch out for and was potentially going to be quick. But now I am got the cars heading back towards me, and very, very soon I've suspected. In fact, the first car into our sight is our poleman Aidan Hills, number 8. He crosses he is greeted by the checkered flag, so he did get to improve then, but only by a fraction, moves that gap out to 0.2. And I think that might be as good as it is going to get at the front. We are now just waiting for everyone else to take the checkered flag. A slight improvement there. In fact, an improvement up to 2nd place for Colin Bysouth. He's got the AAA car up into 2nd place. Checkered flags, checkered flags, checkered flags, rippling down the timing sheets as the cars who are coming around in packs are all finishing this session. As I say, this will be the grid for the first race. The second race is the top 10 from this grid reversed, so that's going to get very, very entertaining, as it will put Aidan Hills 10th on the grid. So it's going to be Aidan Hills, number 8, who is first on the grid for quickest time in this qualifying session with a 2:33.623. Second place, Colin Bysouth in the 888 Mazda with a 2:33.654, 0.031. Improved right at the end, but couldn't quite get on the pace of Aidan Hills. Third place is number 63, Oliver Allwood, AB Motorsport, and he was a 2:33.825. Fourth place, number 12, another of the Hills Motorsport cars, Declan Lee, 2:33.881. Fifth place is 24, which is James Cousins, Hills Motorsport again, 2:34.808. Sixth place is number 64, Kamal Kazi, with a 2:35.345. Seventh place we have Jack Brewer in the 93 Hills Motorsport yet again. Thank you, Chris. He's here doing my admin for me. It's so appreciated. And where was it? Eighth place is number 7, Alex Miller Motorsport Mazda, and 2:35.485. Ninth place, number 1, John Langridge with 2:35.723, and finally for the top 10, so on pole position for the second Miata race of the day is in number 82, it's Michael Nibbs, another Hills Motorsport Mazda, and he did a 2:36.034. We had 31 cars seen, 29 of them actually set a time, because we did lose a couple of cars right in that little bit of a melee right towards the start. But we will see these cars twice in the afternoon. They're going to have 2 races in the afternoon. They are race 4, so the second race of the afternoon scheduled for around 5 to 3, and the final race of the day at 20 to 6, a 20-minute race. So that's the Miata Trophy. Now that is our qualifying for the day. So I've just had a car go past, and I'm sure it must have taken the checkered flag twice, and that sort of thing is usually frowned upon. So that does mean we are now going to go racing, and we are going to start off with We saw them right at the start of the day for their first qualifying session of the day. It is going to be the United Formula Fords. It's going to take a moment because there are just all these Mazdas streaming in below me, and there are some fantastic liveries in these cars. They literally come right underneath where I am sat, and you can look down at them with the sun on them, and they look absolutely amazing. I think Alison, I hope you'd agree with me, but the wrap technology has transformed what you can make your race car look like.
Yes, absolutely, yes. It's much easier to change colours, but also easier to put these very detailed colours. Particularly, I think that the Civic Championship and the Audi TT Championship, they excel with these coloured wraps. But yes, it appears in the Mazdas a little bit as well.
I love it because it's a sort of pride in your car, and it looks fantastic. And trying to delicately phrase this, but I can remember when I started off, you'd have some cars that would just turn up bearing the battle scars of last season, let alone the previous race.
We had the 2 CVs here yesterday.
I wasn't thinking of them, to be quite honest. A little bit harsh. They're always entertaining.
Oh, very, yes. Best races of the day, actually.
It is. I always used to refer to it as Addison's theorem, because David Addison was the man who said it first to me, but his theory was small engines make good races.
Well, it's only the relative speed of the cars, isn't it? I mean, if Grand Prix cars were half the speed, but the racing was close, does it really matter?
Oh, don't get to me on this one. Who needs wings on a race car? You don't need them on a road car. What relevance is there? You know, I want to see cars overtake, not have an amazing mid-corner speed.
That's a perfect segue into Formula Ford, because of course they do not have any aerodynamic devices.
I'd like to say that was planned, but it wasn't.
It was always that we used to say years and years ago, the only difference between the cars is the colour of the driver's helmet.
Very, very much so, to be quite honest. And I was fortunate enough to, in the late 1980s, be at the Formula Ford festivals at Brands Hatch, when you'd have 250 Formula Fords at the start of Saturday, and a whole day of heats, and then the quarters, the semis and the finals on the Sunday. And it was absolutely amazing. To this day I've never really known an atmosphere like it. The circuit would be rammed, and it would be a spectacular weekend out.
Very much, yeah. I've done the Formula Ford Festival commentary once a few years ago, but I do the Walter Hayes here on the Silverstone National Circuit every year, and it's a brilliant weekend.
That Mazda's gone round again. We are now flashing red lights at him. Yeah, that's going to be at least a chat, isn't it, with the clerk of the course? So you should have one lone Mazda coming up towards you, which we're not going to go anywhere, unfortunately, till he decides that his time is up. I didn't catch a number. I don't even know if we want to point the finger of scorn at somebody, but there's definitely an issue going on with someone still pounding around the circuit.
Beckett's at the moment. This is losing a lot of time as well, because they can't do anything until that car gets marshalled in.
We quite sensibly, you can't. If we release the Formula Fords to come and form up on the grid and he swings around Woodcote at speed, then it's not going to end well, is it? So I'm assuming it's probably a relative novice who is learning how the meetings work out. In fact, we've got the safety car out, I'm assuming, with his lights flashing, to do a follow me.
Well, it's 188.
Oh, it is 188
again, because 188 was the car that, after we had the red flag before, when we were recovering that car from the Hamilton Straight, it was 188 who was wandering around very slowly when the marshals were on the track.
That's right, he was, yes. I saw him on the screens, yes.
So he's done it again, so that's a bit naughty.
Yes, we may not be seeing him much longer.
Yeah, well, with red lights on, that's really not on. Anyway, just looking at the Formula Fords, I must admit I haven't been able to find in all my notes whether the Jim Walsh Trophy is a combination of the two races. In terms of,
I have a handwritten note here from James Beckett, and it says race 2 for the Jim Walsh Trophy.
Okay, so that answers my query in my head, which was, is it one race, the other race, or the two races joined together?
It is. No, I think it is race 2. Race 1 is supported by Val Adaway, a piece in the programme about her, and then we've got that, and Yeah, he's done me some lovely notes on Jim, basically, with Jim obviously here today to present the trophy. 3 times BRDC Formula Ford 1600 champion, known as the King of Silverstone.
Yes.
So it's great to have some of these names. And back in the days when you would have circuit Formula Ford championships.
Yeah, absolutely. More than one. I mean, a couple of years we had 3 national Formula Ford championships in 1 year. And
I remember the Townsend Torreson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The ferry company sponsored one in the 80s.
And now, oh gosh, the brain doesn't go back far
Avon
enough.
sponsored one as well, from what I recall.
Yeah, but there was one driver who won 2 championships in 1 year.
Right, we now have our recalcitrant Mazda, hopefully not at any sort of speed, going through Brooklands, now going to Luffoot. Now he should be greeted by the safety car, so I'm rather hoping that he does get the message and we can get on with the rest of the meeting. Hopefully he's now just waiting to see as they appear, will he actually follow the safety car? Let's hope so, because otherwise this isn't going to end well, is it? So yeah, we do have him into the pit lane now. He's being directed to stop in front of race control. So yeah, we can see where that one's headed, can't we? Okay, so that car is now clear. We are obviously going to get the safety car is heading back to whence it came, which means that we should be able to go and get the Formula Ford, our first race of the day, the first of 2 races for the United Formula Ford series here. We can hopefully get those going. As I say, it was Morgan Quinn who we saw going around behind the safety car a little while ago, so I suspect Morgan Quinn is going to be starting from the back of the grid. I'm just looking at my grid sheet, and it's actually shown as 24th on the grid, but he was going around behind the safety car, so maybe just didn't get the 3 laps in that is required, although obviously the reigning champion, very, very experienced.
He did get 1 timed lap in, didn't he, before he pulled off, so that must have been quick enough to get him 24th on the grid.
Exactly, yeah. If that was your 1 timed lap and it was good enough for that, it shows what the potential for Morgan Quinn actually is and how quick he can actually go.
Yeah, looking down the back of the grid there, we've got 24th place Morgan Quinn, number 1, who we would expect to be somewhere near the front without problems, and then 20th on the grid is Chris Ward, who we've already talked about, very experienced Formula Ford driver, but more recently known for historic racing. And a couple of rows in front of him we've got 2002 Walter Hayes Trophy winner Gavin Wills,
another he's a very quick driver
in 67, yes. And then of course we've already spoken during qualifying, if you weren't here, Joey Foster, who we would expect to be, if not at the sharpest of the sharp end, certainly somewhere near the sharp end. Joey running on old tyres, and number 2, 4 times Walter Hayes winner, twice Formula Ford Festival winner, Cornishman. He's 13th, and just ahead of him are a couple of tenths quicker his teammate Rob Hall, number 35, both in the Thurman car, which they're developing this year.
They've been really straight onto their green flag lap out the collecting area, so they're not going to hesitate on the pit, which makes me think I ought to start reading out this rather large grid for everybody. So it is on pole position, which is the outside of the circuit, car 189 Tom Nippers, and alongside car 26 Jason Smith. Row 2 is Charlie Mann and number 20, Charlie Mann and 555 Chris Middlehurst. Row 3 is 111 Adrian Lysak and 14 Felix Fisher. Row 4, 49 Jordan Harrison and 55 Spencer Shinner. Row 5 is 90 Anthony Amato and 43 Marit Schulte. Row 6 is 9 Ben Cochran and 35 Rob Hall. Row 7, number 2 Joey Foster and 12 Drew Cameron. Row 8 is 126 Murray Shepherd and 67 Gavin Wills. Row 9, number 71 Adam Quartermain and number 8 Adrian Noble. Row 10 is 5 Adam Fathers and 33 Chris Ward. Row 11 is 11 James Harridge and 48 Christopher Stones. Row 12, 22 Vincent J and number 1 Morgan Quinn. So as we just said, a car to watch. We expect him to come through the order. Row 13 is 99 Connor Willis and 69 Sanjeev Talwar. Row 14, number 6 Michael Fitzgerald and 77 Christopher Sharples. Row 15 is 83 Matt Payne and number 7 Matthew Smith. and row 16, number 4 Mark Atkins, and number 19 Ines Hickman. And yeah, absolutely amazing to see so many Formula Fords lined up like that. I don't think I have ever watched, even as a spectator, let alone commentated on, a dull Formula Ford race. So I'm very, very much looking forward to this. A particular soft spot for this because it is a formula that's been in place since the very late 60s. It's gone through highs, it's gone through lows. Tremendous work from James Beckett to get all of these cars out here at Silverstone. And Alistair, they're going to come down. You are just going to have one mass of cars heading towards you. I think probably all half an inch off the back of the car in front, trying to get the best tow ever.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, really looking forward to it. And this is the Formula Ford 1600, which uses, because it did go through a period of using
Duratex and things.
And this is using the 1.6 litre 4-cylinder Kent engine, which was fitted to your Escort, Capri, Cortina even, and it goes back a long, long way, but a very, very effective. And of course, they're now being produced from new for Formula Ford Racing, but no longer an engine that's used in the Ford range.
No, it is quite a throwback of an engine, isn't it? But it is also, it's found its niche. It just works very, very well in these cars. And they're not on treaded tyres. They're on they're not on slick tyres. They are on treaded tyres. And you know, this is where so many people who went on to great things in motorsport cut their teeth, isn't it? Formula Ford. You get some amazing racing.
The first Formula Ford champion who went on to be a world champion was Emerson Fittipaldi. He was champion in 1972 and 1974 in Grand Prix racing. But you could, list as long as your arm of drivers who come up through Formula Ford into Grand Prix racing and of course into sports car racing as well, at the very top levels. And we had an ex-Grand Prix driver here last November for Walter Hayes, Jan Magnussen was racing. He won the Formula Ford Festival in the 80s.
I think I was there for that one. I remember that one. I remember watching Dave Coyne win it as well.
Oh, Dave Coyne, yeah, he's still racing. He's in historic racing now. Shares with Mark Wright.
Oh, really? Dave is still about? He was one of these people who stayed in Formula Ford for a while and was the benchmark. If you could race Dave Coyne, you were good.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit like Jim Walsh. Jim Walsh, I think he did some Formula 3 racing, but didn't have the impact that he had in Formula Ford racing, where, as you've already said, he was really the king of Silverstone. Very, very successful. It's Quantum Lighting sponsored car, which well remembered at the Royale from 76 champion, 79 and 80 champion, so it goes back a long time.
Cars already back here forming up on the grid. It's going to take a moment or two, I think, to form this grid up. And yeah, we've got those two green Furmans coming through. You said about the distinctive helmet of Joey Foster. It's the white helmet with that circular cross on it of Cornwall. Very, very proud of his roots, Joey. And yeah, that's certainly going to be a car to watch, the number 2. But this is absolutely superb. There are still cars streaming into my sight from Woodcote, and the front row are a long, long way up. So we are just hopefully going to figure out who does get the best getaway, which I don't get the greatest view of the start from up here. They're a long way to my right, so we shall try and pick that up. And we have the cameras though, don't we? This is what we need. So we have the camera that's looking down, and the marshal's working so hard just to form up this grid. It is going to be absolutely superb. Tom Nippers 189, the dark coloured car on pole, already looks to have his car slightly set at an angle. I think he knows he's got to cover off Jason Smythe in the blue and white 26 car, the Van Diemen from the year 2000. And it's going to be interesting to see. We've got the marshals now stepping out the way. It's a clear grid. There's even a little bit of heat haze. Green flag from the back, and the lights come on. The lights go off. Who gets away best? And it is the field streaming away and going into the first corner, and I think it is our pole man who has hold it. They duck behind the barriers. I just see the tops of crash helmets, but the car's actually heading out. They're going to go through Beckett's, trying to still sort themselves out into order. Cars side by side as they are going through early on this first lap, but it's going to be an absolute stream of Formula 4s, and Jason Smythe has a little look up the inside as they get to Beckett's, but they should already, I'm hoping, be into your sight, Alistair.
Yeah, long distance, they haven't come under the bridge, so we'll get a proper view from the bridge, but we can see Tom Nippers in the black car is in the lead with Jason Smith in second place in the blue and white car. They come down onto the hanger straight, and Jason Smith has taken the lead, so he must have got that on the exit of Beckett's into Chapel. So Smith leads from Nippers in second place. In third place, oh, that looks like Chris Middlehurst. Yes, it is Chris Middlehurst, and in fourth place is Charlie Mann. So those top four from the top four places on the grid. The rest of the field streaming through, and I can see at the back of the lead group is the dark green cars of Joey Foster and Rob Hall, but I haven't lap scoring with me, so I don't know what positions they were in. But they go now onto the Hamilton Straight and up towards Abbey for the first time.
That's right, this is where it's going to get interesting, isn't it? They're going to briefly come back in just like down the Hamilton Straight. It is still Tom Smythe leading, the number 26 car, sorry, Jason Smith leading. Cars ducking in and out, looking for position as everyone's out of shape on that opening lap. But it is that lead battle closing up, and I think they're fighting, and that's letting the cars behind them get closer and closer. And one car a long way off, rejoining across the track, and that is the 43 car of Maris Schulter. He was quite a way up the grid, actually. Yeah, he was 10th on the grid, but he's lost a lot of places by going wide through the farm complex. Cars coming back down the straight now, leaders into Brooklands, and it still is Jason Smith in the lead, but it's actually the battle for second. He's probably gone out by 2 or 3 car lengths, and I think it is Tom Nippers under a lot of pressure now in second place. He has 2 cars right with him. In fact, it's not Tom Nippers in second place, it is the 555 car that has come through. It must be double 555, I think. Spencer Sheets. It's Chris Middlehurst, isn't it? Sorry, yes, change of number. So Chris Middlehurst, who's changed it to 555, he's got himself in second, and it's Tom Nippers in third. Second place, third. Come on, I used to know numbers. Fourth place, it is number 20, Charlie Mann. And now we're wondering where some of these people that we were expecting to come through the order. And Joey Foster made 3 places on that. Like Gavin, 99, Connor Willis made a superb 9 places to move himself up to 16, but it's already heading back out onto the circuit round the back of this long 3.6 mile Silverstone lap. You've got the lead group weaving for position, trying to deny everybody that toe.
Into Stowe Corner they come, and leading is still the blue and white car of Jason Smith. Second place Chris Middlehurst, third is Tom Nippers, fourth is Charlie Mann. Then a short gap back to fifth place is Felix Fischer, and he's broken away from the 6th place car, which is Spencer Shinner in number 55, as they turn into Club Corner, and the leader's already through Club now onto the Hamilton Straight. It's still Jason Smith leading. Jason Smith's son, if you've got long memories, son of Neville Smith, who was a very much a Formula Ford favourite in the early days of Formula Ford, and Jason has won in this United Series before.
It is, he's doing very well. He's still got that little bit of a gap because the fight appears to be being for second place currently at the moment, with Middlehurst just in front of Tom Nippers. Our pole sitter Tom Nippers down in third, so we know that car's got the pace, but that's, I think, just giving our leader just that little bit of an easy time at the moment. Battles all the way down the field, cars fanning out in towards every corner, looking for advantage, looking for position, and it's a long lap, and it's a long slipstream lap as well. There's some long straights which some of these drivers aren't going to be used to first time out for this championship on here. Lead gap has closed right up. I think Middlehurst is closing right up on our leader Tom Smith, and it's going to be interesting to see. Sorry, Jason Smith. I do apologise. I was commentating on Tom Smith last week. Jason Smith, he is going to be under pressure because those 2 cars behind have reeled in that gap. It was half a second last time across the line for our leader. It's down 0.23. Fastest race lap for Chris Middlehurst, and it's 3 cars, a train of 3 cars going through Copse, and they are already heading back out into the country, looking behind. More places gained. Joey Foster's got himself up to 9th place, also gained, moving up to 6th place from 111 Adrian Laysack. and it really is all over the show. But that lead battle is very, very tight, as they should be back into your sight, Alistair.
Yep, coming through Beckett's now, and you can see the very distinctive blue and white of Jason Smith, who still leads. Difficult to tell from this distance. Chris Middlehurst and Tom Nippers apart, but we'll pick that up as they come down onto the hang straight. The fourth place car, the red car of Charlie Mann, is losing touch with the three leaders, but the three leaders coming down, and it's Chris Middlehurst in second place, Tom Nippers in third place as they turn through the right-hander at Stowe Corner, then a short gap back to Charlie Mann, then 14 Felix Fischer, a little bit lonely, and Spencer Shinner has moved up to sixth place ahead of Laysack, so that's a change between you and me.
It is, yeah. They were the opposite way round across the line here, and it is. I think every time Tom Nippers tries to make a move on Chris Middlehurst, that just gives half a car length to Jason Smith out front. And I think he just gives a brief sigh, but they are closing back up again as they are coming down through that Abbey area. Going to come back briefly into your sight, but then they've got that long straight, and again, I think Chris Middlehurst has a fractionally better top speed, and I think that is paying off on these straights, but it's not enough so far to put him in position to challenge that leader. Again, down the order, cars fanning out all the way through the field and battling for position. This is classic Formula Ford. Just waiting for that lead group now to come on through. They will be on the Wellington straight. They're going to flash into view. And again, but if anything, Jason Smith has eased out by a length or two. Now, last time his advantage across the line was 2.38, so just a quarter of a second. But those lead cars now coming in onto the National Pit Straight. They're through Luffield. They're going to come through Woodcote, and it is a bigger gap. And again, is Tom Nippers now starting to hassle Chris Middlehurst. Both black cars. Tom Nippers distinctive with his white crash helmet, which really shows, and he looks to go round the outside, but doesn't quite make it on Chris Middlehurst. That was very brave and very close. He's forced to suck back in, but that's again just a fraction of 10. But last time round, fastest race lap for 1:89, Tom Nippers. The top three trading fastest race laps, and that's a classic lead battle again. Just looking down, we've had a few places gained, and moving up in there, Anthony Marto, who's moved himself up to 8th in car 90, and just looking down now for Joey Foster, holding place in 9th again. If Joey Foster is on old tyres, which we suspect has not really paid off for him at all, new rubber seems to be really working at Silverstone.
Side by side on the hanger straight as they come down into Stowe Corner, and a change for second because Tom Nippers has moved past Chris Middlehurst on the hanger straight, and he's now the one that's taking the challenge to Jason Smith. So it's still the top three in the lead, and Charlie Mann has lost touch with them now, and also Felix Fischer behind him is all on his own. But a great battle going on for 6th place, and it's Spencer Shinner still just holding off Adrian Laysack, but the leaders up onto the Hamilton straight. So now it's Tom Nippers who's charging after Jason Smith for the lead.
It's going to be interesting. Chris Middlehurst ran in second place for the early part of the race, couldn't ever really get himself in a position to challenge leader, but Tom Nippers is closer than Middlehurst I think ever was, and they are as one. All three cars turned through Abbey. Absolutely spectacular battle out the front. As I say, 2 seconds back in 4th place now. We do actually have there, it's Charlie Mann in the Ray, but the running at the front is that 3-car battle, and they are just carrying so much speed through every single corner through the circuit. And then we have these long straights where they're just tucking in behind each other. And yeah, you know, I remember the phrase Silverstone finish for a Formula Ford, and this is going to be a classic. Again, just waiting for them to come in, and the 3 cars turn as one through Brooklands, coming down to Luffield. And this is a classic Formula Ford. The drivers able to run so close to each other, able to trust each other. It's still running out front, Jason Smith in the Van Diemen, but he has right with him, and they have swapped over again because it is Middlehurst now in second. Middlehurst in the 555 car, 189. Nippers has moved back to 3rd place. He fought so hard to get past second, but again they are going through with barely a car's gap between them through Copse. They're going to head up through to the Beckett's complex, the switchbacks through there, the constantly changing direction with the cars, and they are absolutely flying, easing away. That gap now back to the rest is over 3.2 seconds. Both cars, all 3 cars last time round in the 2:18s, 2:18.7, 2:18.6 and 2:18.9 for our leader. Our leader was actually the slowest, and pushing so hard, Jason Smith, the car sliding through Beckett's.
Down onto the hanger straight once again, and it's Smith that leads, Middlehurst second and Nippers in third. Down into the braking area for Stowe. Chris Middlehurst thinks about a move but then drops in behind. Tom Nippers says I'm okay here as well, so the three of them come through Stowe corner down into Vale, then they're hard on the brakes for the left-hander of Club, and in they turn. No moves there on the braking area, they're all just following line astern through the long right-hander of Club onto the Hamilton straight once again. No change to the order. I noticed Joey Foster's up a place, up to 8th, so he's managed to make one place up, but unfortunately the group he's in is losing touch with those leaders.
It is, yeah, he's now running about 11 seconds, 11 and a half seconds away from the lead. It's going to be not quite the day we expected from Joey Foster, and it just shows if it is tyres, it shows what tyres make a difference. And we know earlier on there was a lot of discussion between drivers just plainly basically regarding even what gear ratios to be using, because they so seldom race on this full layout here at Silverstone. So it's fantastic. 4 laps complete. It's been Jason Smith absolutely dominating here, leading, got a good start, second on the grid, because see the first corner from that starting position, made the most of it early on. Tom Nippers was on pole position, he dropped to third, he got back to second, he's dropped to third again, and again as they are coming up to finish their 5th lap. If anything, there's some breathing space, if you could call 3 or 4 car lengths breathing space for Jason Smith as he comes on to the pit straight, and it is possibly the biggest gap I've seen him have. In fact, the 3 are probably the most spread they have been for a while. That gap is now half a second for Jason Smith out there at the front. 0.2 of a second from Middlehurst back to Nippers in 3rd place, and they are 4.5 seconds clear of the rest, headed by Charlie Mann. Within 5th place we have Felix Fischer in the Ray, and 6th place is now Triple One, working his way up the order actually very, very nicely, which is Adrian Lysak in his 2009 Van Diemen.
Leaders have come through Beckett's, they're just going through the left-hander, which takes Chapel, which takes them onto the hanger straight, and they burst out from under the bridge, and it's still the white car in the lead, so it's still Jason Smith leading, as he has done all the way through despite the pressure. Andy Middlehurst in 2nd place, Tom Nippers in 3rd, not quite as close as they were last time around, and they make their way downhill into Vale. Then we've got the rather lonely Charlie Mann and the equally lonely Felix Fischer, and then a great battle going on for 7th place, and it looks, I was going to say, it looks like Joey Foster's made his way up to it, but it isn't. It's one of the other dark coloured cars, but Joey's right there, but he's mired in this midfield battle now, and he can't make any progress. But Rob Hall, his teammate, is right behind him in the slightly earlier Furman, and they go through the right-hander at Club corner now, out onto the Hamilton straight once again. So that battle is Laysack, Shinner, Foster, Hall and Amato. Great battle there, midfield. Well, same midfield. It's such a big field.
That's right.
Into the top 10, isn't it?
In fact, there were three abreast, and I think Joey Foster got inside the 2 cars in front as they were battling, going on to the Hamilton straight. So next time around, I think Joey Foster gained 2 places there. That's classic racecraft from a hugely experienced Formula Ford racer. But lead battle, just looking for where the lead battle is now, and that has been brewing slightly. And again, I think we've reached an interesting situation, because Jason Smith again has extended that gap half a second across the line last time round, as they are coming through to finish their 6th lap with those lead 3 cars, and it is going to be a bigger battle again. Tom Nippers now starting to move back towards Chris Middlehurst, and that gap is now out to 0.8 of a second, but only 1/10 of a second, almost 2/10 separates the 2 cars behind. But that battle now is for second, and if you can call having less than a second advantage a cushion, that's probably the most that Jason Smith has had all lap. And I think by the standards of this race, you're quite right. In fact, it is Joey Foster who comes through leading a whole pack of cars down the pit lane, but they fan out behind him, determined to try to beat him into copse. Couldn't quite see if Joey Foster actually held on, but he has moved himself up and was 6th across the line.
I think Rob Hall he didn't quite follow him through, did he? He's 9th, so he was behind him. Anyway, we've got the leaders down here at Stowe, and Jason Smith, as you say, has extended his lead. Not much of a lead, but it is bigger than it was last time around. Chris Middlehurst in 2nd place. Chris is the son of Andy Middlehurst, who was a multiple production saloon car champion in Nissans, and there are Nissan dealers in the northwest. And in fact, Chris Middlehurst loses a place and then gets it back again in one corner because he was outbraked into the left-handed element of the club by Tom Nippers, and then had to sneak through on the inside on the right-handed element because Nippers ran a bit wide. And then this battle into Vale, and Joey Foster is second in the group now, so he's lost a place to, I think that was no, it wasn't Adrian Laysack, it was Spencer Shinner. So Spencer Shinner now leads that group for 6th place.
Oh, I think it was the classic that he pulled them along, and as they got into Cops, literally they were in the slipstream and they were able to pull out and take advantage of Joey Foster's pace. So it's a classic. You don't always, you need to be careful who you are leading and where you are leading them. But clock is ticking down. We are just over 4 minutes of this 20-minute race, and this is absolutely flown by. Leaders have completed, in fact the whole field now have pretty much completed the 6 laps. It is number 26. It's Jason Smith who is leading from Chris Middlehurst, from Tom Nippers. They're close battle, those 3. Sitting a little bit back in 4th place is Charlie Mann in the Ray. It really is that lead battle though that has been entertaining, and also some of the battles down. Again, leaders go crossing the line to finish 7 laps. That gap has actually fractionally shrunk, 0.7, down by a 10th. But I think it's really Nippers now really pushing very, very hard, looking for a way past Middlehurst, right on his gearbox as they go through Cops to set off, heading off towards Beckett's, following in the slipstream, trying to take every advantage. Tom Nippers, he had the pace to set pole. Has he got the pace to fight back and get back into second before the end of the race? I suspect we are going to see maybe this lap and one other, depending when they get to the flag.
Onto the hang straight very shortly, and I noticed that the fastest lap of the race has gone to Jason Smith, and it's faster than they did in qualifying. So very, very quick indeed in this race as they come down into Stowe Corner, passing a slower car. A slight mistake there from Chris Middlehurst. I think he's collected it all up and he's remained in 2nd place. I think he just caught a wheel on the dust on the outside as he was turning into Stowe and had a bit of a wobble. Tom Nippers has closed right up to him. Jason Smith, of course, still leading. So Smith, Middlehurst and Nippers it is. Then the Felix Fisher comes through in 5th place. Now we've got this fabulous 7 car battle for 6th place, and it's being led by, guess who? Joey Foster now has gone to the front. Adrian Laysack just behind him, and behind them is the red and white car of Anthony Amato, so he's come up into that group. So it's now Joey Foster in 6th place.
It is. I'm just looking at the gaps of that group across the line, and they are so tight. That is going to be, if Joey can break away and open a couple of lengths, he might be able to hold on for the last lap. If not, he is just going to pull them round, and it is going to be an amazing finish in what is effectively the battle for 6th place now. But it's the leaders, again, those top 3 have been away. They've got battles all the way down the order. This is classic Formula Ford. This is why Formula Ford has been so popular for so long. I've got yellows out at Cops, but I can't see why currently. And in fact, they've just gone in, so if someone had gone off, they have come back in. So that's not going to be a problem for the leaders. And I think the leaders are going to come round and possibly, with a minute and a half left, yeah, here they are now. So they're definitely going on to their last lap. And it is Tom Nippers, looks to the inside. He's gone right to the inside, down to the pit wall. Down to the pit wall, he's been pushed across. Chris Middlehurst has come across and tried to make it, but Tom Nippers has gone past. Tom Nippers back into 2nd place. Is it too late to start chasing over Jason Smith, the car 26, the blue and white car that has been our long time leader? In fact, led off the line and led the whole way now, with only 1 minute of these 20 minutes left, but certainly change for 2nd place through Cops.
Into Beckett's, and Jason Smith now pulling away, so it's a leader and then 2 battling for 2nd place.
And they've swapped back. I think it's going to be Chris Middlehurst.
Yeah, Chris Middlehurst it is, who leads onto the hanger straight, but it's side by side with Tom Nippers as he pulls out of the slipstream down into Stowe. They both braking possibly late, but it's Chris Middlehurst who hangs on to 2nd as they come through Stowe and into the Vale. He makes a slight mistake on the exit of Stowe, but I don't think Tom Nippers could do anything about it. He was so close, he had to back off as well as they turn into Club Corner now. The lead is Jason Smith, then it's Chris Middlehurst and Tom Nippers. Now we turn right to look at this 7 car battle for 6th place, and it's 2 2 abreast, 3 abreast into Stowe Corner. Joey Foster nice and sideways through there in 6th place. Laysack next up, and then the red and white car of Amato. So that battle will go right down to the flag for 6th place.
In fact, through Abbey, Middlehurst had to be very, very defensive. They were almost side by side through Abbey, but I think he has. No, in fact, it's Nippers. Nippers has got through. It's the white crash helmet that is ahead of the black car with the orange flashes on it. So Tom Nippers has got himself back in a second, but now they're going to go on to that long Wellington straight. And is he just going to tow Chris Middlehurst down? Is Chris Middlehurst going to get the tow? And Middlehurst has got a long side and swapped back. They are just swapping places corner by corner on this final lap, but they are running out of corners. All of this, of course, is just letting Jason Smythe in the blue and white car, the 26 car, open up his gap at the front. And he is great. The checkered flag is unfurled on the start-finish line. They are going to be greeted by the checkered flag this time round. And it's been an amazing battle. The leader comes through, takes the checkered flag. Fantastic win. It is Chris Middlehurst in second, Tom Nippers. They swap places more than once on that final lap. Absolutely cracking battle. Just looking now, find out who's going to come through in fourth. It should be, yep, it is car number 20, Charlie Mann in the Ray, has come through and being followed through by, we're just waiting actually for that whole clutch of cars to come through. In fact, 14, who's had a very, very solitary race in fifth, which is Felix Fisher. But there is that whole clutch of cars coming through, people fanning out, but it is in fact Adrian Laysack in 111 who did get ahead of Joey Foster on that last lap. So Joey Foster had got to the front of that group, but it wasn't always the best place to be with giving them the tow down that long straight. And it is Adrian Laysack in 6th in car 1-1, Joey Foster in 7th in car 2, Anthony Amato in car number 90 comes in 8th. Morgan Quinn got himself up to 9th. That's an amazing drive from back on 24th on the grid. And rounding out the top 10, and again a good drive right in the thick of it for a lot of the race with Spencer Shinner in the Van Diemen. That was spectacular from my end. I suspect possibly even more spectacular from your end there, Alistair.
Absolutely classic Formula Ford racing, wonderful to see, and some really accomplished drivers and a few new names just popping in amongst them now, which is nice to see. Names that we'll see throughout the season in this United Formula Ford Championship as they go around the country, and great to see those drivers coming through.
Very, very much so, to be quite honest. And it was a great battle, particularly that battle for second. And although I think Jason Smith never really had a proper challenge for the lead, but he couldn't back off for a minute, because if he did, he was going to get Chris Middlehurst and Tom Nippers all over him. And it is fantastic. So first was Jason Smith in the Van Diemen. Second place, car 555, Chris Middlehurst in another Van Diemen. In fact, Van Diemen top 3 with 189, Tom Nippers running third. Fourth was Charlie Mann in a Ray. Fifth, Felix Fisher in another Ray. Sixth place, coming home with that fantastic battle, a whole pack of cars, Adrian Laysack in a Van Diemen. Seventh place, number 2, Joey Foster in the first of the Furmans to come home. Eighth place, 90, Anthony Amato in a Ray. Ninth place from way back, 24th on the grid, Morgan Quinn in a Van Diemen RF99, and 10th place was 55th, Spencer Shinner in a Van Diemen JL13. Really, really looking forward to what some of these guys have got to say after this race. We're going to have Chris Dawes already. I can see him poised. He's absolutely poised to jump in there down in the pits, microphone ready. But that was a classic battle, as it is, the top 3 being guided in. And it's strange actually, the Formula Ford cars are out there and suddenly you see them in the pits and people stood next to them and you realise quite how small these cars are. 1600cc engines, treaded tyres, and Alistair, I don't know about your opinion, but does racing get better? Chris, your mic's gone live.
It has, because they've pulled in right by me, and I was just listening to you explaining the Formula Fords. They speak highly of you as well, mate.
I've always been a fan.
I love the top 3 have just come out and straight away shaking hands. They enjoyed that. The drivers love this Formula Ford racing. It's what it's all about. I've had interviews with some Formula Ford drivers that maybe haven't won, and they're because they want to get up close with each other. Started second on the grid, Jason. You came through to take that lead early on, and you just kept them behind you.
Yeah, no, the plan always was to get in the lead. We knew we had pace on the rest of them because we were the only ones that didn't have a tow in qualifying. So we knew we had the raw pace, and it was just about me not making a mistake. And I done that thanks to Chris. We worked together and tried to push away from Tom, and then it was just about me not making mistakes, and thankfully I came home with it.
I mean, that's the point. It's such a long lap, though, is that it's very easy to suddenly make a little mistake, and the two were there ready to pounce if they wanted to.
No, especially when them two were literally a few car lengths behind. One mistake, one minor mistake, and that's it. They're on you because they're in the toe, and the toe's so strong around here. So, but yeah, no, I was delighted.
That's where it's more fun, when you know it's on the knife edge like that.
No, I don't know if you call it fun, but it definitely gets your heart going, definitely. So.
Great win, mate. Well done.
Thanks very much.
So second place was Chris Middlehurst, a familiar name. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, mate. Let's turn around this way. No, he's going around us. Congratulations. Second place. We also heard there was a bit of teamwork there as well.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, just didn't quite have enough the horsepower to kind of get behind Jason really and try and pull away. I was behind him on the straights, but I couldn't really quite catch him. I was a bit of a sitting duck as well from Nippers from behind. He was just kind of up my gearbox having to defend, so every time I got a gap from Nippers I thought, right, I'll try and catch Jason. I did, but then Nippers was on me, on my gearbox again, so not much between us all really, to be fair. I think Jason's probably got the edge slightly. Yeah, so it's first time out in the car for me since the haze. I'm not sure if these boys have been out at all testing, but not an excuse. I think I felt like straight on it straight away. I've been doing long enough now, so but yeah, just lacking a little bit of straight line speed. The engine's quite high on miles, it needs a rebuild, so at the haze we just felt it dropped off a little bit. It's still hanging in there, but races like that you need every single horsepower you can have, especially if you want to try and overtake, and definitely better through the corners, but overall, great result for the team, and to be fair, just to go around Silverstone Grand Prix track on a Sunday, I mean, in a Formula 4, just is absolutely amazing.
It's not something that happens very often, is it? Let's be honest.
No, to be fair, no. I think I've done it once or twice in the Formula 4. It was a long time ago, so great job by James Beckett, United Formula 4, putting on a great calendar this year, and so well supported, 30 odd cars on the grid, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, long live Formula 4.
Love it, great comment, well done. Where's Tom? There he is, Tom Nippers. Listen, I mean, you banged that on pole position, and it just looked like you were the quickest there, but it got you off the start, and it was tricky from there on.
Yeah, first go down the straight, first toe he had me, and then that was it. It was just me and Chris couldn't stop squabbling, so we let Jason get away. But to be fair, Jason drove brilliantly, so no complaints. Happy with that. I mean, compared to where we were last year, we're absolutely miles up. I mean, we're actually fighting for the win, and yeah, I'm over the moon, but obviously a bit gutted not to at least get second. But I can't complain too much about podium for the first race, so yeah. Happy enough.
And it's got to give you the confidence going into the second race. You know that you're on it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, we've got the pace. We've definitely got the pace. From quali we showed that we pulled it. And I was obviously quali was the first time even what the hell's going on? Couldn't believe we were that quick. And then now obviously the mindset's changed from trying to get a couple of top fives to try and win them. And it's being gutted with a third is pathetic. I can't believe I'm gutted with a third. But yeah, it is what it is. We'll try and win the next one.
Nice job, well done. So there you go, there's the top three. Great victory there from Jason Smith, Chris Middlehurst in second, and of course Tom Nippers there in third. Paul, back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great to hear exactly as you said, Chris. They loved every minute of that race, didn't they? So fantastic Formula Ford race to start the day. And we're going to go straight into our second race of the day, which is for the Cliocup GB field. We saw these cars qualify early in the morning, and they are coming out now. Cars coming out the collecting area will go straight on to their green flag lap before forming up on the grid to then go into their first race of the day, first of two races for these cars. This is going to be a 20-minute race, and Cliocup GB basically is for the Mark 7 for Clio. These are properly built race cars, actually built by Alpine in France, and quite potent little machines as well. They've got a 1300cc four-cylinder engine, which certainly gives them over 200 horsepower, and bags of torque as well, over 300 newton meters of torque. They've got a 5-speed sequential gearbox, essentially everything you need to go racing, and they are a great starting point if you have a career in touring cars or just moving up through the categories in mind, because they will give you a fantastic induction into this sort of racing in a proper powerful 200 horsepower plus front wheel drive race car. This is their opening race of the season, and they will go on from here to race at Donington Park in July, Alton Park in August, Cadwell in September, Croft in October, and they will be finishing their season on the 15th of November at Brands Hatch. So a long season ahead. They already had a season last year, and we already have the reigning champion Nicky Taylor actually out there. So he's second on the grid. I'm going to take the opportunity while the cars are coming around to go through the grid, because on pole position and making his debut in the series is mini champion Sam Gornall with a 226.56, fantastic lap, because he pipped the reigning champion, the very experienced 5 times race winner Nicholas Taylor. That's the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is number 99 Ben Jenkins and 57 Ainsley Bird. Third row of the grid is number 15 Stuart Kinner, who was a little odd. We had a little bit of transponder problems in qualifying, so hopefully that's going to be sorted. We will get representative times from him during the race. And then at the back of the grid, with a delay in the guest class, is going to be number 47 Darren Geerarts. He's actually going to be released 10 seconds after the rest of the field get to go racing. So we do have these very modern, very high-tech, quite a contrast to the Formula Fords that we have just seen recently, race cars, and this is going to be quite exciting. Very close at the front in qualifying.
Paul,
hello.
If I can just quickly jump in and let you know, is that Sam Gornall, if you remember, I said that I saw him come into the pit lane and it looked like smoke was coming off one corner. We were right, he'd got a puncture. They sorted that out and then spat him straight back out again, and of course he then went and put it on pole position in his debut, as you rightly called, in qualifying. So really impressive. And Darren Geerarts, that's at the back there with the because he's in the guest class delayed, Belgian driver, so it's good to see him over here competing in this.
If that was a tyre change, that was incredibly quick by the Westbourne Motorsport team. Hats off to them, because we actually thought for a moment he'd actually just driven straight through the pit lane. So very quick work to actually make it up for that one. So that's where it comes. But even so, tremendous performance from the team, but tremendous performance from the driver, taking on some people with the season of this already underway. Yes, he was a champion in the Mini Challenge Graduate Cup last year, Sam Gornall. But yeah, if you're going to make announce your arrival in a series, claiming the first pole position of the season is going to do that. The car's coming through now. Gornall in the red and white car, weaving vigorously to get some temperature into those tyres, and Nick Taylor in a car with the middle part of the car with a fluorescent yellowy green, very distinctive, against some great liveries in this series. The cars lining up, being slotted in by the grid marshals into their correct positions. They are going to start on the lights. Our guest car, Darren Geerarts from Belgium, is going to start at the back. He needs to ignore the lights and start on the flag that he will be given after a 10 seconds delay. But the grid pretty much formed up. We're just getting everyone into place, just waiting for the green flag from the back of the grid once the marshals are happy, and the marshals are actually properly out the way. So just waiting for the last marshal to get clear of the grid. The safety gate can then be closed, and there is no reason why we can't start off this first Clio Cup Great Britain race of the season. Red lights are on, red lights go off, and it is pulling away. A little bit of wheel spin from someone back down the order, but it's going to be interesting to see who has got the better start, who can sweep that car, that Clio, into the first thing. And it is our pole sitter Sam Gornall who leads the field into Cops. Reigning champion Nicholas Taylor into second place, and it is the lead 3 cars got away very cleanly, and it is in that order. I'm just trying to figure out who is in third place. It looks to me like it is Ben Jenkins, car number 99, and already they're going through the sweeps of Beckett's gone very wide. Nick Taylor, definitely a passing friend to the apex in the middle part of Beckett's, and that's lost him a little ground to the leader, and they should already be on to the Hangar Straight.
Yep, halfway down the Hangar Straight, and leading comfortably Sam Gornall, number 96, from pole position. Second place is Nicholas Taylor, the number 1 reigning champion, and in third place is the 99 of Ben Jenkins, who was 4th in the championship last year, so it's his second season as well in the championship. And then leading the next couple of cars is 57 Ainsley Bird and Stuart Kinner, and of course Darren Geerarts still catching up after his 10-second delayed start. Guest car. The top 3 still running closely as they go through Club Corner. No change to the order. So Sam Gornall, great start, and actually extending his lead over Nicholas Taylor as they go up to Abbey.
Yeah, Nick Taylor did lose some time through Beckett, so I think he just got the middle part just a little bit wrong, a little ambitious, maybe not the temperature in the tyres yet that he was expecting, but he is pushing hard. You can see how hard he's working that car, almost cocking a wheel as it went through that corner there. And behind there's quite a little battle going on for 5th place, and I think our guest driver seems to have taken a healthy chunk out of that 10-second advantage already, but leaders will be on to the Wellington Straight, onto the long run back towards the start-finish area of the circuit. And it's going to be interesting to see with these Clios. It's over 200 horsepower, 1300cc turbocharged engines, and it is quite happy. Sam Gornall not under any pressure. He can take the line he wants going through Brooklands, heading up towards Lovefield, putting the car exactly where he wants on the circuit. He doesn't have to worry yet about defending, and he came in earlier, he took his first pole position in this series, and now he is going to lead his first lap as he crosses the line and they head on to lap 2 of this 20-minute race. And it is an advantage of 0.8 of a second for Sam Gornall over Nicholas Taylor. Ben Jenkins there in third, 1.4 further on back, and it is that battle for 4th we were discussing. Ainsley Bird goes ahead of Stuart Kinner, who is in 5th place, and Darren Gerrits in 6th place from the 10-second delay on the back of the grid. Sam Gornall so far been very tidy, starting to get a bit confident, taking a lot more curb, a lot more aggressive through Beckett's than he was on the opening lap in that 96 car. But the 96 car, Westbourne Motorsport, obviously putting together a very good car, but Sam Gornall making the most of it.
A very experienced team. They've been in Renault Clio racing for a long time. They also prepare so many cars for the Historic Racing Drivers Club meetings that they have to bring a car transporter with them all on.
That's a sign of success, isn't it?
Yeah, the Colburn family, Richard the father, Ben and James the 2 sons. James raced successfully in Cliocup some years ago. Ben's done Cliocup as well, and so they know how to put a Renault Clio together. But the gap, first to second, has closed, with Nicky Taylor now closing in on early leader Sam Gornall after what you described as a small mistake up at Beckett's on the first lap where he went a bit wide, and now in turn dropping Ben Jenkins in 3rd place. So we're building up to a battle for the lead now as we move on to the last part of the second racing lap.
This is where I think it's going to get interesting, because Nicholas Taylor does have a season behind him already. He's got 5 wins. He's going to be more used to how you have to manage the tyres. It's a front-wheel drive car, 200 horsepower plus. Those front tyres are doing a lot of work, trying to put the power down, change direction, do the braking. And I think if there is a trick to managing, and that gap is reducing on this second lap drastically. Nicholas Taylor closing right up on Sam Gornall, much closer down the Wellington Straight than they were on the lap before. Coming down now through, they're going to hit Brooklands, turning in through Brooklands. Slightly wider line there from Sam Gornall, sorry, for Nicholas Taylor in 2nd place. But Gornall, now the gap across the line was 0.87 of a second last time round. It's still going to be Sam Gornall ahead as they get here now, but that gap looks drastically reduced as Nick Taylor is starting to up his pace. That gap has gone down to 0.34, fastest race lap to date with a 2:27.643 to Nicholas Taylor in 2nd place. Still Ben Jenkins in 3rd, but he's now slipping back about almost 3 seconds away from Taylor. But now we are starting to see that pressure. Taylor using his experience and start putting his car looked alongside as they got into the first part of Beckett's. That's forced Sam Gornall offline, but he's stayed in. He's got the inside line for the right hand sweep through the middle of the corner. They're through the final left hand sweep, going to head up to Church, then back onto that long hanger straight. I think it's going to be Sam Gornall ahead as they come into your view, Alistair, but not by much.
They're side by side as they come down the hanger straight, but the better line I think will be with Nicky Taylor because he's on the inside, but then he switches to the outside for Stowe Corner and Sam Gornall stays in the lead. So great defensive driving, quite fair between the two of them as they came down into Stowe. Sam Gornall made sure he was in the right place to hold the line through the corner, and they turn now into Club. Sam Gornall goes a little bit wide in the left-handed element of Club, but it gets it back in the right-hander, and Nicky Taylor can't get through there. So as they come out onto the Hamilton Straight, it's still Gornall leading Taylor by a much reduced margin. It's probably less than a car length now, isn't it?
It is. Drivers pushing very hard, the rear wheel cocking in the air just slightly on Nick Taylor's car. He's just letting Sam Gornall know he's there, but Sam Gornall being new to the championship, of course Nicholas Taylor would never have raced him before. You get sort of in your head sometimes when you race someone regularly what you can do and what you can't do. He's a little bit of an unknown quantity, but so far responding very, very well to pressure from a man who has won 5 Clio Cup GB races so far. Let's say they're actually now heading on to the Wellington Straight. Just finally now putting through the left-hander, and now they can get the power down that long straight. Is there a bit of advantage, get a little bit of a toe? That's what Nick Taylor's going to be thinking about, as say fastest race lap for the car number 1, the champion's car last time round, and he is forcing Sam Gornall just to be that bit more defensive than he wants. And again, I'm just wondering if that's going to make Sam Gornall use up more tyres than he wants. It's going to be interesting. He is, of course, having his first race in these cars. He's got experience. The Minis were very, very similar, but there are little traits, little things you need to learn. And they cross their line, 3 laps completed, and very, very similar. 229.6 for our leader, Sam Gornall, 229.5 for in second place Nicholas Taylor. And again, they're just extending that, actually extending the gap fractionally closer that time round was Ben Jenkins, but he's still 2.5 seconds back off that lead pair, who are battling close. And again, it's going through that Beckett section that Nick Taylor seems to be able to just to put the car where he wants. He's very, very using a little bit more curve. Again, experience in these cars and how they'll respond over the curbs. But again, it's that battle that's about to come towards you, Alistair. First and second, and they are nip and tuck.
They certainly are, yes. Similar sort of situation to last time, with Sam Gornall just wanting to keep the inside line, and he does. Nicky Taylor comes up alongside under braking, but has to eventually give best. He takes a tighter line through Stowe, trying for a cutback, and he gets alongside as they go downhill into Vale. They're side by side as they go into Club corner, but Sam Gornall importantly has got the inside line for the left-hander at Club. Now they're turning through the long right-hander, and if Sam Gornall can stay tight to the apex, which he does, there'll be no way through for Nicky Taylor. So out onto the Hamilton Straight they go once again, and despite every effort from Nicky Taylor, Sam Gornall has still got that lead.
It is fantastic. A bit of battle actually going on for 5th between Stuart Kinner and Darren Gerrits, who started with that 10-second delay. So Darren Gerrits has caught Stuart Kinner up, but as not getting past him, catching him is one thing, getting past is another, and it's quite a battle going on there now. Little puff of smoke, a little bit of a lock-up from our second place car, Nicholas Taylor. So he is pushing very, very hard, and it's quite a battle there going on at the front, and we still have not even got to halfway through this 20-minute race. 10.5 minutes left, and this is a great, very, very entertaining lead battle. Just waiting to see where the lead pair are, and now they are down back into this part of the circuit, and I think they're battling so hard. I think that's letting Ben Jenkins start to creep back towards them, as they really are yo-yoing the elastic stretches and then pulls tight again between these 2 lead cars, coming up to finish their 4th lap. And if anything, just a little more gap than we have seen before. Sam Gornall crosses the line, Nicholas Taylor crosses the line. 0.275 is the gap. Best race lap for him to date by Ben Jenkins has seen him take half a second off this gap between 3rd and 2nd place on that lap. So the leaders are battling, they're compromising each other, they're slightly not where they want to be on the circuit, and that's letting Ben Jenkins come back at them. They're coming down now towards that Beckett's complex, and again, this is where Nicholas Taylor has got alongside before. This time they are in line astern, that little extra advantage that Sam Gornall had, enabling him just to take the line he wants, and now he's starting to take more curve. I wonder if he learnt that from the car behind and seeing what Nicholas Taylor was doing, but yeah, they're coming towards you with Ben Jenkins closer.
Similar situation at the front, with Nicky Taylor desperately trying to get the inside line down into Stowe, but Sam Gornall won't let him do that. He holds the inside, so Taylor switches to the outside, but that's not the best line, so they're going downhill now. They once again, Taylor goes to the outside for the left-hander at Club, but he can't get through there. He tries to switch back. They're side by side again as they go into the right-handed element, but of course Nicky Taylor's on the longer outside line, so eventually he's going to have to give best, and they come out of Club onto the Hamilton Straight, and Gornall goes back ahead again. So really Nicky Taylor has tried everything, outside, inside, out braking, out accelerating, trying to switch back. He's tried everything, and all of this, as you've quite rightly spotted, Ben Jenkins is closing in.
It is, yes. Someone went wide at Copse and has rejoined. I do apologise. I missed who it was because I was entranced by this lead battle. And again, I see what you mean there. Nick Taylor is starting to take some unconventional routes into the corners just to put his car where Sam Gornall maybe isn't expecting it. I'm not sure it's always paying off, but now the gap is down to about half a length as they head down again through those tight twists on that part of the circuit onto the Wellington Straight. And Sam Gornall again gets just a slightly better exit from the corner to carry that little bit of speed, open that gap, denying Sam Gornall the overtaking opportunity into Brooklands. But they are so close, less than a car length between them through Laffer. This is great driving by the two. They may be racing each other for the first time, but there's obviously a lot of trust out there. We've not seen any contact, we've not seen anyone try anything untoward. This has been very, very clean racing. And they crossed the line. The gap was 0.275 last time round, 0.211, fractionally closer. And it's another best race lap to date for Ben Jenkins. He was now 1.2 seconds. He has more than halved that distance, and he is going to love it if these two try a few moves, just try to do anything that slows their momentum briefly, because he is closing, and I think we are going to be very, very close to a 3-car battle for the lead.
Certainly are, yes. They come into Beckett's now through the sweeping sections of Beckett's, reckoned to be one of the greatest corner sequences in the world, and I wouldn't disagree with that, as they come down under the bridge onto the Hanger Straight. Still the red car leads of Sam Gornall, but still side by side with it on the early part of the Hanger Straight is Nicky Taylor. Then he switches to the outside, gets fully alongside, but it's the longer route round the corner, so eventually he has to drop back in behind Sam. And then Ben Jenkins is right there in third place. He's almost caught them now as they turn left at Club. And once again, Nicky Taylor thinks about the outside longer line, but then he switches back to the inside, trying to outfox Sam Gornall. But I have to say, Sam Gornall is putting up a really good drive. He's not weaving, he's not being difficult in any way. He's just placing his car in a perfect position that Nicky Taylor just hasn't got a chance to get through. He goes slightly to the middle of the track for Abbey, just defending that, and now Ben Jenkins is right with them.
It is, yeah, 3-car battle for the lead. We've got just under 6 minutes of this race left. They're lapping it at 2:20, so we might see 2 laps. We may actually just get away with 3 laps here, I suspect. But it is a bit of a battle there, and almost alongside, and that every time that Nicholas Taylor tries to make a move, that lets Ben Jenkins just get that little bit closer. It's almost a trade-off, but he has to make a move. He needs to have a go at Sam Gornall. He's not put a foot wrong the leader. He's not really offered a clear opportunity, which is forcing Nicholas Taylor to take a little bit more than he wants, put the car a little bit wider than he wants through some of these corners. And again, you see through Brooklands, yet not really getting anywhere near the apex, but carrying the speed as Ben Jenkins is closing. 5 laps complete. They're going to head up towards the line now to complete their 6th lap. It's going to be very, very close. 2-3 cars equidistant across the line for 1, 2 and 3 in this opening Cliocup GB race of the season. Yet the gaps are 2.4, 2.8, but it is Sam Gornall from Nick Taylor, from Ben Jenkins, 1, 2 and 3 in a great lead battle through Copse. Again, Jenkins has just fallen back that little bit, but is able to carry some speed. And again, because the two are just looking one side then the other, they're coming down towards this Beckett's section. Nick Taylor's been very, very good through here, but I suspect almost that Sam Gornall has learnt from him what a Clio will cope for. Gornall goes a little bit wide in the middle, misses the apex on one of the right-handers through Beckett's.
And out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight once again, and Nicky Taylor, I suspect, will try and get alongside as they come down to Stowe. Sam Gornall, of course, holding the right-hand side of the track until the last moment to get the best line for Stowe, and indeed they are side by side into Stowe, but once again Nicky Taylor has to drop behind, and he now has to start thinking about defending from Ben Jenkins as well. So it's not just attack, it's defence at the same time. They're fully side by side, the two of them, into the left-hander at Club, and then again Nicky Taylor switches right to the left, but again he's on the outside, so he can't do anything about the lead of Sam Gornall. Excellent driving from these three as as they go through Club onto the Hamilton straight once again, and still Sam Gornall leads, still Nicky Taylor in second, and still Ben Jenkins in third. But what a battle for the lead.
Very, very much so. And as we have said any one of a number of times, I've not seen a moment's contact between any of those three cars. And Nick Taylor's put his car one side, put his car the other side, got halfway alongside, but at no point has there been any squeezing, any chopping or anything like that. This is superbly quick, superbly clean, great racing, almost three cars fanning out together now, very, very close. And Nick Taylor is just desperate to go up. Well, he knows that clock's going to be ticking down. 3 minutes 10 seconds of the race left, so depending when they get to the line, I think we might actually get 2 more laps out of this. It's going to be very, very close when they get to the line, depending whether we are going to have enough time left. But Nick Taylor goes to the outside through. Brooklands has another go, but Sam Gornall can just put the car where he wants, comes across, claims the line. It is those three cars all equidistant. Can Ben Jenkins get a good exit? He likes it when those two cars in front battle, because that lets him close right up and he can carry some momentum. And they're crossing the line with 2:36 to go, so we should get 2 more race laps out of this. But last time round, again, everybody 2:28.9 for our race leader Sam Gornall, 2:28.8 for Nicholas Taylor, 2:28.9 for Ben Jenkins, and they are just trading tenths, trading hundreds, and it's 3-car battle now. 2 laps left, 2 minutes 17 left on this opening Cliocup GB race of the season. And now got inside, and now, in fact, mistake from Sam Gornall. He's gone straight on at the middle part of Beckett's, and that's forced him to rejoin. He has actually rejoined in front of Ben Jenkins, so he's rejoined in second, but that has put Nick Taylor in front. The pressure has paid off, but it should be a new car ahead as they come into your sight, Alistair.
Yes, it's reversed now, because Nicky Taylor is now the one defending on the inside. Sam Gornall's gone to the outside for Stowe Corner. Ben Jenkins not far behind him, and they come through Stowe, so a mistake from Sam Gornall. The pressure of Nicky Taylor eventually paid off, and down into Club they go. It's exactly the opposite now. Nicky Taylor is holding the inside for the left-handed element, but Sam Gornall's got alongside. He's out-fumbled him, and he's got through on the inside at Club, I think. In fact, Ben Jenkins has got through past both of them, I think, in there, if I'm right. Yes, I am. The Ben Jenkins car, he does go very wide, but he's snuck through on the inside. What a change.
I think, having called it on the cameras briefly, I think there was actually contact. I think Sam Gornall drifted wide, pushed Nick Taylor wide. But yeah, Ben Jenkins, we said he was almost holding a watching brief there, and that watching brief has paid off, because he is now, for the first time in this race, actually ahead. So it is a 3-car battle for the lead. But the order has completely changed, and I'm just looking down now, because I think I'm just trying to work out if the order has changed again. Sam Gornall is in front of thing. I can't see Ben Jenkins' car.
No, I can just about see the cars over that side, and there's a green flag waving at Village Inn, so Ben Jenkins must be stopped somewhere between Abbey and Village.
That's right, because we're back to where we were, with Sam Gornall 1 length clear of Nicholas Taylor coming through Luffield. So that was very, very strange, because I didn't see what happened there at all, to be quite honest. So we will try and figure that one out. But they are going on to now what will be their last lap. It is Sam Gornall with an advantage of 0.264 of a second. Both cars slightly slower around there, both back into the 230s, which it makes sense with the battling that they've been doing. Barely 1 length between these two Clios. 1300cc turbocharged engine, sequential gearbox. These are proper little race cars, very, very quick, and producing a high quality lead battle as they go into their last lap. Sam Gornall now back ahead of Nicholas Taylor. Now we're into that complex. Sam Gornall's got one mirror that is just flapping about on the left-hand side of the car, but he doesn't really care what's behind at the moment. He's focusing on what's in front. He needs to stay in front. He needs to keep Nick Taylor behind, and they should be back with you, Alistair.
Yes, they're onto the Hanger Straight, just coming under the bridge. Well, in fact, they're under the bridge down into Stowe Corner, and it's the same as it was during the first part of the race. Sam Gornall defending with that flapping mirror the lead, and Nicky Taylor alongside as they go into the Vale, and then onto the brakes for Club, and Nicky Taylor is on the outside. Will he switch back? No, he doesn't. He holds the inside line this time, but I don't think he can, because the corner becomes so tight when you turn in. He couldn't hold the position, so it's back to as it was. Sam Gornall leading Nicky Taylor in second place. and they're approaching now the area where I suspect Ben Jenkins has stopped. There's a green light still flashing, but I can't see any yellow flags, so it must be after Farm where Ben Jenkins has stopped.
That's right, we'll see if that shouldn't slow the leaders. That does obviously deny overtaking opportunities, and the corners are counting down now for Nicholas Taylor to actually get back in front. He was battled for much of the race, briefly nosed in front, and then at one point actually dropped to third when Ben Jenkins was in front, taking advantage of the battling going in front for him to sweep past both the cars ahead. But we are on the last lap of what's been an exciting Cliocup GB race. It's been Sam Gornall leading most of the laps, and most of the laps he's been leading, it has been Nicholas Taylor right on the rear bumper of his car, and that is how they are coming now through Brooklands. Barely a length between the brake lights flash as one on the two cars. It is still Sam Gornall ahead. All he's got to do now is exit Luffield, exit Woodcote, and then he will be heading on to see the checkered flag, and I think it's going to be a checkered flag he's going to be well pleased to see, because that's been an amazing battle. Those two cars cross the line 0.3 of a second behind, but it is Sam Gornall who takes the race win on his Cliocup GB debut. And yeah, it may not have been the biggest field, but that was an amazing battle right at the front. 3-car battle for a lot of it as Ben Jenkins closed up and closed in on the flying two cars in front. But fantastic battle, and to the extent the pace of those cars, we actually do have quite a delay actually before we are going to see the next car to cross the line. But Alistair, I think all the action happened over your part of the circuit.
Yeah, well, there was certainly plenty going on over here, and some excellent driving on offer from both drivers, well, and Ben Jenkins as well, until he disappeared. But yeah, coming down into Stowe Corner, great to see the way they were manoeuvring the car to be in the right position to defend the line, and clearly Sam Gornall's racing in minis, which he did last year, has taught him how to defend against a very, very similar car. I mean, they are virtually identical, aren't they, in terms of power and cornering and everything else. It's just the driver's ability that's the difference.
Very much so. Ainsley Bird has just crossed the line for the Grace Motorsport Clio to take third place. That is the sheer pace and advantage that lead group had. So they were absolutely flying race long, and I'm really now looking forward. Chris is already heading down into the pit lane, so we'll have another Chris Dawes post-race interview to enjoy, and I think there's a lot to say about that lead battle. They really were very close. In fact, crossing the line now just ahead, we get number 15 Stuart Kinner come through just ahead of Darren Garrett's gap of 0.6 of a second through there. So our winner was Sam Gornall, number 96, in second place. Last year's Cliocup GB champion Nicholas Taylor in car number 1. Third place was 57 Ainsley Bird in, say, just a whole minute back from the lead pair. Such was the pace of that battle at the front. They were absolutely flying race long. Fourth place number 15 Stuart Kinner, sixth place number 47 Darren Garrett, and of course we lost car 99 Ben Jenkins. So fantastic race, and that is the last race before lunch, so we are going to hear from those drivers as everyone's preparing in the pit lane to pull them in, and we will get the interviews. So we are going to go into a 50-minute lunch break. Racing will resume at 5 to 2, and we will have the first of our endurance races of the day, the MSVT Trackday Trophy, a 45-minute race with a compulsory pit stop for everybody. So that is going to be well worth racing. We're going to keep Chris very busy down there in the pits for that race. And Alistair, as I say, I think with races like that, we're very much looking forward to them. There's always a bit of tactics and things sneaking in.
Yes, it's you said it's not the largest grid we've seen, but it doesn't matter. You only need 2 cars for a race, and we had 3 in that one. So
it is, and there's 2 cars now that have just come to a halt in the pit lane. So Chris is obviously going to have a moment to let the drivers get out, get their crash helmets on, crash helmets off. They've already got them on, haven't they? So let's hope they get that the right way round rather than which is what I said. But
I
Chris,
think that I get the impression we might be doing a podium for these guys as well. But I think the plan is to grab the interviews in the before we go on up there. But we'll sort of play that by ear a second. I'm letting them get their helmets on. I think there's delight, there's frustration, there's all sorts of emotions down here. I'll just let Sam get his helmet off and we'll grab a word with him. Sam, goodness me, I mean, that was one heck of a tussle.
Yeah, literally, Nicky was quick and he definitely made it hard for us, but unfortunately came out on top over the moon.
I mean, it was. You were defending like mad in the beginning, then you had to actually fight back to take it back again. We didn't see what happened. We saw that Ben Jenkins got into the lead at one stage and we missed where he went in the end.
Ben got the switch back on me and Nicky after battling through the chicane. He went into the next corner leading, he hit the curb and he just lost it on his own.
That's not good, but I mean, it was such an exciting three-way fight, wasn't it? I mean, you were trying to defend, but you couldn't over-defend, otherwise you were vulnerable the next corner.
Yeah, it was all about just placing the car in the right place, and we did that, so amazing.
Not a bad debut.
Yeah, definitely not a bad debut.
Give you the confidence for race 2 then?
Hopefully, yeah.
Race 2 then?
Hopefully, yeah.
Well done, great win for Sam. Where's Nicky gone? Here he is. The champ with the one on his car, Nicky. I mean, what an incredible race that was. There was so much action. You and I were speaking beforehand, it only takes 2 to make a race. You guys did exactly that.
Yeah, the first half was great. Second half, not really so much because, yeah, certain things I'm not going to say on an interview because I might get in the bad for it. But yeah, the first part of the race was great with Sam, and I don't know what happened in the first through Magnus and Beckett, so I kind of just lost the car completely and nearly went into a wall. But yeah, gathered it back, and then the tow is so strong here that it literally just kept me within range. But yeah, as I say, there was a few bits that I wasn't really happy with, and not in my hands.
Yeah, well, we'll leave that one go. We were actually saying for ages, it was amazing that there was zero contact. You guys were sort of like back and forth with each other, and that's what we want to see, is that kind of racing.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And then, yeah, well, taking some interesting lines, should I say, to keep a position is quite interesting. But yeah, the first part of that race was mega, and it was literally just me and Sam all the way through, just fighting. And as you said, with 2 cars, you can still put on a good show, which we done. And then, yeah, the end bit just needs to be ironed out a bit now, and then it'll be all good to watch.
Nice one, well done, great start. I think I did see sneaking in, we've got Ainsley Bird. Here he is. Ainsley. Congratulations on that 3rd place. I know that it was quite lonely for you back there with these guys disappeared off, but you've got to be in it to win it.
Exactly, you just got to keep it on the track and just do your own thing, haven't you? Sometimes it comes off, so it's I'm very shocked to be here.
But with that massive smile, I mean, it's a great way to start the season.
Exactly, you know, like hopping in the car for the first time at Brands, only done really 2 whole race weekends my whole career. So hopping this to come away with a podium first time round, you know, better things to come for the rest of the season maybe. So
that's what I like to hear, the confidence, because you can take that forward now.
Exactly. In practice I had a big moment on turn 2 on the GP track and went backwards and lost my confidence totally from Friday. So yeah, to be here now, it's amazing. So.
I like the sound of that. The confidence is there. Take that forward. Well done. Great 3rd place. Well done. So that's the top 3 down here. Now, I'm not sure. They are certainly doing a podium from a photography perspective. I don't know whether I'm announcing them on or not. Yes, I think so. So I'm going to pause the mic for a second, but I'll hand back to you, Paul Jordan, to announce them out onto the podium.
Thank you very much, Chris. Nothing like catching drivers as they come out of the cars, because then I always think you get what they want to say before they've had too much time to think about it, and you really just get the raw of what they're talking about. So fantastic that they had particularly that top 2. That was a great battle, top 3 battle and everything. So Chris is, I think, going to try and shepherd them upstairs for the podium. But that's the morning's qualifying and the morning's racing complete here at Silverstone on this MSVR Club Car Championships race day. And we are going to go into our lunch break now, which is going to go on to about 5 to 2. Although we actually are running quite a bit behind schedule, so I'm hoping we don't lose too much time through that. Then we're going to go straight into race 3, which is going to be the MSVT Trackday Trophy, a 45-minute race. We saw those cars qualified this morning. 45-minute race that's going to feature a compulsory 2-minute pit stop for all the runners. They can make that pit stop between 15 minutes and after the first 15 minutes and before the last 15 minutes of the race. Then we got the Miata Trophy, 20 minutes first of their 2 races for the day. Second United Formula Ford race. We had an absolutely superb Formula Ford race race before the one we've just seen, so more of the same coming from the United Formula Ford drivers. Then the second Clio Cup race of the day, another 20 minutes, and into our second endurance race, the MSVT Trackday Championship. And then we're going to round out the day with the second Miata Trophy race of the day.
Right, and I'm going to jump in with the podium now, and I'm delighted to say that handing out the trophy is going to be my dancing marshal. It is Pippa. Brilliant to see that, one of the mighty Orange Army. Right, for the first Clio Cup GB race of the season as well as the weekend, in third place, number 57, Ainsley Bird. Well done, Ainsley. Up onto the third step. Pippa hands over the trophy. In second place, it's number 1, Nikki Taylor. Well done, Nikki. But up onto the top step with the victory in this opening race, number 96, Sam Gornall. Well done, Sam. Up to the top, and I'll move out of harm's way. I'm going to go in front of the camera for a second. Sorry about that. And we'll leave them to enjoy the photographs. Back to you, Paul Jerd.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now going to move into our afternoon's action. And the cars are already rolling out the collecting area for our first race of the afternoon, which is the MSVT Trackday Trophy. Big grid of cars for this, all the way back to row 21 on the grid. It is really that many. And we should go through the grid. The cars are going to come out straight onto their green flag lap and then come round ready for the start. Whole mix of cars for this race. This is going to be a 45-minute race with a compulsory pit stop, which they have to take after the first 15 minutes and before the second 15 minutes of the race. So there's essentially a 15-minute window to make your pit stop in, and that's when it gets really busy in the pit lane. We do have cars that are driven by one driver, so they will just sit in their car for the 2 minutes. We also have a lot of cars which have two drivers, so we will be seeing pit stops down there in the pit lane. So let's take you through the grid. So on pole position is car 34, Michael Rawlings, and alongside car 64, which is the Wright and Allett car. On the second row it is 141, Reed and Reed, and 44 we have Honeybone and Honeybone. Row 3 is 126, Cameron McLean, and 27, Jeremy Evans. Row 4 is 38, Alan Bull, and 36, Jonathan Peerless. Row 5 is 41, Darren Sikruski, and 32, Mark Jones. On to row 6, and we have number 39, Paul McHugh, and 71, Gareth Sockett. Row 7 is 114, Kinner and Goodliff, and alongside 42, Priest and Reed. Row 8 is 333, Stuart Gilroy, and 155, Tommy Valentine. Row 9 we have number 6, Colin Wells, and 143, Trevor Hurrell. And on row 10 it is number 8, Ethan Lundy, and number 35, Colin Murphy. So a big old grid. We're still only halfway through it. Fantastic entry for this race, because on row 11 it's 21, and it is the Hart family car, Hart and Hart sharing that car, and alongside will be car number 4, Ollie Moss. Row 12 is going to be 60, Chris Stone, and 58, George Wright. Row 13 is number 3, Adams and Adams, and alongside them is 77, Gilbert and Baldacci. On row 14 we've got 63, Andy Burton, and 26, Aaron Malarkey. Row 15 is number 73, Brace and Ratford, and number 37, David Evans. Row 16 is 555, Seal and Eaton, and 13, David Murfitt. Row 17 is number 5, Michael Wright, and 83, Fletcher and Langston. And rounding out the main grid is going to be number 25, Smith and Malarkey. We then go on to row 20. These cars are going to start with a 10-second delay. And there's 166, Clark and Mayhew, and 47, Christy Rundle and Gerhards. And then right at the back on row 21 will be David Griffiths. So a big old grid of cars out there. Really looking forward to seeing these cars. Being a pit stop race, we have a whole element of strategy that sneaks into the race. And Alistair, you've probably already had them all go past because they're back with me, but the sun is shining and we are going racing.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Yes, it's warmed up as well. It's still a bit of a stiff, cool breeze, but nowhere near as cold as it was first thing. So absolutely brilliant conditions. We actually had some lap records go yesterday, so we may well see some lap records today, or at least fast times anyway, because conditions are absolutely perfect.
They are, and fast times is the cars already background in this part of the circuit, and it is that BMW sat there on pole position of Michael Rawlings, and alongside the 64 Jack Wright and Matt Allett Porsche 944 S2. So two very different cars there right at the front, but it is a big old grid with a great mix of cars all the way down. Cars are varying ages as well, back into the 1990s. right up to some relatively modern cars. But I must admit, I'm really looking forward to this, because I just love tactical pit stop races. Right, cars still forming up. It is a long old grid, so cars got a lot of cars actually waiting to sweep through and be actually slotted in place by the grid marshals. Still cars coming into my sight from the left, so it is a long way back, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually does get off the line. We've got that rather potent and very nicely liveried BMW down there, and alongside the Porsche 944 S2, so a proper sports car, 3-litre straight 4 engine in that 944, and right behind them they're the rear wheel drive starters. We've got a row of front wheel drive starters where we've got a very quick Mini, the 141 Wolf Motorsport Mini Cooper of Chris Reed and Luke Reed, and alongside that is again the 44, and that's Jordan and Ray Honeybone, car we will be seeing later on in the race, but this time being driven by the father and son. Ray the father, Jordan the son. Ray actually admitting this morning that Jordan is around 3 seconds quicker, and he's not quite sure where that time's coming from, so fantastic performance by them. Still slotting cars in place at the back of the grid. It really does prove that this Trackday Trophy, which is intended as almost an intro into motorsport, and coming into it in a fairly controlled fashion, controlling costs, controlling who you're racing with as well. So there's a lot of respect out there. Some very nicely turned out cars. Some cars you don't often see on grids. I can see there's a Mazda RX-8 all the way back there on the grid. So some unusual cars as well. Still slotting cars into place right at the back, and finally I think we're going to be very close to. In fact, we've got another car here who's just been told to move up and get in position. The cars at the front have been sat there for a good couple of minutes now, so fingers crossed they're going to be wondering what's going on. But we do have the cars at the back. Green flag, I think, has been waved. Yep, red lights are on, so let's see who does get away, and it is going to be that BMW with Michael Rawlings right at the front, ready to pause, and he pulls away. And not the greatest start actually for our second on the grid, the Porsche. It's the Michael Rawlings BMW that's got away the cleanest, but the whole pack of cars sweeping through that first corner. Looks like everyone has got through cleanly. The cars at the back of the grid with the 10-second delay have now been released, and it is a great pack of MSVT Trackday Trophy cars already heading off through Beckett's and towards you, Alistair.
Yes, they're coming into our long-distance site at Beckett's. 2 cars vying for the lead. Certainly one of them looks to be the Porsche that made that poor start, but we'll see when they come out onto that straight with a proper view of who's where. And it's the BMW in the lead. The Porsche actually isn't involved. That's a bit further back.
He tumbled down the order off the line.
He did. He's about probably 8th place. So BMW leads from another BMW, but that's a mini one. So 34 from 141. That's our front row of Michael Rawlings, and second row of Chris or Luke Reed in the mini as they turn into the left-hander. Now that Porsche, we don't know whether it's Jack Wright or Matthew Allard in the car for the start of the race, but the poor start has put it down in 246, 8th place.
In qualifying, we got the impression one driver was a lot quicker than the other. So I'm wondering if one's much more experienced.
Jack Wright will be the quicker, I suspect. Jack's got a lot of experience, so I'm guessing I've not come across Matthew Allard before, so it may well be Matthew in the car, and then they'll put Jack in for the second stint.
Which is where we get tactics, isn't it? It's a 15-minute pit window after 15 minutes of racing. Do you bring that car in early? But it is that battle now, and it is the BMW and the Mini who have opened a gap on the rest, and the rest are doing that first lap thing of cars all over the place, not necessarily online, because this is a fantastic opportunity to gain places in the melee. A whole variety of cars, from tiny little Mazdas right up to those big BMWs and everything in between. But lead cars already down here, back on this part of the circuit, down towards the pit straight, and it is that BMW, the pole-sitting BMW of Michael Rawlings, that is starting just to open up a little bit of a gap. A lot of battling going on behind all the way down the pack, but it is going to be heading at the first line. Our poleman, he's made a good start, he's made the most of it on that one. Number 34, Michael Rawlings, crosses the line, and with a healthy lead of over a second and a half, 1.6 seconds over the 141 Mini of Chris and Luke Reed. And behind that there is a whole gaggle of cars with some absolutely tiny gaps, but in third place it is number 27, which is Jeremy Evans in the MSVT Racing Honda Civic, and he is just ahead of the MJ Motorsport Jonathan Peerless Honda Civic, the car number 36. But some great battles all the way down, already back in your sight, Alistair.
Yes, indeed, and as you say, the two leaders have split apart a little bit, and a long time before the rest of the pack appears at Beckett's, and then it's a lot of cars, so it's two and then the rest of the field effectively as they come down the Hanger Straight. So it's the more traditional shaped BMW of Michael Rawlings, number 34, who leads, but he's not dropping off the mini shaped BMW of number 141, the Wolf Motorsport car of Chris and Luke Reed. But then we get the rest, and in third place it's the blue 27 Honda, same as with you, Jeremy Evans, and then the black Honda of Jonathan Peerless next up in that group. But there are a lot of cars involved in that battle, and in amongst it is the Elise, which got it all wrong going into the left-hander at Club Corner. That would be the car of Alan Bull. Made a mistake there and ran wide, and that I think may have allowed the blue Porsche from the front row to actually make up a place. But we'll see when they come back to the line with you.
I'm fairly sure he has actually, which I think should actually move him up to 6th place now, so slowly picking off the places. That car really did not get off the line when the red lights went out, which really I think almost aided the Mini in actually its charge up towards the Michael Rawlings BMW. But lead pair, as you say, well clear. 45-minute race with a pit stop, so lots of tactics, lots to happen yet as they work their way through that almost switchback section of the track. The Lotus Elise getting back in front of the Porsche, but it is Michael Rawlings to head to the front now, already down this end of the circuit, through Brooklands, through Luffield. He's was 1.6 seconds ahead of the Mini on the last lap. The gap again I think might have grown just a little bit. These two certainly have the pace on everyone else right now, but everyone else is almost tripping over themselves in the battles for position. Rawlings crosses the line, 2 laps completed. The Mini crosses the line, 1.4, in fact fastest race lap. It is fastest race lap for Chris and Luke Reed in that 141 Wolf Motorsport Mini Cooper. Yep, they're not giving up the battle. Behind them a whole stream of cars crossing the line, and it is still in third place. It is the Jeremy Evans Honda Civic, just ahead of the similar car, the 36 of Jonathan Peerless. 5th is number 44 Ray and Jordan Honeybone, and 6th it is back into 6th place in the Lotus Elise, Alan Bull.
That's a cracking battle between the Elise and the Porsche. That's switching between one and the other in that position. They're battling over 6th place. The leaders coming down, we've got one car well off the back of the field, 114, which has suddenly appeared. I'm not altogether sure I've seen that one before. It's another of the Minis, but anyway, the leaders come through, and the BMW number 34 not getting away. Michael Rawlings still got close attention from the Reed Mini. Then in third place, after quite a big gap now, is 27, the first of the Honda Civics, that's Jeremy Evans. Then the black example of Jonathan Peerless, then the Honeybones in their Renault Clio, and next up it's the Lotus Elise, which has got back ahead of the Porsche and stayed ahead as they go into Club. In fact, the Porsche makes a mistake in the left-handed element of Club and loses out to the BMW, I think that was 41, yes, David Zakreski, who had a 5-place grid drop actually for a previous indiscretion. So he started 9th, but he's starting now to make his mark on the top 10, and I think that will put him up to 7th place.
I think that's probably about right. So car starting out of position, so we can expect him to start moving his way up if he can put on the pace that he showed in qualifying. That is quite that battle down between the lower half of the top 10. We have seen a lot of moves, a lot of changes already in that part of it, but great battles going on all the way down the field with this huge variety of equipment. One of the Mazdas, they're just going through and it's going to be the leaders again back already. They are pulling out a big gap. It was almost 10 seconds over the rest of the field last time through after just 2 laps, and I think they're going to be very, very close to actually lapping. I think it is actually the car you mentioned, the 114 just now, but Rawlings crosses the line, and then the Mini crosses the line. Chris and Luke Reed on board that again, 1.2 seconds. The Mini is consistently lapping quicker than that BMW in front, and that gap is just dropping. Behind them, the next clutch of cars, 2 of the Honda Civics, still in the same order, so it still is Jeremy Heavens ahead of Jonathan Peerless, and then we've got the Jordan and Ray Honeybone car in 5th, and already, as you say, up to 6th, and having had that pit drop, it is grid drop David Zakruski in that BMW E36.
See how much progress he can make. He's solo, so he won't need to hand over, but the advantage, I think, for solo drivers is that they know the car, they know the circuit, they don't need to dial into the car, so there is a bit of an advantage there. And closing up the leaders with the Mini catching the BMW, the Mini hopping around. No, there isn't a problem, it's just the way it was set up. It was hopping through the corner, sliding, and so the Mini is closing in on the BMW for the lead. That's the Chris and Luke Reed. I wonder if Chris could find out which of the Reeds is actually driving that one in the opening stint. But Michael Rawlings, we know, at the wheel of number 34, and he's now being caught. The rest of the field coming through. There's some great battles going on. It's Clio versus Civics. It's then we've got a Mazda MX-5, a little battle between them, and I did notice that whoever's driving the Jack Seal Abbey Eaton car is up a few places on their grid spot to 27th. Maybe it's an improving time for that car.
It is, as we said, it's going to be one of the cars where it's a relative novice with an experienced racer in there just to help them along, to advise them, extract the space from the car and show what the car can do. There's Abbey Eaton, very, very experienced racer, and yeah, wherever you look around the circuit there seems to be cars sort of side by side, and as I say, this spectacular mix of cars. And really, really enjoyable. Great advert for how to come motor racing, because again, lots of cars out of position, lots of overtaking, everything so far supremely clean. Although, as I say that, there's one of the Ginettas actually spins, I think, around the farm section of the track. It's the 42 car, which is Richard Priest and James Reed in their Ginetta G40, so they lost a little bit of ground. But leaders are back with us, and they have actually already lapped one of the cars that is off the back of the field, and it is the Mini in front. In fact, 0.8 is the advantage. Wow, that's interesting. The screen's showing a different order to how I thought they crossed the line, but we'll live with it.
It's definitely BMW ahead.
It is. Sorry, it was the other Mini. Yeah. Sorry, where they were lapping. Yes, that's what threw me. I saw a Mini and went for it, basically. The other Mini's looking very racy, shall we say, and staying with the leaders.
Yes, I'm not sure he actually got to the grid, because I didn't notice him coming through, and then suddenly he appeared a long way off the back, so I wonder whether he started from the pit lane. But he's just ahead of the second placed Mini now, needs to let him through, because
that's rather ruining our lead battle, isn't it?
They're coming down into Stowe now. The second place car is ahead of the black Mini, the white and black Mini. The Wolf Motorsport car is ahead of 114, which is the other Mini, which we think may have started. That's Kinner and Goodliff may have started from the pit lane. But it's as it was, BMW versus Mini through Club Corner, and then 41, the Zakreski car is now up into third place, so fairly light work of the mid-pack there, started in 9th. And fastest lap of the race to David Zakreski, so he's going very well indeed. Could well be challenging the leaders.
If that was fastest lap of the race, he did it while overtaking 3 cars on that lap, which is a tremendous performance. So absolutely fantastic driving there, and it's interesting to see how much further he can get. He's got a bit of work though, because he's at 13.2 seconds behind the second place car last time they crossed the line here. But I'm a little worried that second place car will have lost some ground, having got held up by that back marker Mini. So it's going to be interesting. So that lead gap was only 0.8 of a second last time round, but it could all have changed as they come back round to the start-finish line. Already 4 laps in the bag, and already the clock is ticking down. 44 45-minute race, and we're still maybe 2.5 minutes away from that pit window open, and that's when it's going to get interesting. So leaders already coming down to finish lap number 5. The BMW that does look very well sorted, takes a very wide line through Woodcote, doesn't bother about the inside apex, which the Mini neatly clips. The gap is 0.9, it's only a tenth it grew on that lap, so nice recovery there by the 141 Mini of Chris Reed and Luke Reed, 2002 Mini Cooper. Just looking now, the Zakruski car comes through a little bit slower that lap, actually doesn't gain a place that lap, but a couple of seconds off what he can actually do. Just hope he hasn't pushed too hard and got too much into his tyres or whatever. And behind that there is a great battle going on, and it is the 27 car that is at the head of it, Jeremy Evans and his Honda Civic Type R, but all the way down to 9th place there is all the gaps are well under a second, so fantastic train of cars.
The two leaders coming down into Stowe, and the Mini closes up under braking. Doesn't hop so much this time. I think possibly the Reed car was being pushed a little bit too hard a couple of laps ago, and it started to get out of line, but he's a good line through there. He's closing up through the tighter sections on the BMW, but of course as soon as they go out of Club Corner and uphill up the Hamilton Straight, the BMW's power pulls it away again. And this great battle going on for what's now 4th place and behind, and the Porsche at the back of that group, having started on the front row, and the Elise in there as well, and then a couple of Civics and a Renault Clio. That'll be the Honeybones. So it's Evans, Peerless, Honeybone, Bull and Wright, that group, and they're all having a great battle, and that's going up towards Abbey and Farm at the moment.
Right, how did a car come into the pits from way down the order, number 83, with Echo Racing and Mike Fletcher and Alex Langdon? I think they can't be making a pit stop because they're about 40 seconds too early. So that's got to be a problem, I'm assuming. And yet we do have someone who's actually now looking under the back of the car. But the clock is ticking down, and this is when it's going to get tactical. We have cars out there where we suspect we have quicker drivers, we have slower drivers, and it's very tactical as to when do you bring your car in, what do you react to, do you react to the people around you? And I think that's going to add a whole new element to this race.
If I can just jump in, that car that came in, that must have been the one that was getting the meatball flag, so that would be the officials looking up the back of that car, because there's obviously something they're not happy with.
Yes, he did stop down in the official part of the pit lane, so that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, the one flag a driver doesn't want to see, indicating that you've got a mechanical problem that you may not be aware of. He has gone on down as if to make his pit stop. I'm not sure if he's allowed to.
Why not?
Oh, okay. Well, having already been in the pit lane as the pit window opens.
Oh, sorry, yes, of course he came in before it opened.
Yes.
No, he can't then. No, it won't count as a mandatory stop. But the pit window is now open, so we've got 15 minutes to make their pit stops. And I've got the screen up showing me the pit stop times, so I'll be able to pick up whether anybody has got a short pit stop.
First stopper is actually the official stopper, the Team Rebier Paul McHugh Renault Clio number 39, so that's coming for an official stop. No driver change on that car, it is just the one driver. So we are starting to see the first cars come in. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the leaders. That's what we're really, really interested in.
Particularly the Reeds Mini, because we don't know who's driving that one, and whoever it is will be handing over. We don't know who's the quicker of the two.
So that's going to add a nice element to it. That Mini has been pushed very, you said earlier on, was hopping around the circuit. It was being pushed so hard, and we saw it could set at times it was the fastest race out. That's now been taken by the third place car, the 41 recovering BMW from a group penalty of David Zakruski. But yeah, as I say, I just love this element of it. You know, will we see, for example, the cars where we think we might have the slower driver in now come in early in the slot?
There's a slightly longer pit stop required for the invitation and guest cars, over 2.5 minutes. But everybody else minimum pit stop time is 2 minutes, and that's including driving in and driving out. So they have to time their release of the car to coincide with the car not passing the exit timing beam pits too early, and we had yesterday some examples where cars were half a second early and they got a drive-through penalty in that particular series, which obviously ruined their race.
It is. It's a little more complex than just making the pit stop, isn't it? Leaders now go past me to start their 8th laps at 7 laps complete. They have both stayed out. That gap has now grown slightly to 1.6 seconds, although last time around they lapped in almost identical times. Certainly the behind them, David Zakruski in 41 is banged in fastest race lap, almost 2 seconds quicker than the cars in front. I think we are really going to have to start keeping an eye on that gap back there. He's dropped it to 11.2 seconds to second place. Pushing very hard.
One of the cars I can report who's in the car now, the 555 car, that will be Abby Eaton, because I see that Seal's down here now, so getting ready to take over soon by the looks of it.
Okay, first of all, our top 10 to come in is actually Jonathan Peerless in 36 in the black Honda Civic, who's come in and stopped about halfway down the pit lane, so he's actually come in early. No one else for the minute. It's a quiet pit lane for an open pit window. And I've got a Mazda spun. There's a Mazda spun on the outside of the entry to Woodcut. Strange place to end up. He has spun it around and is rejoining, so no big issues, but a very, very strange place to end up for car number 6, Colin Wells, in the Mazda MX-5, the BC Cars Motorsport team name. So a little bit of drama down here, but all tidied up quite nicely. And now we have cars starting to come in for the pits. So we have another pit visitor there, which I think was 35, which is the car of Colin Murphy. But it's really of interest is when we're going to see people like stopping from the top 10. Can David Zakruski keep up this pace that's seeing him close, not quickly, but just chipping away at the advantage to the lead pair? But it is still Michael Rawlings who has led all the way. He got a good start in that BMW, got the car off the line cleanly, and has so far just stayed just far enough ahead of the flying Reed and Reed Mini Car 141 to not really have to defend hugely. The pair just coming round to finish their 8th lap, and I can't quite see them. In fact, they both stay out. They do both stay out. I can't see the pit entrance, so I have to wait till they pop into view, and I'm not quite sure which part of the track they're going to be on. But yet flying along, gap slightly extended there to 1.1 seconds. So it's both cars pushing very, very hard at the front. And we do have a lot of lapping going on now. We've got cars of very different capabilities out there. Not everyone is racing for the outright win. We do actually have classes and etc down in there, but it does mean we do get a great mix-up of cars and sometimes unexpected cars racing together. I'm going to quickly just recap the top 10 at this point in the race. So it is number 34, Michael Rawlings, who is leading. 141 is second, Stuart. So 141 is second, which is Chris and Luke Reed. 41 is David Zakruski, is third in his BMW. Fourth is number 27, which is Jeremy Evans in the Honda, and fifth is number 38, Alan Ball in his Lotus Elise. Those are in the thick of a battle, actually running very, very close together. Sixth place we have Jordan and Ray Honeybones, car number 44. Seventh place is the Porsche number 64 of Jack Wright and Matthew Allett. In eighth place it is 126 Cameron McLean in a Renault Clio. Ninth place is 166, which is Richard Clark and Chris Matthew in another Clio, and running out the top 10 is number 32, which is Mark Jones.
I can report on one of the significant cars, the 141 car. It'd be Luke Reed behind the wheel, because Chris is down here getting ready to take over that car.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So it is Luke Reed in that second place 141.
So early leading cars is still sat in the pits, and that's number 36, which
it's
is
heading down now.
Jonathan Peerless, in this Civic. He's been in for 3.5 minutes now, so clearly a problem with that. And the prize for the closest to the limit pit stop so far goes to number 73, which is the team EMJ, Darren Brace and Charlie Ratford in the Mazda RX-8. 2 minutes 0.72. Absolutely, well, not quite spot on, but very, very close to spot on.
Very finely judged. That's confidence in your abilities, isn't it? And just actually getting a glance across at the that lap battle with Alan Bull in the Elise, with the much bigger cars around him. Absolutely superb battle going on there for 4th, 5th, 6th with those cars, and he's actually got right in front of him is Jeremy Evans in the Civic, and right behind him is the Jordan Honeybone in that car. So a fantastic battle. In fact, I think he's got between them the Elise, but he's been forced wide, but no, he has actually held the position. So great battle going on there with Alan Bull in the Elise in the thick of it. And a whole clutch of cars coming in, including the 64 Porsche, but that was actually the Honeybone car has come in. So it's a whole clutch of cars actually now coming into the pits. Just waiting for my screen to update. But Chris, it's starting to get busy down there.
It is, and I think one of the significant ones for me that's coming in is that 64 Porsche. Don't forget that started on the front row, and our assumption is down the far end, so I'm trying to keep an eye, because I'm probably not going to get there in time. I'm going to try wandering down because it's being blocked, but we suspect that Matthew Allen's behind the wheel. If that is the case and Jack Wright jumps in, expect that to come back up through this order, so that for me is a significant pit stop and driver change.
It is. We're quite a way into the window actually. We're only now 21 minutes 10 seconds of the race left, so there's again another race that's flown by. Quite a few people still to stop, particularly in that lead group, but that car is of interest to us. We're interesting to see when these leaders will actually come in, but yeah, already starting to get busy now in the pit lane with the cars that are coming in for their compulsory stop. And yeah, you do need to behave yourself in the pit lane. You do have to stop within the window, because the penalties are pretty draconian, and they start with 1 lap and just get 1 lap penalty and just get worse from there. Glancing down now again, I just saw I think that is the 555 actually coming in. So that is the Eaton and Seal Mazda has come in. So again, that's coming in with just over 20 minutes of the race left. But at the moment, it's our leaders we're interested in. The top 3 have stayed out. David Sikruski, another fastest race lap last time round in the number 41 BMW, and he's closed that gap to the leaders down to now 8.9 seconds behind second place, and that was out on 12 or 13 not that long ago. So that car is around 2 seconds a lap quicker than the cars in front at the moment. And as you quite rightly said, Alistair, you know, he's staying in the car. There's no getting back up to speed on the first or second lap out. He's going to absolutely nail it. And our second place car has come in. 141 is now in the pit lane. So that is going to be Luke Reed handing over to Chris Reed. So that car stops right down mid-pit lane.
Yeah, and I can also confirm that Ray Honeybone's the one that's just jumped out of that 44 Apple Car Centre car, and that's his company, that one is, and it's son Jordan that's now jumped into that one. And I was correct about the Porsche 944, that number 64. Jack Wright's now behind the wheel of that one. They've both left the pits already. Just walked past as well George Wright, so that's dad of the Wrights, out in a Saxo for this one, the number 58 car. Massive smile on his face as always, and a big wink as I went wandering past there. The Wrights just love it. I think they'd race snails if that's all they could jump on the back of.
Can you imagine how competitive they are with a board game at Christmas?
I know how competitive they are. I covered it here in one of the Enduro KA races, and they were fighting so hard. They were trying to dummy the other teams to make out they were going to pit and change tyres, and they managed to get the victory, and then had it robbed away from them because they touched the car when they shouldn't be. So they're very, very competitive.
Unfortunately, they've got a problem in this race as well, because the 64 Porsche was 0.16 of a second under time.
Oh,
0.16.
And I was stood there by the side of them, and Matt Allett was there with the stopwatch, and he seemed to count it down, and he said, right, go. And it paused, and I didn't hear what Jack Wright said, but I heard Matt say, yeah, I think so. And so they went, and I would suggest they shouldn't have thought so.
That's a 1 lap penalty. Short pit stop is a 1 lap penalty, which is, yeah, your challenge is over, isn't it?
That's a great shame for 0.16 of a second. the award for the closest to the limit. We've got quite a third one now on 2:00 point something, so very close. But the award at the moment goes to number 71 for the best time stop, Gareth Sockett, 2 minutes .112. Now you can't get an awful lot closer than that.
Our leader is in. Leader has swept into the pit lane, so this is one I think we definitely need to keep the clock on. He needs to make a nice, clean pit stop, no penalties. To see the Porsche go past, but I'm expecting a penalty to come up on the screen for that. Whole stream of cars again coming in, but primarily what we're really interested in is that Michael Rawlings, he's led all the way. He got the car offline, got from pole position to take that initial lead, but he is now in the pit making his compulsory stop. It's still such a big field here, the pit lane, very, very busy. As I look to my right, I can see cars all the way down it. But Rawlings has come in for the lead, as has actually Zakruski. So he has come in as well from net second place, but we just need to see how all that's going to shuffle out when everyone stops. But that's most of the front runners now have made their stop, so we just need a couple of laps for everything to settle down and get a feel for who's done best in this period and who we need to watch out for. There's only just under a minute and a half of the pit window left, so we should really have seen. I'm just trying to see who currently shown as not having stopped. And the highest one up that I can see is actually the Trevor Hurrell in the Team Wheelcare Honda Civic, number 143, who is running 8th but hasn't stopped. And as I speak, he comes in to make his stop. So I think we have actually cycled through pretty much the whole field now.
One more short stop, I'm afraid, and it's number 4, the Toyota Celica of Ollie Moss, and that was 0.4 of a second short. So they are very, very close, but close isn't good enough, I'm afraid.
Exactly, yeah. Misses a mile when your pit stop is short, isn't it?
I tell you, one of the risky things down here that I'm surprised to see is that the Mazda MX-5s, the Miata Trophy, are coming out of their garages down the pit lane and through the gaps to get themselves into the assembly area, whilst we've got pit stops going on. I've not really seen that down here before. I don't know if you have, Alistair, because you're here at this circuit more than me, but normally that kind of is controlled until certainly the pit window is finished. It's busy with cars here, and they're sort of driving out the garage, down the pit lane, and then darting halfway down through the gap. But Zakruski's gone out, by the way.
You're right, Chris. Normally they would not release the cars for the next race until the pit window had closed, because there's plenty of time, isn't there? It's, after the pit window closes, you've still got 15 minutes of the race to go. But a bit dicey that.
It has potential, doesn't it? Unfortunately,
we've got some further short pit stops. Let's see if anybody. 27 is short. And that's Jeremy Evans. Now he was up, wasn't he?
He was running in that battle for around the mid places in the top 10, so that's quite significant.
And one that's done a pit stop time based on 2 minutes, but I suspect they're a guest entry and they should have done 2 minutes 30, is number 82. David Griffiths, yes, he's a guest, so he should have done 2.5 minutes. He's got a short stop. But the good news for the leader is number 34, the BMW, that's led all the way so far, apart from during the pit stop cycle. 2 minutes and 6, so a nice comfortable window there to allow for any discrepancies. 2 minutes 6 pit stop, but the 141 Mini did a 2 minute 2. So basically the Mini gained 4 seconds, and they certainly weren't 4 seconds apart before the pit stops, were they?
No, I know they weren't. I think they're still actually very, very close together on the road. We just need to let them cycle round through here and see how that's actually going to pan out once they complete their out laps, essentially. I'm keeping an eye on race control. No messages yet about penalties, but a rule is a rule, isn't it? So I don't see them letting that one go.
They won't. They'll release penalties now because they can't be sure that the driver won't come back in and do a mandatory stop of the correct time before the pit window closes,
which it has done a minute or two ago now. So we are into this final run to the flag. Any pit stop after this is going to be for mechanical reasons, not through the compulsory pit stop. And here come the lead pair. So it is 34 Michael Rawlings still ahead of the 141 Mini, which now has Chris Reed on board, and that gap is 0.98 of a second. Gentlemen, we've got a race going on.
Yes, it's all down to that more accurate pit stop time. Sadly, number 41, which was the BMW we were watching, is still in the pits after 4.5 minutes.
It's not, though. I'm confused by it, because I've been looking at the screen now, unless I just happened to turn away at the wrong time and it turned right at the end. But it was in, they were doing a pit stop, nothing seemed to be an issue, and then it was released. So I'm hoping that there's just a transponder issue. In fact, yes, because it's showing that it has come across the line.
Excellent. That's good news.
I was looking at exactly the same thing, Alistair, thinking, I'm down here, it's gone.
Well, I've got the leaders coming down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner, and they are absolutely together. 1 BMW length, 1.5 Mini lengths between them, and they turn through, but it's still the BMW ahead, so 34 continues to lead from 141, and we're hoping that Chris is right about the number 41 BMW. I haven't seen it yet, but it's not challenging. Oh, there it is. It's going through. You're absolutely spot on, Chris. It is out on track, but it is a fair way behind the two leaders.
He's lost almost 10 seconds somewhere. So whether it was a slightly longer stop or something, I don't know. But he has actually fallen back. So even on the pace he was showing earlier on, I think he's going to struggle to get up there. But at the moment, yeah, we have a battle going on for the lead. Two very, very different cars. Front-wheel drive Mini, rear-wheel drive BMW, but very, very closely matched, putting in very, very similar lap times, and just less than a second apart across the line last time round. And we're heading down just 11 minutes of this 45-minute race left. It's a 45-minute race that has absolutely flown by.
There's no doubt that the Mini is quicker in certain places around the track than the BMW. He's certainly through the corners and the tight corners like Club Corner and probably the Loop and Aintree, and then down in Luffield, but unfortunately the BMW's got more grunt on the straight, and there are plenty of those at Silverstone.
That's right, this is going to let the BMW play to its strengths, isn't it?
Very much so.
In fact, crossing the line now, the BMW in the midst of a pair of back markers, forced to go wide round them, and I think that gap has extended, and in fact he's put the two back markers between himself and the chasing Chris Reed as they go through Copse. That was a very, very canny move. 1.5 seconds the gap across the line, but I think the pursuing 141 Mini would have lost a lot more time through the first corner.
See if we can pick them up at Beckett's as they come through there. Yes, there's the BMW, and it's passing another slower car through Beckett's. The Mini still has one of those slower cars to pass, so you're right, it's really, the cards have fallen the way of the BMW through that particular section of the track. BMW now is past all the slower cars. The Mini still has just got past the second one, it's got one more to go, but the gap between them has gone from, what did I say, 1 BMW length to about 10 BMW lengths as they go through Stowe Corner. Mini has made its way past the little Peugeot and also the Mazda MX-5 that's now driven by Jack Seal. Sorry, James Seal, my apologies, James Seal at the wheel. And they're onto the Hamilton Straight once again. The third place BMW is just turning into Club Corner, and looking at the timing screen, 2:29, so he's quicker, is Zakrewski, than the other two by nearly 2 seconds quicker than the Mini, but the gap is 15 seconds.
It wasn't, he was nudging that down to I think less than 10 before the pit stop window, so if you still got your screen up, did he have a long stop? I don't remember you saying him having a long stop.
No, it didn't show because, as Chris said, it didn't. The time didn't stop running.
No, it didn't pick him up exiting the pit lane, did it? That makes sense. So yeah, across the line again on this part of the circuit, and as I say, we really are seeing these cars pushing very, very hard. Still that gap of 1.5 seconds at the front. Michael Rawlings, who has effectively led all the way from pole position, got a very, very strong start, has kept himself clear. It's been that very quick little Mini that stormed through from our third on the grid, and he's kept him honest, but he hasn't really put him under pressure. pressure, and that's that 141 that now has Chris Reed on board the 2002 Mini Cooper. Again, just crossing the line there. Rawlings has not come through. I've had the Mini come through, but not the leader at the start finish. There's Sikruski coming through. We may have lost our leader. Just again, looking on screen, see if I can see a stranded car or a slow moving car anywhere. But he has stopped. Yes, he has stopped. Driver is out the car, climbing over the barriers. Not quite sure where that is on the circuit, but we've got a very angled shot through some fencing. But yeah, our leader has stopped. So that's a heartbreak, because that race was there to be won. 13 laps complete. On his 14th lap, Michael Rawlings has ground to a halt in the BMW.
I guess that's the top of the Wellington Straight.
It must be, to be quite honest. The camera that's picked it up is at a very odd angle, and I can't catch it on any of the others. Yeah, it is right at the top, looking back from Abbey. Zooming, if you zoom right in, we can just about pick it up. Looking back from Brooklands. But yeah, we can just about pick it up. That's turned the race on its head, because now we have, with a 12.7 second advantage at the front, it is actually Chris Reed in that Wolf Motorsport Mini with its black and white livery on it. And that's a shame. Michael Rawlings, he must be, well, I'm going to say, let's put it politely, disappointed.
The BMW last time around was 3 seconds quicker on the lap than Chris Reed. And the gap is now down to 12.7. We've got 6 minutes left. It's not beyond possibility that the BMW number 41, David Sikruski, could win.
He's going to be in with a shout, isn't he? It's going to be interesting to see what the communication is going on to the Mini, because if the Mini went past Rawlings and saw that car stationary, he may just think he's got this in the bag. How aware is he going to be that there is a BMW coming at him very, very quickly from behind? In fact, you're right, last time round the lead car was in the 232s, and in fact the cars in second and third were both in the 229s, because we now have the 44 car that's actually come up, which is now got Jordan Honeybone on board, and we know Jordan is very, very quick in that Renault Clio in 44.
And Jack Wright's quicker than anybody, isn't he, in the Porsche? Finally got that wound up, number 64. We think that there may be a penalty coming their way, but nevertheless they're in 4th place, but quicker than anybody on the circuit.
And I glanced across to my left, and I think it's the Porsche I have just gone through Brooklands, with the tail wanting so much to hang out. You could see the back of that car absolutely on the limit of adhesion. So that, yeah, you're quite right, that Porsche is being pushed absolutely so hard by Jack Wright. He's screaming down the pit straight, dives inside a back marker as he gets down to Copse, but he is not far behind, is he? 2.1 seconds behind the Honeybone Renault.
I've had a Renault Clio spin twice on consecutive laps. That's not good, and he's now planted the blooming thing in the gravel, so we're going to have a safety car, I suspect, because he's on the exit of Stowe. Marshals, great, absolutely great, the Marshals, aren't they? They're straight out there with the race going on, double yellow flags of course. This is Stowe exit number 25, we won't spare him his blushes. Stuart Smith and Jordan Malarkey, I'm not sure who's in the car, but he spun last time, stayed on the tarmac. This time he's in the gravel, and that's not going anywhere, it's buried.
So it's properly sat down in the gravel.
It's moving a little bit. Some more Marshals running across. If you've ever tried to run on loose gravel, you'll know how hard it is, and these Marshals have just run out there. Yep, 3 of them have got it going. Well done.
That's fantastic work. They're not small gravel beds either, are they?
No.
There's a lot of gravel to run across and get the car going through. So fortunately we've got a drive through for number 38 speeding in the pit lane. So that is our 5th place Andy Bull in that Lotus Elise that's been in the thick of the action down the top 10. So we are seeing a penalty there. That is still the only penalty that's coming up on the race control screen. So unless we're going to see a few after race penalties, but there is a flag prepared down on the start and finish, but I can't quite make out what flag it is or for who from here. That might be, that's probably actually just warning the 38 of his drive-through, isn't it? I'd guess. So where are we now? Just looking to see that gap. So it was 12.1 seconds across the line last time between first and second. Here comes the leader, our 141 Mini, and his last lap was a 2:32. Again, that car's done a 2:29 at its best. So we're just having car 36. It could be 36 or 86. Can't quite make out the number from there. I think it's 36. I think it is that.
They've gone checkered flag.
Oh, we have gone checkered flag, haven't
Presumably
we?
from what Alistair was explaining, they're not going to get that recovered under safety. So.
No, they did. They got it pushed out. Yeah.
Well.
So I have no idea why the checkered flag's gone out early.
Okay, but we have gone out with a couple of minutes early, aren't we? We are we running late? No, we're not. We started about on time after lunch, didn't we? So obviously that doesn't get done lightly, so there is a sound reason. I'm just wondering if there is not. I did see I think the Jonathan Peerless car pulled off, but he looked to be tucked it behind a barrier quite nicely.
Well, it was rather weird. He slowed with a mechanical problem, turned right at Stowe Corner onto the apron and behind the barriers, but the three cars that followed him came to a virtual stop in the middle of the track. And I thought, oh, okay, there must be a red flag or something, but no. And then they all just got going again, and then Chris said, "The checkered flag's out." But they wouldn't have known that, so I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
But again, we are dealing with drivers right at the start of their careers, shall we say? So we have had the checkered flag come out. It is the race finished a couple of minutes early for this 45-minute race, but we still managed a good race distance. Let's just go down through the top 10. So our winners were number 141 Chris Reed and Luke Reed in their Wolf Motorsport Mini Cooper. In second place, in a fine drive considering he had a grid penalty, so had to fight his way through, is the Dubshak Motorsport David Sakruski BMW E36. In third place, it is the Renault Clio of Jordan and Ray Honeybone. And in fourth place, the number 64 Porsche 944 S2 Team Air Supply of Jack Wright and Matthew Allett. In fifth, we have Andy Bull in his Lotus Lease, although I'm not sure he took his drive-through penalty because I don't think he had the chance to, so there might be a penalty there. Sixth place, number 27 Semprini Racing Jeremy Evans in a Honda Civic Type R. Eighth place is number 71, the GS Racing Gareth Socket Renault Clio. Ninth place, number 39, which is Paul McHugh in the Team Arabia Renault Clio. And in 10th place, it was 166, the FinSport Richard Clark, Chris Mayhew, another Renault Clio. So great little battle, still 11 seconds that at the front. I think it might have been a tall order for Sakruski to actually put rolling back, but Chris, I don't know where you are in the pit lane, but we've already got the leader coming to a stop in the pit lane under race control. So he's rattled around quite quickly, having taken that flag. But a fantastic performance, just no other car yet in sight, so he did have that 10-second advantage plus. So the car's absolutely cruising in, but great race, and as I say, a whole variety of cars out there, whole variety of classes. Just see if I can pick out. So obviously our race winner was the Class B winner. First Class C car home was the 126 CM Racing Cameron McLean Renault Clio. The Class G car home was the 166, was the race winner, their 10th overall, Richard Clark, Chris Mayhew's Renault Clio. And just going down the order, trying to pick out any other class winners. Class D first car home was in 16th overall, and that was Ethan Lundy in the Hills Motorsport Mazda MX-5. And I think that is all the class winners covered. But a great mix of cars. We're going to see a number of them again, because a lot of the drivers are doing not only this Trackday Trophy but the Trackday Championship, which is actually for points with the championship at the end of the season later on in the afternoon. In fact, they have a two race turnaround before they will come out again. But cars streaming in from an thoroughly entertaining Trackday Trophy race to open our afternoon. And we're now going to go back from the 45-minute races into some 20-minute races, and it's going to be next up the Miata Trophies, the United Formula Fords. But firstly, we are going to have the podiums for the Trackday Trophy, and just looking at the three cars, the clock down there, I was trying to work out if we just get the overalls or if we get the classes as well, but not sure.
It's going to be three podiums.
It is going to be the classes.
It is. We'll do DCB 3, 2, 1 for all of them. I did that without doing the hand signal, you know.
I'm disappointed.
Just lucky I got my hands full. I'd mess
Do
it
you
up
win a
anyway.
dusty bin?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're all showing our age here, gentlemen.
Yes, I think so. So we just need to hang fire for the, especially the Class D cars, which is going to be our first podium, and they're going to be the last cars in, because I saw that certainly the second and third two just swapped places right at the end as well, because it looked like Dad and Lad, Martin and Rob, or Rob's the dad, Martin's the son, that they were going to finish second place in Class D, but it ended up third place for them.
Just picked by Colin Wells right at the end, you're right, yes.
So they're going to just change it round a little bit. Fingers crossed we've got the people that are necessary downstairs to help round them up. I always call it herding the cats.
That's right, especially when it's two drivers, isn't it? Because they want to have a quick, yay, congratulations, and you're up there with your microphone poised.
Like a coiled python. We've some of them are coming up, but of course I need to hang fire because that's the drivers towards or for the third podium that are here. Here we go. We've now got the Class D cars coming in. Although I'm hoping we haven't lost number 8, because I thought that car crossed before them. I got a feeling that we've lost our Class D Victor that has possibly carried on.
He would have taken the checker flag quite early, wouldn't he?
He was, wasn't he? And I've got a feeling that we've missed that one.
Not seeing anyone running frantically back up the pit lane, and that's a long run from Parc Fermé to where you are, opposite ends of the quite extensive Silverstone pit lane. So Chris is up on the podium, hoping that he's not going to get stood up by his Class D winner, but it is a possibility. But it was always fantastic to actually just to hear from the drivers, actually have a word with them, get their views on what's going on. There are a few people already up there in race suits, so we are starting to get people where we want them. But it is a long lap round here, and it does take a little bit of time sometimes to get all the cars in. So we are going to continue racing. That was just our first race of the afternoon. We're going to go now into a 20-minute Miata Trophy race, which is going to be followed by second race of the day. We've got to that stage already, and it will be the second United Formula Ford race. The race before lunch, opening race of the day, was an absolute cracker for the Formula Fords, and I see absolutely no reason to think that we won't be getting exactly the same again. It was absolutely superb. Do not miss that. Straight after the Formula Ford's second race of the day, again for the Cliocup GB runners. Both of those are going to be 20-minute races. And then we go into, almost for some cars, it's going to be the second stage of the Trackday racing. It's going to be the MSVT Trackday Championship, which is going to be another 45 minutes pit stop race. And then we're going to round out the day with a 20-minute race for the Miata Trophy. So we will be hopefully going racing again fairly quickly, but we do really want to hear from these drivers. Chris?
Yeah, we're going to do it the opposite way because we've lost the number 8 car, the Class D winner of Ethan Lundy. He's gone AWOL, so we're going to switch it around. We're going to start with Class B. So in reverse order for Class B, in third place, number 44, Jordan and Ray Honeybone. Come on round. Hello, Ray. Yeah, I know, you always do, mate. What have we got? There you go, Class B at that one there. Well done. Up you go. Sorry, mate, I got hands full. Wait till you're called. In second in Class B, number 41, David Sakruski. Now you can come out. You are. Let me just make sure it's the right one. Yep, Class B. But the winners of Class B, the 141 Mini, Chris and Luke Reed. Come on round, chaps. Up you jump. There you go, just that one. We'll just pause, smile for the cameras. All together on the top. It's that snuggly time of year again. Well done, gents. Okay. Very quickly, though, I will grab a quick word with the winners. Reeds, come here. Which one of you started? Which one of you started? You started. I mean, it was two of you about to become three.
Yeah, it was really good fun. It was tricky. I got a really good start, and I just didn't want to go into the back of the BM, so I kind of sat pretty for a few laps, but then could just reel him in. Then he pulled a gap, so I was just pushing every single lap, to be honest. But it was really great, and then really grateful for Chris to finish the job.
It was, and I mean, it was conscious that there was something closing, but there was one disappearing as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously lucky, well, not lucky, but obviously the BM in front had obviously an issue, so I'm not sure where they ended up, but they pulled off to the side, and we were luckily just on them the whole time, so just took advantage of that. So, and then it was quite clean sailing to the end, so it was good.
Not a bad way to finish the day.
Not too bad.
Well done, boys. Brilliant job. So there we go. That is our Class B winners, Chris and Luke Reed. Right, we move on to Class C now. In third place in Class C, number 39, Paul McHugh. This is where you find out they're not even listening to me. They're probably talking. It's Paul McHugh. There we go. He heard me this time. Up on the third step, Paul. Let me make sure it's the right one. There you go. In second place in Class C, it is 71, Gareth Sockett. None of them are listening to me. This is crazy. As I said, in second place is Gareth Sockett. It's a podium, guys. Come on. I'll stay this side. But the victor, take the top one, the front one. The winner in Class C is 126, Cameron McLean. Up to the top. I'm going to have to walk in the way because I'm now making sure. It's the one that says Class C. They've put the wrong one out, haven't they? Let's sort it out in a minute. Just hold that and just celebrate. I was given the wrong ones. Pose for the camera. Big smile. Yeah, the issue we just suddenly had there is the Trackday Championship trophies. They're out rather than Trackday trophies. How many of the... Right, congratulations, guys. Right, yes, I will... if you put them there... We need to just quickly find out what's going on with Class D, because we might have to change this one up.
Chris over there working very, very hard on the podium. Just seen, actually, though, Michael Rawlings, our long-time leader, race in that Trackday trophy car, the car coming back on the flatbed, which didn't look any damage at all, so it does suggest pure mechanical, very, very bad luck for our long-term leader. But we should be seeing the cars very, very quickly for our next race for the Miata Trophy. And we're just going to hang on a second. I know the cars are rolling. Then we'll dive in and do the grid for those cars, but a very, very healthy grid. And lots of cars out there actually setting times. So we'll come back to them. There's a whole host of cars who have actually been sent to the back of the grid. So I'm not quite sure what they actually did there in qualifying. It was actually, Alistair, it was the Miatas who had the incident on the first outlap, wasn't it?
The two that are at the back, Kamal Kalsi didn't slow for the yellow flag sufficiently when that car was parked on the outside.
And the 188 missed the end of the session, putting it politely.
Yeah, the 188 got a bit of a dressing down for not stopping when the red flag came out. And to be fair to Oscar Ayton, he held his hands up and said he got confused as to which pit lane he was supposed to go into when the red flag came out, because there are, of course, 2 pit lanes here at Silverstone.
And if it's his first visit here, and right, we do have the Mazdas out, so I'm going to start doing the grid. Chris, jump back in when you need to. But it's a big old grid.
We won't be, so you're fine, carry on.
Okie dokie, fantastic. Well, not fantastic, because we didn't get to talk to Class D guys, but anyway, it is on pole position. It is number 8, Eden Hills, and alongside will be 888 Colin Bysell. Row 2 is 63 Oliver Allwood and 12 Declan Lee. Row 3 we've got 24 James Cossins and 93 Jack Brewer. Row 4 is 7 Alex Miller and number 1 John Langridge. Row 5 is 82 Michael Nibbs and 10 Tyler McAlpin. Row 6 is 25 Will Powell and number 12, Rowan Lundy. Row 7, we got number 2, John Robinson, and 76, Neil Bullen. Row 8 is 444, Jay Coombs, and 46, David Robinson. Row 9 is 28, Jack Hodges, and 13, James Ball. Row 10 is number 9, Amy Watts, and 55, Simon Fleet. Row 11 is 67, David Abbott, and 77, David Newick. Row 12 is 22, Jasmine Sherrington, and 99, Louisa Getley. Row 13 is 72, Ian Abel, and 66, Jack Hargreaves. Row 14 is 97, Anna Getley, and 21, Charlie Todd. Row 15 on his own is car 26, Drew Fletcher. Row 17 on his own is 84, Benjamin Taylor. And then row 19 is 64, Kamal Kazi, and 188, Oscar Eaton. So these cars are coming out. This will be a 20-minute race. We are going to see these cars again for the final race of the day, where it's the same grid times, but we have the top 10 in the opposite order. So which means our poleman Aidan Hills, who won the 2 races so far this season, both those races were at Snetterton in the middle of March, and he will be starting from 10th on the grid. So that's going to be very entertaining as he gets to steam through the order and gain as many places as he can in the 20 minutes. But it's a fair old grid of Miatas. These are actually the 3rd and 4th generation MX-5s, but I think we decided that, didn't we, Alistair, these are all actually 3rd generation cars that we're seeing out there, the NC category cars.
Yeah, there's just the one ND category, which is the Series 4, and that's the Paul Sheard entry, number 84, and that's actually not just an ND, it's an ND Maxi, which means it doesn't have the regulation suspension on it. It's got different suspension and brakes.
Okay, we've also got both of the former champions of the series, Declan Lee and John Langridge, out there, and this is the first time this series has actually raced on the full Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone, so a bit of a learning curve going on for everybody out there. It's I think they are pretty high standard of driving, so I'm not expecting anything untoward happening. And again, everyone's in the same car, no one's got a big advantage, and hoping for a nice tight race with a very, very compact field over these 20 minutes. So the cars will be coming around and going straight on to the grid to take the race start. And they're already back round now for the final part of their parade lap field going through Luffield. First cars now coming on to the back of the grid. They're going to be greeted by the marshals who are going to show them where to slot in. Hopefully everyone has remembered their grid. It's a little tricky actually when they go straight onto the green flag lap, because normally you get to stop on the grid, then you do your green flag lap, and it gives you a point of reference as to where to stop next time round. But these guys have actually just gone straight out, so fingers crossed. And as I always keep saying today, Alistair, there are some lovely liveries again on these cars. They look absolutely superb in the sun. Very, very nicely turned out cars in this championship.
Yes, they are, and they're good-looking cars as well, aren't they? I was reading an article last week saying, is there a place for, apart from the Mazda MX-5, which is the only one, is there a place for other manufacturers to make a small, maybe 2-litre front-engine, rear-wheel drive, 2-seater sporty car? Because there were loads of them years ago, of course, midgets and MGBs. And
well, 500,000 MGBs were manufactured, the MGB Roadster.
Yet, apart from the Mazda, there isn't. I suppose there's the Toyota, the little Toyota, but not really the same. That's a mid-engined, isn't it? So it's not quite the same as having the more traditional layout of the Mazda.
Well, yeah, and you had the Honda, wasn't it, the S2000, but you don't see many of those anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, Mazdas are everywhere, basically.
Yes, and very popular. There's one or two in the area where I live, and some of them are the latest version, but many of them are the earlier Series 4s and 5s. Very affordable car.
Well, there's a lowered and a few tweaks on it Mark 1 Mazda, who's one road away from me, and I kept seeing it parked up, and I thought Boyd Racer, and was rather reassured to find it was a gentleman older than myself roaring round in it. So thoroughly enjoying his second childhood. But yeah, what a great little car. Right, we've had a little bit of shuffling on the grid because we've had a few people who slotted up on the wrong side, slightly confused towards the back where we do have these sort of rows with only one car on. So it's going to be interesting from that perspective. But Yeah, we now have the green flag from the back of the grid, and it is going to be the zebra striped car that is on second on the grid, which is the car of Colin Bysouth, and the blue car, number 8 of Aidan Hills. And it's hard for me to see down there, but I think it is the Aidan Hills car who has got away. So we're going to see if it is going to be our lead, our championship leader. In fact, they are side by side with Colin Bysouth as the inside line through Cops. A whole stream cars still blasting through that corner. It's Mazda's left, right and centre as they head up towards the Beckett complex. Front two are still side by side, sitting it out. And it is Aidan Hills who has nosed back ahead. Blue car ahead, Alistair.
Yes, as they come through, a stream of Mazdas coming through the Beckett's sweeps and then out onto...
I have to say, several of them ignoring the Beckett sweeps.
Yes,
having gone off in various directions.
They're sweeping off into another county. But the leader's coming down the hanger straight for the first time into Stowe Corner, and there's 5 of them in the lead group, but it is the pole position of Aidan Hills, the car that leads from second place Colin Bysouth in the 888 car. Then it's number 12 Declan Lee, and next up is Oliver Allwood, number 63. They're all names that are synonymous with front running in Mazda MX-5 racing, so all there at the front as we'd expect. And through Club Corner they go for the first time, and Aidan Hills is starting to open up a little bit of a gap over Colin Bysouth already as they go on the Hamilton Straight.
He was under a lot of pressure early in the lap, was our pole sitter Aidan Hills, already winner of 2 races so far this season, but seems to have got his if they start squabbling behind, that is going to be exactly what he wants, isn't it? And further down the order, we're 2 and 3 abreast, still over halfway through the 3.66 mile Silverstone Grand Prix circuit lap. So fantastic performance then, but Aidan Hills, yeah, he sat it out. He basically stayed so confident through Beckett, and it seems to have paid off as he leads the field. They're going to be onto that long Wellington straight now, just waiting to see for the cars to come back into view. There are real battles going on all the way down the order, closely matched cars, and a lot of drivers, some with a lot of experience in his car, some with lesser so, but it does mean that everybody is going to have someone to race, and it is Aidan Hills who is leading as they come round to finish their opening lap. He's got a maybe 2 or 3 lengths advantage over a pack of 4 cars. I think the order may have shuffled in that pack. I'm not quite sure if that is Colin Bysouth in. It is actually, sorry, Colin Bysouth in the 888 car, who still is in second place. Gap to the leader is half a second, and then it is 0.2, 0.6, 0.08 as we got the number 888 of Colin Bysouth in second place. In third place we've got Declan Lee in number 12. Fourth place 24, right up there as well as Paul Cossins. So great battle going on, and a lot of the names that you actually said. In fact, I've just been handed an amended grid for the race that we've just done. Yeah, the first grid didn't say the 10-second delay at the back. That now makes sense, so thanks, Chris.
Leaders up at just coming out of Chapel now onto the Hanger Straight, and a good battle it is. See whether Aidan Hills is able to break away. I think he is, actually. I think Aidan Hills has probably got enough of a gap now to be able to really concentrate on his lines and keeping his car in the right position on the track without having to really defend. But it's 3 abreast into Stowe, almost 4 abreast for the 4 cars behind, and up into second place goes Declan Lee, and then also in there, trying to go up the inside of Declan Lee, is Oliver Allwood. And does he get through? He does, and then he loses it again on the second part of the Club Corner, the right-handed element. So those 4 having a cracking battle. Former champion Declan Lee has now established himself in second place and just eased away a little bit from Oliver Allwood, but Colin Bysouth was the big loser there through Stowe. I think he's dropped down to about third.
From second on the grid and sitting out side by side with the race leader in the first half of the lap up through Beckett. So okay, and all of this is just letting Aidan Hills extend his lead. His advantage was half a second across the line at the end of the first lap, and the fantastic battles again going on behind. Those are the guys having fun, but it's not actually doing a lot for their lap times, because I think we've now seen the second place car starting to pull away as the 3 behind are battling between themselves. So I'm just trying to work out who is that second place car, and I think it is, isn't it? It's the number 12, I think, of Declan Lee, who has got himself into second, former champion 2 previous years of the Miata Trophy. Declan Lee, a former champion, but Aidan Hill's now going through Brooklands, clipping the apex very, very nicely. He's got a handy lead, and it is a gap to the car in second, and then 3 cars squabbling over third place. Just waiting for them to come, and behind that there are just Mazdas everywhere. Someone very, very wide of Brooklands, but does rejoin. But it is number 8, Aidan Hills, our leader, crossing the line to complete 2 laps, and he's extended his gap to 2 seconds. In second place it is, as we thought, the number 12 of Declan Lee, who's got a 0.8, almost a second advantage over the fantastic battle that's going on with Colin Bysouth. And then it's going to be number 24, James Cousins, and Ollie Allwood in 63. The top 5, certainly the positions 3rd, 4th and 5th, a fantastic battle, as we are seeing all the way down the order currently. 6th place cars have fallen away quite substantially, but they are having their own battle, as the number 7 of Alex Miller leads a host of cars in the lower half of that top 10.
The leader's coming down the hanger straight, and well, the leader singular, I think, really now. Declan Lee, I thought, was breaking away, but I think he might be being caught now, and it's Colin Bysouth who's taking on the charge, and then a great battle behind with James Cossins losing a place to Oliver Allwood. So Allwood now up to 4th and Cossins down to 5th, but Declan Lee not really made a great break yet from Colin Bysouth, who can probably catch him if he's not too busy looking in his mirrors. Then we've got this huge clump of cars that go through towards Club Corner, and it's number 7, Alex Miller, who leads that group, and there must be 7 or 8 cars in that one, and then another clump behind that. So really, really close racing right down through the field, but the one driver who really seems to have this sorted is Aidan Hills.
It is. I thought Declan Lee was going to pull away, but you're quite right. He's actually been reeled slightly back in again, isn't he, by Colin Bysouth, who was on the front row of the grid early at the start of the race, so we know he's got the pace. And yeah, that battle from 6th downwards is another superb car. I have to say, this just looks such good fun to do. Everyone, well, other than our leader, who's having a boring race, has got someone to battle with. Waiting to see where the car lead group are on the circuit, heading back towards this part of the circuit about now, and it is fantastic from Aidan Hills, just sliding the car almost through Brooklands. The 4 cars now behind him actually look equally spread. Declan Lee with nothing like the advantage he had last time the cars were going through Luffield. Leader going to accelerate very, very cleanly out, very, very tidy through Woodcote, completing his 3rd lap. He set a fastest race lap last time around, not quite as quick by about 0.4 of a second this time round, but with an extended advantage of almost 3 seconds over the cars behind. Colin Bysouth now up to 3rd, and in fact, of those cars coming through, it was Declan Lee had slipped to 5th, so obviously a moment for Declan Lee, I think, in the middle of Luffield. I didn't quite see where he lost that ground, and behind him, you said you had 4 cars abreast. I can only manage 3, but it's in 3 different places down the pit straight.
Oh, great racing from the Mazdas. The leader comes through Beckett's untroubled and extending his lead, but the battle behind now led, as you say, by Oliver Allwood. By Colin Bysouth, followed by Oliver Allwood. Then James Cossins coming under pressure. He's gone wide actually at the exit of Beckett's onto Chapel, but he doesn't lose a place to Declan Lee. I wonder whether Declan Lee has a small problem with that car, because he doesn't seem to be challenging that much. But leader comes through Stowe Corner.
I think you're right. That was the car with the pace only a lap or so ago, wasn't it?
Yes, and he's at the back of that group now. But the battle for second between Colin Bysouth and Oliver Allwood turns into the left-hander at Club, then round long right, but no change there. Then we've got a swarm of Nats passing us, Mazdas going through. In fact, the 2 groups of cars, each of them with 7 or so cars in, are closing up together, so we might have 14 in this mid-race battle.
That's going to be an epic. As I say, I looked to my right earlier on, and I had 3 different clusters of cars, 3 abreast down the pit straight, and motor racing doesn't get better, really, does it? This is what you want, cars that can run closely together consistently and absolutely provide superb entertainment. Quite a battle going on there now. It really does look like Ollie Allwood in that 63 car is very, very keen, and he's a side-by-side side by side with Colin Bysouth, and he's got through. Going through that section of the circuit as they're going through the loop and up to Village and then on to the Wellington Straight. Colin Bysouth is going to fight back, but they're looking very, very quick, those two. In fact, I think Colin Bysouth is alongside, and he has the inside line into Brooklands, and he has got that place back, but that battle for second, the other two have just temporarily fallen away, so it is the battle for second that we can really focus on. Colin Bysouth and Oliver Allwood, but all of this again is just letting Aidan Hills extend his gap, pull away at the front, and this time round it has gone out to, as they cross the line, it is now 3.9 seconds. So again, he's the quickest car out there. He's just a second quicker that time around. He's not fighting for position. He can put the car exactly where he wants, follow the line. But it is that battle for second place. And it's a 888 car of Colin Bysouth with Ollie Allwood right behind it. And I'm not sure. I thought I saw a puff of smoke from Ollie Allwood's car.
Yes.
I might be wrong, but I thought I saw off the rear somewhere.
Yes, definitely there was a bit of smoke. I don't think it's tyre smoke because it seems to happen all the way around, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'll check. We've got a yellow flag down here. Why is that? Car in the gravel at Club, straight on at Club. Yellows at the bottom of the Hanger Straight, so no overtaking between the bottom of the Hanger Straight and Club exit onto the Hamilton Straight. So it's Colin Bysouth, Oliver Allwood, James Cossins and the Declan Lee car. No change in the order there, and they can't overtake as they go down into Club. And then the next group coming through, the first of them is the 93 car of Jack Brewer, and he's broken away from this first group, which is now down to 6 cars. Then the second group comes through, 2, 4, 6, 7 cars in that one.
I caught a flash of a green car in the gravel, so yes. I see what you mean there, to be honest. I think it's number 72. I might be wrong on that, but I think it's car 72 Ian Abel, our extra late entry.
Yes, I can't actually see the number.
I'm not sure that is 72.
Can't see the number on the camera or through my
84 Taylor.
Okay, thank you. So 84 Benjamin Taylor. Okay, that car is absolutely thoroughly beached, and we see the 97 rejoining after a spin, which is Anna Getley. So eventful day for the Getleys so far, but interesting that we're suddenly getting a lot of cars sailing off. I'm hoping that doesn't mean we've got something making the track just a little bit slippery.
The recovery vehicle's out to collect the car that's in the gravel at Club Corner. That won't take too long to sort out, but it will for the time being be waved yellow flags down there.
That's right, and again we're down to just on 7 minutes of this 20-minute race left. It's absolutely flown by so far, and again just watching the battles going down thing. And this time, interestingly, Ollie Allwood has fallen back, and he's now dropped back to 4th, and it's actually the James Cousins who's actually come up to 3rd and is now chasing Colin Bysouth. So we thought we saw a little bit of smoke from Ollie Allwood in the 63 car, but he's now dropped to 4th, so let's hope that isn't a sign of anything untoward on his car. Still our leader out there, 4.2 seconds clear, is the number 8 car of Aidan Hills. Colin Bysouth in 888 in 2nd place. James Cousins has now moved himself up to 3rd, currently a 1.5 seconds away from that 2nd place, but we've seen these gaps fluctuate quite quickly, so if he can close down we could have a little bit of a battle going on for 2nd place in the remaining 6 minutes. One car a long way off. That looks like Ollie Allwood to me. He's on the grass. I'm not quite sure where that is, but I think he's just putting it off and putting the car up to the barrier. So yeah, I think that's a problem for our car that was running 4th.
That's at the bottom of the Hanger Straight on the inside. He's parked the car against the barriers and hopped out and over the barriers very smartly. That sadly will probably give us a yellow flag on the Hanger Straight. There's already one at the bottom of the Hanger Straight for the recovery of the car at Club, although that's nearly completed now, so we should be green again on this section of the circuit.
That's interesting. He's done everything he can to get that car to a place of safety, isn't he? So hats off to him for that one.
Yes, but I don't know whether there's anywhere that car can be pushed behind the barriers. I think they'll have to bring it down.
There is a
to
gap
Stowe.
just behind him.
I don't think it's big enough to get the car through. I think it's just an overlap in the barriers. Normally they have to bring it down to Stowe and back up the other side of the barriers where the Civic parked in the last race, if you remember.
Ah, right, okay. So yeah, it's been a bit of a shuffling around in this the top group. We've had some fantastic battles going on, and the man who's had the quietest race so far has been our race leader, who's Aidan Hills, who was challenged in the first half of the first lap by Colin Bysouth, but since then he's actually pretty much had the track to himself out front, and he's seen off any challenge by going quicker and quicker. Fastest race lap currently to his name with a 2:34.1. He was a 2:35.5 last time round, crossing the line now to complete 6 laps, 4.5 minutes of the 20-minute race left. And now we have James Cousins starting to close in. That gap was a second and a half. It's now 0.49. Colin Bysouth is in second place, but coming right back at him is car number 24, James Cousins, in the Hills Motorsport Mazda. So this could be a little bit of a battle. I don't want to talk it up because every time I've talked up a battle, something has happened to the car involved. But I think you are going to see a battle heading your way, Alistair, for second place.
Yes, they're just coming through Beckett's now. The leader should be onto the hanger straight. The yellow flag zone beyond Stowe is now clear because the car has been recovered at Club, so they can overtake after Stowe, but the run down into Stowe is covered by yellows with that Oliver Allwood parked up. But here comes the leader, Aidan Hills, into Stowe. Then this great battle for second place, and it's almost like he's found another gear, isn't it? James Cossins is right up, very sideways as well, but right up behind Colin Bysouth for second place, and then still going well, Declan Lee, but not showing the ultimate pace that he did towards the beginning of this race. But he's in fourth place.
I suspect Declan Lee is starting to come back at them, to be quite honest. I think that's partly possibly because we've got the Triple Eight of Colin Bysouth and the James Cousins car battling. But yeah, this could become a 3-car battle yet, to be quite honest. I think Declan Lee, having said that, I think he's dropped back a bit through the Vale section actually. But you can just see that James Cousins is looking for a way past Colin Bysouth, just peeping out. He's tucked right up behind the fellow Mazda racer, but looks one side and looks the other. He is very, very keen to take that second place, and it's going to be interesting to see how he can defend, particularly down the long straight. He is going to get a toe off the Bysouth car, the beautiful silver and black livery with the pink wheels. It really works. Bysouth actually gets a little bit of a better exit there, as they're now going to swing around through Aintree and onto the long Wellington straight, and it's actually Bysouth that's pulled back out again. So fortune's changing as in different parts of the lap here. Bysouth comes down, turns quite easily into Brooklands, doesn't even have to defend, can take the ideal line with the very late apex. So he's not under pressure, he's eased away again. Aidan Hill is our car out front. He comes through, crosses the line with 1:56 left on the clock, so he will be going on to his last lap. He has a advantage at the front of 2.7 seconds, and again through Luffield, James Cousins manages to close right up, only 0.3 of a second. So suddenly we're back to a battle for second place. Going into Luffield, it's 3 or 4 lengths, but that time just seemed to absolutely disappear mid-corner, and it's a very, very intense James Cousins closing in, looking one side of Colin Bysouth, thinks about getting alongside through Beckett's. That's going to be very, very brave, but it's both cars sliding. They are on the limits as they come towards you, Alistair.
Yes, really taking quite a chunk of curb, both of them, weren't they? So they'll make their way out onto the hanger straight, then it'll be a straight drag down to Stowe Corner, but the leader's already halfway down. Here comes the second place battle, and Colin Bysouth has got a couple of 3 car lengths. He brakes a bit later as well, but then James Cossins brakes even later again and closes in as they turn into Stowe Corner, and it's about 2 car lengths as they exit Stowe, downhill into Vale and then onto the brakes. And who has the advantage there? Well, I think actually James Cossins is better on the brakes than Colin Bysouth. He seems to close right in, then through the long right-hander of Club Corner onto the Hamilton straight. The gap opens out again to about 2 car lengths. The Declan Lee car, number 12, is not in a position to challenge, so if he is in a little bit of trouble, it's holding him off, closing in the gap on the two ahead.
I thought he was closing in, but you're right, now he's starting to fall away again, isn't it? And it's you're right, it's James Cousins is better on the brakes, but the traction and out the corners, Colin Bysouth is just doing what he needs to just to keep that advantage. They are going to be greeted by the checkered flag this time round because the clock is clicking down to 0 right now. So we have hit 20 minutes. Now we're fully expecting Aidan Hills to come through and take his third win of the season. Dominant so far, has won every race. It's going to be harder for him to do later in the day because he will be starting from 10th on the grid, having been on pole for the first race, and it is a reverse grid for the top 10. He has got some cars around him, but that is just back markers as our lead car now comes through these final few turns on this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So fantastic drive there, but behind it's the battle for second place that we're really interested in, and it has been Colin Bysouth just defending from James Cousin, and Aidan Hill gets inside a back marker and takes the checkered flag, and it is Colin Bysouth by about 2 lengths from James Cousins. Very, very quick. Declan Lee takes 4th place, having just fallen away. Having said that, it's still only 1.7 seconds. Fantastic finish. Little bit of a gap now because we've had this huge battle going on for the final places, and it's been Jack Brewer who has been coming around in 5th, and Jack Brewer comes around with barely anything between him and Tyler McAlpin in the McAlpin Motorsport Mazda number 10 for 5th and 6th places. 7th place goes to number 17 Will Morris, another Hills Motorsport car, and fantastic, but just tiny gaps down here, back down to 8th place now, where we've actually seen Alex Miller come in. 9th place was number 64, and that's actually quite a drive. Kamal Kowsey from the back of the grid. Fantastic drive from Kamal. He was one of the cars at the back with a 10-second delay, and he's got himself up to 9th. So that's going to be very entertaining. And again, he's going to have it all to do though in the final race of the day. And rounding out the top 10, we have car number 25, which was Will Powell in the Paul Sheard Racing Mazda. So that was an absolute cracker. Who can take on Aidan Hills? Everyone who probably thinks they can is going to start in front of him on the grid on the final race, Alistair. So I think last race of the day is going to be pretty unmissable.
Yeah, it's going to be very close indeed. It'll be hard work for Aidan Hills to make his way through. It won't be a simple matter because even though he had a clear run out front and didn't really have to defend after the first lap or two, he still didn't open out a massive lead, did he? Only 3.6 seconds. So everybody around him will be pretty close to his lap times.
I think so, and I don't think it was a want of trying, was it? It's the cameras have cut to a car stopped near you, which now has the driver laid on the grass and doing that looking underneath thing, trying to figure out what actually happened to his car. So that was wasn't it? It was 63 that was down there, Ollie Allwood, who actually started 3rd on the grid and pulled out of that lead battle. So we will have a couple of cars to recover, won't we, before we can actually go into our next race, which is going to be the United Formula 4s, their second and final race of the day. And as I have said a couple of times, their first race was an absolute cracker. So you will not want to miss this one. A big field of Formula 4s who are absolutely spectacular around this long Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But for the moment, that was the Miata races. So Aidan Hills took the win by 3.6 seconds from Colin Bysouth. In 3rd place, James Cousins. 12th was Declan Lee, almost got up to that battle and fell back. 5th place, number 93, Jack Brewer, who 6th place, Tyler McAlpin, just a 10th of a second behind Jack Brewer. 7th place, number 17, Will Morris. 8th was number 7, Alex Miller. 9 from the back of the grid, fantastic drive, Kamal Kowsey. 10th was 25, Will Powell. And I'll rattle on down. 11th was 88, Rowan Lundy. 12th was number 1, John Langridge. 13th was number 9, Amy Watts. And 14th we had number 2, John Robinson. I'm just trying to work out where Amy started. I think she came up through the grid quite nicely as well. So yeah, she was 19th on the grid, Amy Watts, to get herself to 13th. So great performance there. But always entertaining, the Miatas. As I say, Miata is a name used around the world for the MX-5, particularly in Japan for some reason. There were never MX-5s in Japan. The Mark 1s had Miata written on the back by Mazda, but the cars are now forming up down there, and just as the drivers thought they'd done the hard work, they are now of course going to get interviewed by Chris. So it's going to be entertaining just to see what they say. Possibly the man with the least to say, because he had the most boring race, was our winner, Aidan Hills. But quite often that's the way. When you win, nothing happens. You're not caught up in anything, and you can just drive as hard and as fast as you want. Hugs and handshakes, and yes, I did this and you did that and that was you, and all of those things. So they're all buzzing after what was an entertaining race for a very big grid. And Chris is, I think, just about to try and interrupt their reverie. Yes, go for it, Chris. No, we're going. Sorry, I've just realised what Chris's gesture means. That we have a full podium for the Mazdas, so we will have the top three coming upstairs and going up onto the podium. So it's going to be done formally here. So drivers are putting their crash helmets and everything back into their cars, just keeping an eye on those, and they will have to go up the stairs. So we got the United Formula Fords coming up. Probably a good time to talk, actually, that this race is for the Jim Walsh Trophy. Jim Walsh was a Formula Ford fixture here, and you know, in the 1970s and into the early 80s, there'd be, you know, Silverstone, different Silverstone layout, slipstreaming bunch of Formula Fords would appear over the horizon, basically coming into the last lap, and there was always involved a yellow, white and blue Royale, and you know, sometimes it might be right down in 4th or 5th place, but it's all about slipstreaming and timing. And Jim Walsh and his Crompton Lighting Royale were experts at this, and Jim was the real star of Silverstone, Mr. Silverstone, and he won the circuit-based BRDC series 3 times in 76, 79 and 80, and was a master of positioning himself in the tow. And he may not have always been the fastest driver out there, but he was, as a tactician, unbeatable. And you know, often took the scalp of former Formula 1 aces. And a road surfacer by trade, he actually briefly got into Formula 3, only to be injured sadly while testing a Formula Ford. And a great character. But Chris, you have your drivers, you have your podium.
We do indeed. Right, so we're going to go the top 3 in reverse order, of course, for race 1 of the Miata Trophy here on the Silverstone GP circuit. In 3rd place, car number 24, James Cossins. Well done, James. In 2nd place, the 888, Colin Boysouth. But the victory's gone the way of number 8, Aidan Hills. Up he goes onto the top step. I'm going to dive into as soon as they finish the photos and grab a word with them before they run off. We thought we'd do it this way round, get them up a bit quicker. All up onto the top step. The one he didn't finish on, says Mr. Cossins. He's not happy about that. Right to the front. We got a bossy tog down there now. So let's, as we grab a word, right, don't go anywhere, guys. Aidan, congratulations. I mean, considering how close qualifying was, I mean, I bet you didn't expect that kind of margin.
Nah, not at all. I was expecting, you know, Colin to come with me, but at the end of the first lap, they started scrapping, and as soon as I could break the toe, I knew that, you know, you just got to be consistent the whole time they're battling, and they're not going to be able to catch. So, yeah, I was expecting more of a scrap, but you take those races when they come like that. You know, a massive shout out to Hills Motorsport for such an amazing car. I think we were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a team in that race. So really, really good. And yeah, to have 2 of my good friends on the podium with me is really cool. Yeah.
I mean, on that front that you managed to pull away, we can't underestimate how hard that is in itself. It's very easy to, especially on a long circuit like this, to lose focus for just that second and a mistake happens.
Yeah, I've done a lot of these races now. I've been doing Mazdas for a very long time. So, yeah, mistakes tend to, the more laps you do in a car, the less you have to think about driving the car, and the more you can just concentrate on what you're doing. And yeah, I didn't put a foot wrong, really. I just want to say hello to Drew and Veronica at home. Unfortunately, Drew couldn't make it this weekend, so thinking of you two, and yeah, let's go again in race 2.
Nice job, great victory, well done, mate. In 2nd place, where's Colin gone? Here he is, Colin. Congratulations. It almost looked for me is that You've got the sun in your eyes there, haven't you? Sorry, let me make it so you're a bit better. It almost looked to me that you were looking for anybody to race with, because it was a different driver, but you're always in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? 3? I guess 3. Yeah. It was a fun race. As soon as I made a silly mistake, Aiden just dropped us, and then once that gap was made, I was in full-on defence mode from then on, because the car was very tricky to put power down. It's probably me, really. I was just a bit too excited. It's the first race back for a while, and I was just trying to get on the power too soon, and it was just lighting up the rears, and I was just sideways mostly, which was not the fast way around. So by the end I was in full-on defence mode from James. He was giving me a good go, but luckily managed to just about hold on. But plenty of things to work on when I go back, and we'll see how we do in race 2. And can I quickly just say, it's my 1-year wedding anniversary today, so thank you very much to my wife Amy. She's here somewhere, for letting me come and race. I say let, but she understands. So I thought I'd better get that in there, otherwise
We won't be doing it again. Happy anniversary to you both then, and congratulations. Keep up that entertainment, because it was a wicked race to watch. Well done. And obviously the third place driver, James, from the third row on the grid, but you got in and you really hunted him down.
Yeah, I tried my best. Unfortunately, I messed up quali. My quickest lap time, I had 4 overtakes, so I kind of set the tone, really. Race was really good fun, to be fair. I don't even know what happened. A lot of sliding. Ollie actually, I don't know what broke, but a lot of smoke and oil came out the back. And me and Deck, who was behind me, had a good couple of drifting sessions out there. And I caught Colin right up at the end. I thought I'd give him a go at Maggins and Beckett's, but I thought the best of it. Not quite a Formula 1 car, is it? So, happy with that. First podium in the Miata Trophy. Hopefully I'll do one later on. Forget it's almost dinner time and we'll be out racing. So, it's about right.
Nice one. Great job. Well done. Good third place. There you go. There's the top 3 from the Miata Trophy first race. Back to you, Paul.
Cars already doing out their green flag lap for the second United Formula Ford race of the day, so I'm going to quickly rattle through as much of the grid as I can. Order seems to be the finishing positions from the first race. So on pole position is car 26 Jason Smith, alongside 555 Chris Middlehurst. Row 2 the wee 189 Tom Nippers and 20 Charlie Mann. Row 3, 14 Felix Fisher and 111 Adrian Lasac. Row 4 is going to be Joey Foster and Anthony Amato, 2 and 90. Row 6 is going to be number 1 Morgan Quinn and 55 Spencer Shinner. Row 7 is 35 Rob Hall and 49 Jordan Harrison. Row 8, 43 Maris Schultz and 12 Drew Cameron. Row 9 is 126 Murray Shepherd and 67 Gavin Wills. Row 10, 33 Chris Ward and 5 Adam Fathers. Row 11, 71 Adam Quartermain and 22 Vincent J. Row 12, number 8 Andrew Noble and 69 Sanjeev Talwar. The row 13 is 77 Christopher Sharples and 6 Michael Fitzgerald. Row 14, 7 Matthew Smith and 4 Mark Atkins. Row 15 is 99 Connor Wills and 48 Christopher Stones. Row 16, 83 Matt Payne and number 9 Ben Cochran. And on row 16, the last and final row of the grid, we've got number 11 James Harridge and 19 James Hickman. This was a win for Jason Smith earlier in the day, but we've got some of the drivers who were farther down the order than we thought after qualifying. Have got more of themselves up the sharp end, so do keep an eye out. 7th on the grid, number 2 Joey Foster, and right behind him, who had a problem in qualifying, it's Morgan Quinn, our actually reigning champion in car number 1, 9th on the grid. But that is a car, Alasdair, I think we shall see climbing through the order quite quickly.
Yes, it would be interesting to see whether Joey and Rob Hall in the 2 Furmans have made any tweaks, or whether they're just sort of similar pace to they were in the first race. But Morgan Quinn, certainly, he came up from last on the grid, didn't he, to 9th in the race.
He is. There's a lot of drivers absolutely doing some huge slides and big wiggles to try to get a little heat into these tyres, Jason Smith in particular. And we thought that Joey Foster might have been on old tyres. I'm just looking across to see if those tyres, nothing on them screams new to me, but I might be completely wrong on that. But interesting to see. Perhaps there might be the remains of a sticker on a front tyre. I'm not sure if that was just something on the sidewall. But Joey Foster we'd expect to be right up there. But Morgan Quinn made up a lot of places in that first race. I think that's going to be a car to watch, the number 1 car, last year's champion. So it is a big old field, so we do have a little bit of time for them to actually come in place. We've got Formula Fords of all ages out there, including right back to 1969 when number 77 Christopher Sharples in a Palliser, not a single-seater manufacturer that springs to most people's minds, but he is out there on the grid. And we've got cars right up to 2021, I think is our most 2023, sorry, Michael Fitzgerald in the Medina Sport, the BH23 car. So generations of cars different, but they can all compete in Formula Ford. They've all got someone to race against. In fact, we've got the grid in nice and early. We're just clearing the final marshals off this huge grid of 32 cars. Hats off to James Beckett. They are going to be racing for the Jim Walsh Silverstone, and whoever takes this will also be a master of Silverstone. The red lights go on. We're waiting for the field to pull away, and they get away now, and it is Jason Smythe who has made the best start in that blue and white car, our race winner from earlier in the day. He's going to lead the field away. The whole field is going to stream through Copse Corner. Again, all nice and cleanly. This is what we want. Let's just get this race underway. Everyone very nice, but it is Jason Smythe who is ahead already under, and it's race one revisited, because you are going to see, Alistair, the same top three as we had, but I think it's Tom Nippers may have already got past Chris Middleton. It might be the black car with the white crash helmet. No, he has tucked back into third.
Onto the race straight for the first time. It's clearly Jason Smith in the lead in the blue and white car, but then two black cars and a red car. Well, that'll be, as you say, Nippers, Middlehurst and Mann, and it's Middlehurst who's up into second, so Chris Middlehurst second, and then Tom Nippers goes through nips through on the inside and takes second place, and then that sort of puts Middlehurst slightly offline, so Charlie Mann has a bit of a go on the outside going into Club Corner for the first time. I can see Adrian Laysack in fifth place, unless it was Morgan Quinn. I didn't catch the number as he went by. Two completely white cars, but whoever is, there's a white car in fifth place. It could be Laysack, because he was ahead on the grid of Morgan Quinn, but the leader's coming up to Abbey, and a break being made by the leader Jason Smith.
It is. It's nice to see Charlie Mann up there, isn't it? That top three got away earlier in the race, but that's they've been joined by Charlie Mann. But as you say, it's going to be a case of who is going to come through those very quick drivers from behind, especially if we start seeing the battling at the front that we saw earlier on. Fantastic race earlier in the day. Jason Smythe did very, very well to hold on. And it is, it's very actually hard to tell. There's two white cars apart, isn't it?
It's Laysack in fifth.
Ah, it is. So
because Morgan Quinn has dropped back a few places.
That's unexpected. So it's the triple one car of Laysack as opposed to the single-digit one car of Morgan Quinn. Leaders now coming through to complete their opening lap. And now the leader, this is very similar to last time around, we saw gaps fluctuate, gaps grow, gaps drop, but it is our gap for our leader as he crosses the line, and he has a handy advantage, Jason Smith, of 1.2 seconds over Tom Nippers. Chris Middlehurst running in third. Next up we've got Charlie Mann, and as you say, it is actually, no, it's Morgan Quinn in fifth place. It is the car number one in fifth place. It's the Adrian Laysack car that's dropped down to 11th. So Morgan Quinn has gained 4 places on that opening lap, and Joey Foster is right behind him, having gained 1. So Morgan Quinn in 5th, Joey Foster in 6th, and those are the quick guys that we thought would be very, very keen to get up this order.
Might be very interesting. Sorry about misidentifying. I'm sure it was Laysack in 5th, but not. So Morgan Quinn did make a wonderful start and managed to get past Joey Foster early on, but those two, it will be interesting to see if they can work together perhaps to close in on the leading 4 cars as they come through Stowe Corner, and it's Middlehurst ahead of Nippers this time, and then Charlie Mann just behind. And in fact Joey Foster's lost a place because he's no longer right behind Morgan Quinn. He's battling with the red and white car of Anthony Amato. So
in fact he just overtook Amato, so I think he dropped a couple of places somewhere.
So he's not right behind as we thought he might be. Morgan Quinn and Joey Foster sort of working their way forwards, but that's not going to happen at this stage of the race anyway.
That'd be a shame, because they're experienced enough to understand the value at this point of just working together to get the lap time rather than the positions. and close that gap of 3.2 seconds that Morgan Quinn is behind Charlie Mann, who is sitting there quite nicely with the top three from the previous race. But it is so far Jason Smith who has been the driver to beat today. There was a spinner and a contact. There was a spinner and contact. I can't quite see the numbers, but we've got a car who's got the front wheel removed. The driver very, very smartly has actually managed to drive the car through a gap and get it out of the way. It's a fantastic drive. One of the orange cars. We'll try and work out.
Jordan Harrison, is it?
It could be. It could be. Do you know what? The name on the side looks about the right length. I'm impressed, Alistair. But yeah, that is an incident, but I don't think we're going to have any issues off the back of it. But at the front is still our leader starting to pull away again and again. Jason Smith is already now got to 1.4 seconds behind. It's very, very close. Chris Middlehurst with Tom Nippers right with him. Charlie Mann just fallen away a bit. Morgan Quinn is in 5th place. Dropped that gap now to 3.8 seconds to the cars in front. And Joey Foster back in 8th. I think if Joey Foster is on old tyres, and that was a problem earlier in the day, I think he must still be on them because he's having an up and down race.
I think the car that caught Jordan Harrison was Rob Hall, I'm afraid, in the second of the Furmans, looking at the colour and the colour of his helmet, which is multicoloured, so that's unfortunate for Rob Hall. But meantime, the leaders are on their way down the Hanger Straight into Stowe Corner, and it's still Jason Smith who leads, but the second place battle now is pulling away, as it did in the first race, from Charlie Mann. So it's a 2-car battle for second, and it's Chris Middlehurst at the moment from Tom Nippers as they turn into the left-hander at Club Corner and through the right, and no change through there, no sort of sideways movements to try and get a different line through the corner. Tom Nippers quite happy just to follow Chris Middlehurst through, and then the next group of cars through should be led by Morgan Quinn, and then Spencer Shinner next up, and Joey Foster. I wonder whether he was involved in that spin as well, and maybe just had to back off a little because he's dropped to 8th.
It could be. Morgan Quinn, I think, is pulling a whole line of cars along behind him, isn't he? Which could be just quick thinking by the driver. We know Morgan Quinn is a very, very quick driver. If everyone else said, right, if I tuck up behind him, we'll let him pull us back towards that lead group. So that could be some very, very quick driving, clever driving down there from people like Spencer Shiner and Anthony Amato. And Joey Foster also in that clutch of cars. In fact, he's the rearmost of the 3 cars who are following Morgan Quinn. But at the front it is that gap for Tim Smith. He's got Jason Smith. He's got 1.4 seconds. His lead at the end of the last race was 2.6, and his best lap then at 2:17.7. So he's still about a second and a half off what we can do pace-wise. But lead 3 crossed the line. That is 3 laps completed, and the gap at the front has dropped. Fastest race lap from Chris Middlehurst. It's from a driver who felt his engine wasn't quite where it had to be earlier on, and he's just put in the fastest race lap. Only 0.6 of a second is the gap from second to first. Car 555 Chris Middlehurst to 26. Jason Smith, Tom Nippers still right there in 3rd place, and Charlie Mann in 4th place in 20, just starting to slip a little bit off the back. And but still, in fact, I think the gap to Morgan Quinn has actually opened slightly on that lap. They were Morgan Quinn group a little bit slower than those lead cars.
Yeah, Morgan Quinn doesn't seem to have the pace, despite the fact he's leading that group. He's got the pace of the leaders. He's in the 220s, and the 3 leaders in the 218s, and they come down. It's 3 now, 3 for the lead, with Jason Smith has been absolutely caught by Chris Middlehurst and Tom Nippers, and they go through. It's a 12-wheeled Formula Ford as they go into the left-hander at Club Corner. So the blue and white car leading, as it has done throughout this race. Jason Smith now coming under real pressure from Chris Middlehurst in the black car with the orange flashes, and then the all-black car of Tom Nippers in 3rd place as they head off up towards up the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey.
It is. It's going to be a fantastic battle. I wonder if Jason Smith has just taken a little too much out of his tyres maybe over the 2 races. Really not sure what's going on there, but it is fantastic to see that it's those 2 black cars that were hunting him around. They were into the 218s last time. Leader is only a 219.5, so there is a bit of pace difference at the front. And so Chris Middlehurst just pulling Tom Nippers up towards him. I thought he felt that Tom Nippers had a little bit more top end than he did last time, as he's saying after the first race, but it certainly doesn't look that way at the moment, unless he's just done something, found a little bit more from the car. We do have one car going very slowly down the Hamilton straight. It's coming straight at me with the sun behind it on the camera, so I cannot make out who that is, but we'll try and figure out who's going to tumble down at the order when the cars get back down this far, assuming he actually gets this far. But lead group now back down at this end of the circuit. And here they go, and I see what you mean, Chris Middlehurst, that is so close. Chris Middlehurst looks down to go down the pit wall, gets covered by Jason Smythe, and in fact goes to the outside. That was quite, I'd like to say he was given the width of a Formula Ford, but if he was, there was only an extra inch, shall we say. That was very, very brave driving from Chris Middlehurst, just to sit it in there as Jason Smith came across and covered that move down the inside. But I think it's kept them in that order. Tom Nippers, if he had fallen off at all, is now back right with them after that, because he drove the racing line, didn't duck down towards the pit wall. And again, 3 cars, a 12-wheeled Formula Ford, as you put it on the last lap, Alistair, you've got the same again.
Coming down the hangar straight, and it's still the white and blue car, and he's opened out a little bit of a gap over Chris Middlehurst, surprisingly, as they came down, but it all closes up again when they hit the brakes, and a bit of aerodynamic assistance as well for Chris Middlehurst and Tom Nippers in the slipstream, and they turn through Stowe, drop down into Vale. Now it's on the brakes for the left-hander at Club, and no change to the order. In fact, they don't even have a go at each other, they're just following line astern. How many minutes have we got left? 8.5 minutes, so there's plenty of time yet to build, but Chris Middlehurst now is challenging the leader Jason Smith as they go out of Club and up the Hamilton straight. He's right in the wheel tracks.
It is fantastic battle going on. It's only when you said 8.5 minutes left, I hadn't even looked at the time. I was enjoying this race so much. It's we should have Formula Fords at every race meeting, really, shouldn't we? They are so much fun, and they must be so much fun to actually be out there and racing. But certainly it's really closed up at the front. 0.065 was the gap across the front car. 35, I think that's what you said, wasn't it, actually? Rob Hall in the Furman coming in with I think it might be a left rear puncture. Certainly that wheel, the tyre is moving about on the wheel, so that is the car to retire, one of the Furmans. Joey Foster out there in the other Furman, currently car number 2, running 8th. Lead battle now back down to this part of the circuit. It's Jason Smith as Chris Middlehurst again, maybe 1 length, if less than that, behind him. They're going to go through Luffield, very, very close. This is where a good exit from Chris Middlehurst last time round saw him close right up. Chris Middlehurst this time going to the outside. He went down the inside last time and got squeezed. This time he's gone to the outside. They are side by side down the pit straight. Again, Middlehurst just forced to tuck in behind Jason Smith for the leader. Tom Nippers right there. Charlie Mann in fourth place, starting to fall away, 4.5 seconds. And in fact, Morgan Quinn in 5th. Those 2 gaps are staying constant because the top 3 are the quickest cars out on track currently.
Through Beckett's they come, and Chris Middlehurst is right under the gearbox of Jason Smith now, and they're coming out through Chapel onto the hangar straight, so he'll get a really good tow down, as will of course Tom Nippers as well, from 2 cars in front of him, but a really good tow down the hangar straight. Will he try to go wide or tight into Stowe? He's gone for the outside line, but there's no room there, so they turn in, they both clip the apex perfectly through Stowe corner, and it's Chris Middlehurst on the attack now as they go downhill into Vale, and then on the brakes for Club corner, but no move from Chris Middlehurst to try and outbrake Jason Smith as they turn in and through Club. So important to get a really good line through this long right-hander and out onto the Hamilton straight, but once again it's Jason Smith who leads onto the Hamilton straight up the hill towards Abbey, and Tom Nippers with a watching brief in 3rd place.
It is. I'm wondering if Chris Middlehurst is going to try and take a leaf out the book of Jim Walsh, and we are racing for the Jim Walsh Trophy, and he will leave his move until the last possible move. If he has got a question mark over his engine, maybe he doesn't want to be the car out front pushing the air out the way this early in the race. But who knows what's going on in a racing driver's head. Clock ticking down now, 5.5 minutes just about to come up on this 20-minute race.
I've got this vision of wherever Jim Walsh is watching the race, probably with James Beckett somewhere. They're both jumping up and down at this because it's great racing, just the sort of racing we saw Jim do all those years ago.
It is, lead pair again back down through Brooklands, barely a length between them. And Jason Smith on the last couple of laps has got a good exit out of Luffield, but been gobbled up by Chris Middlehurst as they come down the straight. Middlehurst looked to the inside 2 laps ago, to the outside on the last lap. This time maybe 2 lengths back. He is right on the gearbox. That gap is closing as they go down the pit straight. Middlehurst looks to the inside, but no, it's Jason Smith who turns in ahead. Tom Nippers just sat there with a watching brief. He can't quite do anything himself, but he has the best seat in the house to this cracking lead battle as the 3 cars again head off. They've gone through Copse, they're now heading down towards the Beckett complex. Chris Middleton has a little look to the inside on the first left-hander, and they are into the right hand through that wonderful section of sweep through Beckett's. Big twitch from Jason Smith.
And they're absolutely locked together as they come out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight, so foot to the floor now as they go down the hill on the Hanger Straight. Chris Middlehurst going slightly to the outside, and into Stowe they come, and I think he was just trying to make Jason Smith think about maybe covering the outside line, but he wasn't fooled, and they go through in the same order. But Tom Nippers is a little bit closer this time than he was last time, but certainly not in an absolute challenging position. But I'm sure that Tom Nippers is probably just biding his time until we get towards the end of the race. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining, so another couple of laps yet before they start jockeying for the positions down the Wellington Straight into the final sequence of corners at Brooklands and Luffield.
I just had a clutch of cars all come in the pits, so obviously people hitting problems at the time. Morgan Quinn has pitted in car number 1. He was right up in the middle of the top 10. We've also lost car 33, Chris Ward, in the Heritage class, who has come in and pitted. So obviously, this pace is pushing this machinery. We commented it right at the start of the day that these cars aren't often on full throttle as much as they are around this long Silverstone lap. But everyone been holding up quietly, and the cars that are being pushed hardest are these 3 at the front, and they are showing no signs of frailty as the pace continues and this fantastic battle. This time, if anything, Jason Smith is pulled away, and it might be Tom Nippers who's just that little bit closer to Chris Middlehurst as they come down. They go through Brooklands into Luffield, again looking evenly spaced, but if anything, it's Tom Nippers, I think, who is getting the better part of it. Now maybe his tyres are just that little bit better, but it's going to be a little bit of a gap. For once, Jason Smith, I think, has a little breathing space, if you can call a gap of 0.283 a breathing space. All 3 of them down the pit straight. Again, no opportunity for an overtaking manoeuvre. They are that quick, and again, they are the quickest cars on the track. Tom Nippers the quickest by 0.2 of a second there of that trio. And there's someone very been off into the dust. A car absolutely covered in the dust and everything. That's car number 8, which was, I think, quite a way down the order. I'm just trying to spot who that actually is, and I can't see a car number 8 having said that. Adrian Noble in the Van Diemen, so he's embedded himself somewhere very deep in the gravel. And we've got a red flag. Yes. I think that could be for that car.
It is, yes.
Which is
that's really unfortunate, but the clerk of the course probably had no option.
Well, sadly, where one car goes, another can't it? That's always the thing they have to bear in mind, unfortunately. You can't really play probabilities and everything. If it's happened once, it can easily happen again. And so that is a red flag. That is unfortunate. The car is... I'm not sure what colour it started off in, because it purely at the moment looks to be absolutely covered in gravel dust.
Looks to be on the exit of Club Corner, is it?
I think it is, because I can see grid markings, so I think that must be just going onto the Hamilton Straight, so he's gone wide and had a big slide basically. So that's unfortunate. But that means a couple of things. So that means our race is over. So it is for the Jim Walsh Trophy, which is going to go to Jason Smith, who's taken his 2nd win of the day. In 2nd place, car 555 is Chris Middlehurst. In 3rd place, car number 3, Tom Nippers. So it's actually the same top 3 as yesterday, as earlier in the day. 4th place is Charlie Mann in car number 20. 5th is number 90, which was the car of Anthony Amato. In 6th place, we got the 55 of Spencer Shiner. It's Van Diemen, great drive, he's been right up there. In 7th place, number 2, Joey Foster. 8th place is 111 Adrian Lysak. In 9th place, it is car number 9, Ben Cochran. And 10th place is going to be 43, which was Maris Schulte in a Van Diemen. Let's see if I can pick out the class winners. Star Class obviously went to Jason Smith, our overall winner. Heritage class is shown as Chris Ward actually, but I know he's pitted, so maybe he's going to get away with that on rollback. Guest class is another car that's shown as having pitted, but is currently in 21st, which is Christopher Stones in the Van Diemen. And I think that is all the classes off the top of my head. So yeah, Jason Smythe in the Van Diemen RF00JL12 wins, having completed 7 laps. 555 Chris Middlehurst in second, his Van Diemen, and all Van Diemen podium with 189 Tom Nippers in third. Charlie Mann led the race home in car number 20 with Anthony Amato in another Ray right behind him in 5th place. 6th place 55 Spencer Shiner with his Van Diemen, and he was just ahead of the Furman RFR 21 of Joey Foster, car number 2. Triple 1 is Adrian Lysak in 8th place in another Van Diemen, and 9th was 9 Ben Cochran, again Van Diemen. Marius Schulter's Van Diemen rounded out the top 10 with Drew Cameron in a Medina Mark II RF99 in car number 12 in 11th place. 12th place 126 Murray Shepherd in a Medina Sport BH21, and 1367 Gavin Wills Van Diemen was 13th. 14th was number 5 Adam Fathers in a Ray, and fastest lap was 555 Chris Middlehurst, who did a 2:18.73 on his third lap. So not quite the end we wanted to that race, but we already have the drivers in the pit lane. Chris?
Yeah, they're out, so they're doing the podium in the paddock afterwards, so they're just having a debriefing with each other. The look in Jason Smith's eyes was absolutely amazing. You could see the smile even through his helmet. So let's catch up with our double Victor. As I said, Jason, I could see that smile through the visor. You're delighted with that one.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially when halfway through the race, when I pulled the gap, something happened to the rear. I think of a slow puncture or something, because I was going through the first corner. I was totally opposite lock going through the right and the left. So I honestly don't know what happened. I'll have to check. Probably, I think it is a slow puncture. It was just getting progressively worse. And boy, it was, and then having a problem in the rear, and then these two's behind you, it's never easy. You know?
I mean, that's the reality. If people look at TSL on the paperwork, it'll show you guys started 1, 2, 3, you finished 1, 2, 3. Doesn't tell the story.
No, definitely not. I didn't even know I won the race, because I wasn't sure if they're gonna do another few laps or whatever. But I was just delighted when I came in and I seen that I won, because I don't think I would have held on any longer with that. Yeah, it was just getting progressively worse and worse. So no, honestly delighted.
What a way to start the season.
No, definitely, yeah. Especially from last season where we had an accident here. I didn't get to finish any of the races. So no, this is a great step forward for the championship now.
Congratulations, great double victory. Well done, mate. Let's wander over this way, and Chris Middlehurst. Chris, congratulations, another second place and a fabulous three-way fight there.
Yeah, it was. I was lining myself up nicely last couple of laps. I thought we'd try and gap Tom behind, but he caught up again once me and Jason sort of like, I don't know, I think his rear end, he does drive the car quite sideways anyway, so I didn't think anything was wrong with it personally, but obviously he knows better, he's in the driver's seat, but he was still going well regardless if he did. So I was just kind of, just trying to reel myself in, and I knew where I could get him, but yeah, the red flag come out, so, it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because I thought, like, if I'd make a move early and then Tom catches up and it's a three-way fight, I thought I'll try and leave it to me and Jason, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in racing. You can't always rely on the last couple of laps, can you? So I'm slappy with second, of course, but I would like to have won that.
I mean, that's the joys of Formula Ford racing, that close between the three of you.
Yeah, for sure. We broke away from the whole pack, and there's not much in between us, all three of us really. So yeah, great racing, clean racing as well. Sometimes it can get quite, when you're dicing around, it can get quite, fraught. But we were, sort of defending aggressively, but safe really. Had a bit of a run on Jason a couple of times, but just couldn't quite keep alongside him. We're just lacking a couple of horsepower. So, but I say it's one of those things. It's the way it went, but great result for the Team Darwin, and again, just want to say, what a great event James Beckett's put on.
Agreed, 100%. Well done. great double second. Third place, Nippers. I mean, again, an incredible race, that one, wasn't it? I mean, you were there ready to pounce. It just didn't quite.
No, it literally. I could see they were, you know, when I was in third and they were the top two, I could sort of tell they had a bit of team orders going on. So, I mean, I could sort of see like they're trying to break. And I made a mistake and I dropped out the toe for a second, and then all of a sudden they just completely stopped fighting. I was like, oh no, but I managed to catch back up, and then obviously red flag came out, and I was sort of like, I was ready to have a go at the end. Do you know what I mean? I was ready for them to have a go at each other at the end. It just, it's a shame it didn't happen, but at the end of the day, if you'd said at the start of the weekend, you'll take away 2/3, I would have, you know, shook around and ran away. So,
and it's not just 2/3, is it? It's 2/3 in the fight for the win.
That's exactly right. I mean, there's, you know, you can have races where you're like, your third place, be 10 seconds behind. It doesn't really matter, does it? You know, we could have, you know, on another day, on a better day, we could have taken maybe a win there, you know. And you know, we'll come. Honestly, I think we've got more to gain as well. And you know, for the next one, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the season. To be fair, good start. Definitely.
It is. Well done. Cracking job. Absolutely amazing opening pair of races for the United Formula Ford. Very happy drivers down here. Paul Jerd, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, fantastic to hear from those drivers. That does mean, because we had red flag, we do have a little bit of clearing up to do around the circuit. So we'll be a moment or two before we get underway, which is our second Cliocup GB race of the day. First race was won by Sam Gornall with an advantage of 0.308 across the line over Nicholas Taylor. Very, very tight battle that they had, and they had actually Ben Jenkins with them a lot of the way, who didn't finish towards the end. He pulled off, so hoping that we will see Ben back on the grid for this race. But as I say, that's going to be the Cliocup GB race, a 20-minute race. Straight after that, we're going to go into our MSVT Trackday Championship, our second 45-minute race of the day. Exactly the same as the earlier 45-minute race that we had, where we will have a compulsory pit stop, and there's going to be a pit stop window of just after 15 minutes of racing and before the last 15 minutes of racing, so essentially the middle 15 minutes of the race, and that'll be when everyone has to make their compulsory stop, and they've got to be in the pits within 2 minutes. So we do actually now have the Clios coming out on track, and I'm desperately trying to count them, and I think I can see the car of Ben Jenkins there, so that's going to be great that he's going to be out there. So that's going to be fantastic. He should be starting third on the grid. But as I say, and then we are going to round out the day with, we saw them earlier on, they were a cracking race, and it's going to be the second Miata Trophy race of the day. So the cars are coming out, and yet there is Ben Jenkins, so he will be taking up his pit slot. The cars coming straight out, collecting area, going around now to pick up their green tracks. And let's take you down the grid. So it's 96 Sam Gornall on pole position, with number 1 Nick Taylor right behind, and third on the grid is number 99 Ben Jenkins, who retired from race 1, with Ainsley Bird, car number 57, alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is going to be 15 Stuart Kinner, and then starting further back on row 5, but with a 10-second delay because he is running with a different type of Clio in the guest class, all the way from Belgium, it's Darren Geratz. So he did actually quite catch up the backpack and have quite a battle with Stuart Kinner last time round, so he isn't going to be isolated back there. We saw him come through quite quickly, but Alistair, there might not be many of them, but we had a cracking lead battle last time round.
Yeah, we certainly did. It was they weren't much more than a car length apart the whole race, were they? And Nicky Taylor was trying everything, left, right, even underneath, to try and get past Sam Gornall, but he couldn't make it. He did at one point, and then Gornall got back past again.
That's right, it was quite battling. Of course, that was Sam Gornall's first ever Cliocup GB race, and Nick Taylor is the reigning champion, having taken 5 wins last year. So you know, but he hasn't come from nowhere, Sam Gornall. He was a mini Scott Challenge winner last year, so he is an accomplished front-wheel drive racer, taking the step up to these cars, and they are proper little race cars. 1400cc turbocharged engines, sequential gearbox, built by Alpine purely for racing over in France, and a car that's actually quite in demand across the continent. There are quite a few being built, and it's a little bit of a challenge to get your hands on one at the moment. But yeah, fantastic cars. But yeah, that was an absolute cracker, so I'm really, really hoping for more of the same this time round. Cars actually out there and weaving from side to side just to get a little bit of heat into the tyres. And let's just have a look. Say the drivers do have to drop 2 scores across the weekend. This is their opening weekend of the championship. From here they go to Brands Hatch on the 18th of May. Donington Park on the Grand Prix layout at Donington in 19th of July. In fact, Brands Hatch was the Grand Prix, so they start with 3 Grand Prix layouts in a row. Alton Park International on Saturday the 9th of August. Saturday the 16th of September is Cadwell Park. 18th of October they are at Croft in North Yorkshire, and the season rounds out on the 15th of November, Saturday the 15th, on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch. So it's going to be a long old season for these guys. Very, very quick little cars, very, very reasonably priced little cars as well. You can actually pick up one of these, and this is a built to race car, not a road car that's been converted, for less than £40,000 as the well, certainly that was the value at the beginning of the year. And say fantastic little cars, all based on the 7th generation Clio, which makes me feel rather old, because as we were discussing earlier on, I do remember the 1st generation Clio, which was a very pretty little car. But cars now coming up to the grid. We don't think we're going to have a big delay getting this grid formed up. We don't have many cars, but they were a stunning race earlier on, the Lee Battle in particular. Nick Taylor would never have raced against Sam Gormall before, but now he's had a race of following him around, trying to get past him. He knows exactly what he's in for, exactly where he needs to be putting his car. So that's going to be interesting. He's going to have had a little bit of a think about it, know what he's up against. He's really, really going to want to get his car off the line quickly. So we've got the red and white car, number 96 of Sam Gormall, and Nick Taylor in the car with the fluorescent yellow flashes, fluorescent yellow roof and side, lined up alongside him. Who will get the better start? And we're just waiting. The marshals have now cleared the circuit. Any second now we'll get the green flag from the back. 30-second board has gone out. Red lights have come on. Who is going to make the best start? We're just waiting for the cars to actually get the getaway. The lights will go out and they will get away. Sam Gormall gets a puff of smoke, as does someone further down the order. I think that was Stuart Kinner. A little bit of wheel spin from Sam Gormall. Maybe a little bit of inexperience in getting this car off the line. And they are side by side through Cox, but it is Gormall who's going to be able to move across on Nick Taylor and to take the lead exactly as we did first time round. It's Ben Jenkins in third. This time 2 or 3 lengths back. Again, in the last race we saw Jenkins close in due to how the front two were battling away. But yeah, I've got deja vu, Alistair, but it's very nice deja vu, because this was very entertaining last time round.
It was indeed, yes. They're out onto the hangar straight, and it looks like the red car of Sam Gormall is in the lead. Yes, it is. And in fact, Nicky Taylor not as close as he was for most of the race last time, so a good start from Gormall. And in third place Ben Jenkins as they turn into Stowe Corner for the first time. And Ben Jenkins, car number 99, good to see him back out after whatever the mechanical issue was in the last race. Then next up is Stuart Kinner, number 15, and then it's Ainsley Bird and Darren Gerrits, who started after 10 seconds as a guest driver. But the leaders making their way up the Hamilton Straight, and it's still Sam Gormall who leads.
It is, yes. So far it's pretty much the same script as the early laps in the encounter earlier in the day. Again, Sam Gormall, that was his first ever Cliocup GB race. He will have learnt a lot. Interesting to see what he's going to take away and do anything different, if at all. It was quite a battle with Nick Taylor again. Nick Taylor already looking one side and then the other. Just letting Gormall know that he is there, letting him know that if anything happens, he is about to pounce. And if anything, very much like the last race with Ben Jenkins, just taking a little bit of a watching brief, just 2 or 3 lengths off the back of excuse me, the battling 2 cars at the front, as we saw earlier on. So it's a long race, 20 minutes of racing. These cars are lapping in around 2 minutes 20, around 2 minute 30 mark, 2 minute 28, 27, 30. So it's close racing, and again on this part of the circuit already we're seeing Nick Taylor just letting Sam Gormall know he's there. He got halfway alongside going in to Luffield, but they are going to come on to the pit straight at the end of lap 1, and it's exactly as we had for so much of the morning's race. Sam Gormall 2 or 3 lengths ahead of Nick Taylor, who has a brief look down the inside as they head down towards Copse, but they turn in that order. The gap was 0.19 across the second. 1.8 seconds further back was Ben Jenkins in the 99 car. Ainsley Bird is running fourth in the 57. Stuart Kinner is already slipped behind. I'm surprised by that. The 47 car from the back of the grid already steamed up with Darren Gerrats. So it's the guest car already overcome that 10-second penalty.
Leaders into Beckett's, and the order remains the same, and once again Nicky Taylor looking for left and right to find a way through. They're starting to drop Ben Jenkins now. Out onto the hanger straight they come, and Nicky Taylor gets right in behind Sam Gornall. Now in the race earlier on we saw Sam Gornall having to stay in the middle of the track to defend the line into Stowe, but he feels that he's far enough ahead this time not to do that, so he's able to take the racing line through, but nevertheless Nicky Taylor is right behind them as they go into Club Corner, and both of them making their way through the tight left and long right and onto the Hamilton straight once again. No change in the order, and in fact the gap between them remains the same at about 2-3 car lengths as they go uphill towards Abbey and Farm, and there's a good overtaking opportunity in braking for Village, but before that they've got these very fast right and left at Abbey and Farm, and then up to Village where it's hard braking.
I think Nick Taylor almost for a moment had listened to your words, because he moved wide as if to go through Village, and in fact it's cost him a couple of lengths. But maybe I think he could be just trying to get the undercut as they go round the loop, round to Aintree and onto that long straight, because again the gap has shrunk. Last time round they were just 0.2 of a second separated on lap times, and were almost 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. So these two absolutely flying today. As you said, I'd love to know what they've learnt from the earlier race, what they are going to do different. But again, a little bit of puff of smoke from the rear of Nick Taylor as he brakes on, knocks up a rear under braking. But again, the car's cocking the rear wheel as they turn right through Luffield. The right hand rear wheel just comes off the ground, very stiffly sprung cars, proper little race cars. And again, it's Sam Gornall who gets the better exit, and that's going to, I think, keep him safe heading down towards Copse. And again, no reason for Nick Taylor to challenge going into Copse, because there is just no benefit in it whatsoever. He's too far back, it's really not going to come off. 0.36 the gap across the line. Fastest race lap last time round for Sam Gornall. And Ben Jenkins in the 99 car already 3.8 seconds off the lead, 3.5 seconds off the second place car. But it is those front two again, both going through, taking a lot of curb through Beckett's, and it's red car ahead, Alistair.
It is, as ever was it in this race, as they come out now onto the hanger straight once again, downhill towards Stowe Corner and onto the brakes at the last possible moment. And Nicky Taylor a little bit later on the brakes, so he closes the gap a little bit onto Sam Gornall as they come through and into Vale. And no sideways or side-to-side action up to this point in this race. We saw towards the end of the race Nicky Taylor trying to go left, trying to go right, coming up alongside, but even so he never managed to actually pass until right towards the end of the race. And then Sam Gornall got through very quickly, didn't he, to take the lead back. But they go out onto the Hamilton straight once again. Good to see them respecting the track limits at Club. That's a favourite place for running wide, but they're not doing that. They're turning in now into Abbey, and still Sam Gornall leads.
It is, yeah. Ben Jenkins was his best race lap in the first race was a 2:27, and so far all he's managed is a 2:31. So I think we saw him retire from the first race. I don't think that car can be quite 100%. It's certainly not as pin sharp as it was earlier on. So that's 99 Ben Jenkins running in third place, the white car with the pink flashes all over the sides. Fantastic liveries out there in this car. But yeah, this really is exactly the same battle. We were really hoping for the same battle again, though, because it was so entertaining and a little bit defensive right down the middle of the track there from Sam Gornall as they get down to Brooklands, making sure that he can give Nick Taylor down the inside. So they're about a length apart now as they go through Luffield. Close. Can Nick Taylor get the really good exit? So far we've seen Sam Gornall, I think, just gets out of there a little better, which protects him all the way down to Copse. This time I think Nick Taylor's got out of there very, very well. Seems to have a little more pace going down the straight. He looks to the inside, but no, he does tuck back in. So for a moment Nick Taylor thought about diving down the inside into Copse as they headed into lap 4, and this time it's Nick Taylor who has set the fastest race lap with a 28.8, a whole 1/10 quicker than the leader. So that gap 0.237 across the line. These two are absolutely flying, lapping seconds quicker than the rest of the pack.
And they're locked together as they come through Beckett's, and I'm sure that Nicky Taylor's thinking stay right in the wheel tracks of Sam Gornall, try and get a good tow down the Hanger Straight, which might give him an opportunity on the brakes into Stowe Corner. But the way Gornall dealt with that in the last race was to make sure he had the inside line, and he's done exactly the same. He's now going defensive, he's got the inside line. Nicky Taylor comes alongside, fully alongside in the run into Stowe, but by the time they get to the exit he's back behind again because it's just a longer route around the outside of Stowe. He now tries to the right of Club Corner and on the left, and then he goes to the left for the right-handed element of Club, and then he tries to get the cut back, and I think he may have got alongside, and this might be the first time that Nicky Taylor has had an opportunity. They're side by side through Club. He's finally made a move that's stuck, and he's got the better line for Abbey, which is a right and a left. So Nicky Taylor may well get the lead here, but they're still side by side.
Absolutely fantastic battle, both of them willing to sit out. Nick Taylor did have the inside line, so yes, it is Nick Taylor who's actually got ahead. I think this is possibly the cleanest lead that he's had at any stage. They were very, very close. He took the lead in the morning race and then was pretty instantly, but again now they are side by side. Nick Taylor's going to have the optimum exit on that corner, going through the loop, heading down to Village and then on to Aintree and the Wellington Straight. So for the first time it's really going to be Sam Gornall who is tucked up behind. What is his approach going to be coming down the long straight down towards Brooklands? You look down the inside, forced Nick Taylor is covering the inside, trying to go right round the outside is Sam Gornall, trying to get that better exit, take the optimum line. Hasn't really paid off. Nick Taylor was easily able to carry the speed that he needed to through Brooklands. They're coming now through Luffield, and I think Nick Taylor again has just got the slightly better exit, different lines. Sam Gornall taking a lot more curb, very, very close. That seems to have paid off because he's going very, very quickly down the pit straight, but it is Nick Taylor who turns into Copse ahead, and those two, first and second. 0.2 was the gap, much less than that on the exit of Copse, and it is still Ben Jenkins in third in the 99 car, but only now starting to get anywhere close to the pace of the two leaders as he sets his fastest lap today.
Into Beckett's once again, and for the first time it's the yellow car in the lead and the red one behind as they turn through the right, the left, the right and then the left of Chapel, which takes them onto the Hanger Straight. So can Sam Gornall now do what Nicky Taylor did last time and get a good tow? He's certainly close enough. He's right behind as they come down into Stowe Corner. Will he go to the outside? Yes, he does. So it's Taylor on the inside, Gornall on the outside, but Taylor holds a good line through Stowe and nowhere for Gornall to go. Now this is where Taylor managed to complete the move by going wide into Club and then cutting back for the second element of Club, and that's exactly what Sam Gornall's trying to do, but he's not been as successful. He does cut back, he does come up alongside, but then he has to drop in behind again. So good defensive driving from Nicky Taylor, doing exactly what Sam Gornall's done to him for lap after lap after lap. And as they go up towards Abbey, Taylor is super defensive, goes right to the inside to the pit wall.
This is an amazing battle, roles reversed from what we saw in much of race one. This is going to be really interesting, I think, test of Sam Gornall, just to see how he can overtake. We know how he can defend, we know how quick he can be, but now he really has to fight, and of course he's fighting a man who won 5 of these races last year. 5 wins for the Clio Cup run in the Cliocup GB 2024 on his way to the title, Nick Wright, and maybe just giving himself a breathing space of a length or two as they go through Aintree and on to the Wellington Straight. But you've got to tow. These cars make quite a punch of a hole in the air, a little bit of a twitch there from Sam Gornall as he just then stepped out of the slipstream and looked to go wide. Now he's looking to see if there's space down the inside through Brooklands, and no, there isn't. And if anything, I think that's cost him another length. Closes up mid-corner in Luffield. These guys have really got these cars balanced and dancing right on the edge of adhesion, both very, very equally matched, crossing the line with maybe a little more than the length of a Clio between them, and heading off towards down the Sam. Looks to the outside, Nick Taylor defending down at the inside. We have got a warning flag out for somebody. I'm trying to see if I can make who is actually a driving standards black and white flag. So interesting to see who is drawn the attention of the clerks of the course there. We'll keep an eye on that just to see if that gets escalated. There could be track limits, possibly, maybe. But so far, certainly with the leaders, I think they've been very, very well behaved on that. But leaders already through Beckett's and in your sight, Alistair, and if anything, a slightly bigger gap than before.
Yes, I think it probably is. Nicky Taylor is slightly, but he still feels he's got to weave, not weaving as in stopping Sam Gornall getting through, but weaving to try and break the toe. He's far enough ahead not to need to defend into Stowe Corner, and they come through and up towards Club once again. No message on the screen about that warning flag, so yes, we're at a loss to know who might be up for a bit of a finger wagging, but through Club Corner they go, and still it's the yellow car, and actually the bigger gap now, the biggest gap we've had between the two leaders probably for the whole of the two races, because Nicky Taylor has suddenly jumped ahead. Whether Sam Gornall made a small mistake in Club as he turned in, just lost a little bit of ground, but he's in the slipstream, so he probably will close that gap up again as they come up towards Village.
I think so. Also, I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of tyre management coming into this, because if this is using up the tyres, they are driving hot, and a little puff of smoke there, I think, from Nick Taylor as he touched the brakes. Nick Taylor's going to have far more experience on managing these cars, these tyres, this package through the race length. But yeah, you're quite right. I think that is the biggest gap we have seen all day between these two, and it's going to be an entertaining season if they are like this, race in, race out. And already they've got a 6.5 second advantage over Ben Jenkins, who is running third, and he in turn has a big advantage over Ainsley Bird, car 57, who is currently running fourth. But this is what we're really interested in, this battle for the lead. Sam Gornall has now closed right up through Brooklands, closed right up through Luffield, almost too close on the way into Luffield, because I think that's compromised him on the exit. But no, he has got on the power very, very nicely. He needs to carry as much speed as he can down the straight. Already Nick Taylor again defensive, driving down to the pit wall. Sam Gornall goes wide, but a nice defence from Nick, and I think they are side by side through Cots, but it's Sam Gornall on the outside. Is he going to have room? Can he keep it on the track? Can he carry that speed all the way through? And they are side by side going up towards Beckett's. They exchanged wing mirrors, I think, in the earlier race. They are very, very close to doing that again.
Nice move from Sam Gornall there. I think he's at this point got into the lead, but when they get to Beckett's, it's all change again. They're still side by side, so they've been side by side from Woodcote by you all the way now through Beckett's, and they're still overlapping but not actually side by side anymore, and Nicky Taylor gets back into the lead again. Very, very good driving from both of these drivers, and I noticed in Copse Corner they gave each other racing room, which is nice to see. And they turn into Stowe Corner. They're still side by side. Gornall on the outside, Taylor on the inside. Now, this means that Gornall, if he can hold that position, will be on the inside for Club Corner. So it's taken him pretty much half the circuit to get himself in a position where he's now gone back into the lead again by being on the inside for the left-handed element, the first element of Club Corner, and it puts him back into the lead and up onto the Hamilton straight with the red car ahead of the yellow car this time. That's great driving from both of them. Neither squeezed the other to the edge of the track.
That was absolutely superb, isn't it? And you feel that the action probably isn't even over yet. Yes, Sam Gornall has got back ahead, having been ahead early in the race and losing out to Nick Taylor on the last lap. But again, they're looking to be side by... Oh, Taylor had a good look then, forcing Gornall to be defensive as they go through the right-hander of Village. Going to head down towards the loop and then down towards Aintree. Side by side again, he's one side and then he is the other. And yeah, it is that Ajax car of Nick Taylor looking to clean up, but Sam Gornall is in the way, going through Aintree now on to the straight. Last time round we've seen Nick Taylor be defensive down the straight, as Sam Gornall got the confidence to take the line that he wants all the way down and put the car right in the middle of the track. Turns in to Brooklands and yeah, takes that late apex. He was confident enough to take the usual line through that corner. And last time across the line it was Taylor 0.144 ahead. this time across the line it is going to be Gornall ahead, but he's got a slightly better exit actually out the second part of the Luffield, and that gap was a whole 0.43, which is by the standards of what they've been race long. And we are going on to the last lap now. This 20 minutes has absolutely flown by. 1 minute 20 left of this race, and this has been an absolute cracker, hugely entertaining, these two drivers. And yeah, there's still chance. Yeah, there is lights flashing on the front of Nick Taylor. I'm not quite sure if that's automatic or a loose light or what it is, but yeah, he is determined to let Sam Gornall know he's there. I think Sam Gornall knows exactly where Nick Taylor is.
He certainly does, yes. He's taking a lovely line through Beckett's. Now they're onto the hanger straight once again for the last time. So this is where the move will start from Nicky Taylor, because we know from experience that the way to get a pass done is to get yourself in the right position for the run towards club. And he goes for the outside. He was hoping to cut back, but Sam Gornall defends that, takes a lovely line through Stowe. But now Nicky Taylor's pulling up a faster exit from Stowe, but the only place that Sam Gornall is allowing him to go is around the outside, which is not going to give him the lead. He comes, does the cut back and tries to go for the outside for the second element of club, the right-handed bit, and again Sam Gornall is able just to cover that off with an inside line through the right-hander and onto the Hamilton straight once again. Super defensive driving from Sam Gornall, really difficult to do when you're actually having to keep up a good race pace but also take lines which you wouldn't normally do. So through Abbey they go for the last time.
It is, yeah, that's fantastic driving, I think, from both of these gentlemen, to be quite honest, because yeah, you are sometimes using parts of the track you're not used to being, but we're seeing them used defensively, we're seeing them used aggressively to try to get past the car in front, looking one side and then the other, going through there, just barely, if anything, half a Clio length between them as they go through that twisty village loop section down through Aintree, coming down and onto the Wellington straight for the last time. Good exit from Sam Gornall, but Nick Taylor starting to close up. He does have the benefit of the slipstream. These Clios aren't going to punch a hole in the air, but not close enough to make a move into Brooklyn. So Sam Gornall was still slightly defensive, probably covered the inside a little more than he had to because there was no challenge going on there. Both cars cock that right hand rear wheel as they go through the first part of Luffield. It's Sam Gornall who comes out of the second part of Luffield ahead. He is going to get the momentum, he is going to be leading across the line. He is greeted by the checkered flag, and that is a fantastic second win of the day through Sam Gornall. And early days for this Cliocup GP Championship. It could be great to have more cars on the grid, but what cars these must be to race. We saw a superb display there from Sam Gornall and Nick Taylor on how you can race close, you can race competitively, and it was superb entertainment. Ben Jenkins came back in third, 8.9 seconds off second place, 9.3 off the lead, but that's his second podium of the day. These three with a huge advantage over the rest, such as the pace at the front, some superb driving in these very, very quick little cars. And in fact it is Ainsley Bird still coming down and turning now into Brooklands, who is going to come across the line and take fourth. And I think next up is David Garrett's in the guest invitation class, car the number 47. So it's been a fantastic drive at the front. 57 crosses the line. Ainsley Bird takes fourth place. Checkered flag stays waving because now coming into our site and taking the line in the older version of the Clio is David Garrett's and Darren Garrett's, I do apologise. And rounding out the top five there we have, the top six, we have Stuart Kinner. So another entertaining lead battle. So we've had the two Cliocup GB races, and the battle at the front in both of them has been absolutely intense. And not a huge number of cars, Alistair, but hugely enjoyable.
Yes, absolutely, yes. You don't need more than two cars to have a good race, and that proves it, because 20 minutes we were absolutely absorbed in that, and partly because it was a really good race between two closely matched drivers and cars, but also the standard of driving was really excellent, and it's great to watch. Something which frustrates me is when you've got a really good race going on and then they start to bash into each other or push each other off over the edges of the track, and you just think, that's just not necessary. And that proves it. It isn't necessary.
I did not see any contact from what I could see of that race, to be quite honest, which is hats off to both of them, because there were times when they were very, very close, and they are going relatively quickly, let's not forget that. So cars coming around this long Silverstone 3.66 mile lap. We will have them very, very soon, and then they can get down to the podium. And you know, it's one thing winning a race, it's another winning a race and knowing that you aren't going to be greeted by Chris Dawes, who is going to launch straight in with his microphone and get all intense with the questions, get straight to the heart of it. Cars coming down now. Chris is already up on the podium. We are going to have a proper podium for these cars. They've got the marker boards, first, second and third, laid out in the pit lane to show the drivers where to park up. And it is Gornall who comes in first, just about leaves enough room for Nick Taylor. It's a bit tight down there actually, and Taylor's going to get himself up there. So very, very nicely turned out cars, all three of them, fantastic liveries on those cars. So we'll just give a moment for the drivers to get out. They've got to get up the stairs towards Chris, and seems an awful long time ago that we saw the cars qualify for the Trackday Championship, but they are the next cars out on the grid. Just waiting now for the Clio drivers to say getting out their cars, helmets off, hands devices disconnected, gloves thrown in the car. Don't want to lose anything like that. Superb driving there from all three of them. So we shall wait a moment for them, and then we can hear what they have got to say, and let's just hope that they enjoyed that battle as much as we did, because it was highly entertaining to talk about. So just going to revise any second. Yeah, still cars actually coming into the pit lane. That was the gap that the lead three cars had over the rest, as the rest of the field is only rolling in now, and the lead three drivers already out the cars, crash helmets off, etc, etc, etc. So big advantage for those first three cars from top driving from Sam Gornall, who took the win, Nick Taylor, who was second place, and then it was Ben Jenkins who was third. So the drivers are still down with their cars, so a minute or two before they're going to go up with Chris. I've got all six cars back here, Alistair, so obviously nothing to clean up around the circuit, so I suspect we should be able to go relatively quickly onto our seventh race of the weekend, which is the MSVT Trackday Trophy. And we were getting squeezed on time at one point across the race day. We seem to have recovered that quite nicely, so we are on schedule, because we do have a deadline curfew here at Silverstone, and we don't want to crash that, because we're not allowed to crash that basically. But already down there on the podium is Chris, who all he wants now is some drivers. So I'm going to quickly start talking about the Trackday Trophy, which is going to be our next race. We saw, sorry, the Trackday Championship. We saw the Trackday Trophy earlier on, and that's just a series of races. This is the one that is a championship. There are points to be earned. We had a nice big qualifying session this morning with 29 cars expected, 28 cars I think expected on the grid. And that should be entertaining. Some very, very quick cars, including our reigning champion Nicole Drought, who was on pole position with Matt Swaffer alongside. But as I say, a whole mix of cars out there, exactly the same as we saw earlier in the day. There is a compulsory pit stop to be done after 15 minutes, and before the last 15 minutes we saw cars actually squeezing that pit stop penalty earlier on. So you do have to obey 2 minutes between in and out the pits, which can be quite hard to time.
Interestingly, looking at the results of the trophy race, there were no pit stop penalties applied.
Interesting.
So whether there's a bit of leeway given, or whether it's, I don't know, I'm guessing, but there were certainly some red pit stop times, which indicates they're short. Two of them I know were very, very small amounts, wasn't it? There was
it was fractions, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes.
But nevertheless, yesterday when we had short pit stops of less than a second, they were still applied. The penalty was applied, but whatever, they weren't on that one.
Okay, interesting. It's, maybe as you say, there is a little bit of tolerance on the measurement or something going on. It's interesting to see now that we're racing for points, if that carries over to this race as well, that approach. But it should be entertaining. As I say, we've got a lot of cars out there, a big variety of cars actually already coming out. So I'm going to start on the grid. Chris, feel free to interrupt me when you need to, when you have your drivers on the podium. But on the front row of the grid, we've got car number 1, Nicole Drought, and 45, Matt Swaffer. Row 2 is Jack Goes and 38, Wright and Glover. Row 3 is No, it's Honeybone and Honeybone, but we think this is just Jordan Honeybone driving on his own in number 44. And also on row 3 is 98 Charlie Polk. Row 4 is 46 Right and Right, shared drive, and number 10 Pummel and Robinson. Row 5 is 92 Dan Abbott and 39 Paul McHugh. Row 8 is 22 Darren Goes and 245 Hart and Hart. Row 7 is 141 Chris Reed and number 12 Thompson and Ogden. Row 8 is 153 Stephen Docker and 24 Jason Rogers. Row 9 is 35 Colin Murphy and 123 Dean Hyde. Row 10 is 21 Wayne Cockerell and 124 Hornigold and Hornigold. Row 11 is going to be number 21 Colin Wells and 15 Alan and Lynn. Row 12 is 37 Pete Simmons and 56 Steve Orant. Row 13 is 77 James Howells and 5 Michael Wright. And right at the back of the grid on row 15 on their own, starting with a 10-second penalty, is car 166, which is Richard Clark and Chris Mayhew's Renault Clio. So that's where we stand for the grid for this car. Cars are already out, which means they're going to come round and for the grid. As I say, I'm waiting for a shout any second from Chris that he's actually got drivers on the podium, because we are very, very close to going live with our Trackday Championship race. We've already had a race for these cars at Snetterton back on March the 15th, which was run by our pole sitter Nicole Trout, and in second place was Matt Swaffer, who is also second on the grid. So all the expected front runners are at the front on this grid, so it should be absolutely superb to watch this race, see their pace and also the tactics involved as to when they will make their pit stops. Say Nicole Drought in the Motion Motorsport Honda Civic was the champion from last year and also our winner last time out at Snetterton, so bang on the pace right away. So she is going to be the driver to beat. Matt Swaffer, I think, when I think Chris interviewed him getting out of the car, and when he was told who was on pole, was basically on the side, and said yeah, almost figured. So he knows who his rival is, who's got the pace. But really looking forward to seeing these cars round it. Go for it, Chris.
Jump in. Yeah, we just had a slight pause there, but we're all sorted. We're ready to go. So for the second Cliocup GB race here at Silverstone on the GP circuit, in third place, number 99, Ben Jenkins. Well done, Ben. Up onto the third step, mate. In second place, car number 1, Nicky Taylor. And the victory goes 96, Sam Gornall. So congratulations, they're all up there, up on the top step together. And what I'll do is I'll leave them for the photographs. We've got them coming off the grid. Paul Jerd, back to you.
Thank you very much. Yep, the guys actually there on the grid. Sadly we didn't get to really hear from them, but times are tight and we're straight into our next race. So it is the cars forming up. It's again, I don't know, I'm saying this, Alistair, about every race, but we have some beautifully turned out cars in all of these races today, some fantastic liveries. It is Nicole Drought who is down there on the front row of the grid with Matt Swaffer alongside. It's going to be interesting to see how they get off the line, and it is quite a big grid to get in place, and we've got a whole variety of cars, from relatively modern cars suddenly looking down there at the 123 Tyler Motorsport, Dean Hyde in a BMW E30, sort of slight shades of almost the original BMW M3, the first E30 M3, in where the rear spoiler of that car is sitting, but beautiful car. And MG ZR down there as well in the hands of the Hornigolds ALE Racing. So big variety of cars, some of the Mazdas out there, Honda Integra, and yeah, it just really does feel like a series that's a welcoming series. You can bring along what you like, they will find a class for it, and a great way. If you've had your toe in the water through the Trackday Trophy, this is the logical next step up, the Trackday Championship. Same cars, pretty much the same rules, same regulations all around pit stops, etc, etc. But now you're racing for points. Now it gets a bit serious. Now you really have to be consistent across the season, and it's just taking you to that next level of motorsport, really just learning what's involved. And again, the marshals just working quite hard down there to get everyone just into the correct slots and make sure they line up properly. Last few rows now coming into place. In fact, we do have that last car actually lining up, Richard Clark and Chris Mayhew's Renault Clio, that's going to start off the back with 10 seconds. It's got Richard Clark's name on it, so obviously his car, his normal drive. He's going to sit there. Marshall's now off. Green flag is waved from the back of the grid. Nicole Drought is our pole sitter. She is on the outside of the circuit. Should give her the optimum line down through Cots, but she still needs to get that car away. Red lights are on. Waiting for the red lights to come off, and then we can get away from the red lights come off. And it is Crush. She immediately moves across to cover Matt Swaffer, but in fact it's the BMW that has got off the line. Rear wheel drive, several cars off into the gravel though at Cops. Cars snatching to the right and into the barriers. I think we are going to see, at the very least, sadly, a safety car. I didn't quite see where they went from in the pack, but they got I think a couple of touches as cars jockeyed for position. So you've got the cars coming towards you, but I think we have some clearing up to do at Cops, sadly, Alistair.
Yes, that's unfortunate, but no sign of any signals down this end of the circuit for a safety car or red flag. But so they're racing at the moment, and it is indeed Matt Swaffer who leads. Nicole Drought did say when Chris interviewed her after qualifying that the BMW will get off the line really well because it's rear wheel drive, whereas Nicole in a front wheel drive, but she's got the position already on the outside of Stowe Corner, has gone around the outside of Matt Swaffer. She's on the inside now for Club Corner and takes the lead as they go into Club. Matt Swaffer just about holds on to second place with the green Scirocco of Jack Goes trying to get past, but I think Jack Goes stays in third place. So the order as they go up the Hamilton Straight for the first time is Nicole Drought leading from Matt Swaffer from Jack Goes.
I would say I think Jordan Honeybone is one of those cars that's off. I just think I caught a glimpse of him on a camera getting out the car, and that's a shame because Jordan was actually 5th on the grid, and we know that he is a very, very quick driver. Still got those two cars, no marshals around them at the moment. Interesting to see what's quite going to happen here, to be honest. They're not really where you want two cars left for the moment, but field is coming back safety down car. It is safety car. I don't think that we had any choice on that one, to be quite honest, but that had to be done by race control. And yet you're quite right, I've now got the safety car. In fact, we've got one of the response vehicles going down there, so there's a little bit of work to be done down there. So we are going to pick up the safety car, which is a little unfortunate this early in the race, but it is a 45-minute race. The clock will continue ticking as the field now will be greeted by the safety car to be led around by the Hyundai, which is now just coming up to speed out of, I think, this Pray that everyone has seen the signs. That's always nervy when someone arrives on a safety car train still at race speed. So we do have the safety car come out, and let's check. Our safety car crew is Ian Barnett and Evelyn Buonich, who I commentated on safety carring at Snetterton towards the end of last year. So nice to see you two again out in the safety car. Never actually nice to see the safety car out, but we know we're in safe hands with an experienced crew on board. So those cars do need clearing up down there. There was quite a heavy nose-on impact for one of them as it went into the barriers. So a little bit of work and they will be sunk down in the gravel. So once we've got the field nicely up behind the safety car, and it looks pretty much like all the field are in that train, it is going to be the just the work to clear that corner and get everything back sorted right on the entrance to Cop. So almost as people reach their braking point, I think there were a couple of touches from cars. Someone got spat sideways, collected someone else, and sadly that is game over for certainly Jordan Honeybone. Not sure who.
Charlie Pop.
It is Charlie. Do you know what? I suspected as much because they were on the same row of the grid. So that's a big disappointment basically, because they were both quite quick cars and potential contenders.
It was unfortunate. They've just had a replay on the live stream, which showed that you couldn't actually see which car it was, but one of the cars behind the two Clios, because they were together on the grid on the third row, one of them, and I think it was Charlie Polk on the inside, got tipped from behind. I think they're showing it again now, so you can watch, and he just gets tipped from behind. There's nothing he can do, and poor Jordan Honeybone, completely innocent, got caught by Charlie Polk, who was also completely innocent, and got fired off into the barriers. Most unfortunate.
So unfortunately, as you say, we're down 2 quick Clios very, very early in the race, because Jordan Honeybone was actually third last time out at Snetterton, so very respectable up there on the podium. Just trying to see if Charlie Polk, he actually retired with the DNF in that race, only completing 12 of the 20 laps, so he had a problematic start to the season for Charlie Polk. That's very, very unfortunate. Let's hope he does continue, because as I say, he was good enough to get his car onto third on the third row of the grid, so obviously a very quick driver. So cars circulating very, very slowly, which is exactly as we'd expect behind the safety car. It's to give the crews time to deal with these cars up at the Copse corner without cars going past, even if they are going past at slow speed. So we still haven't, just waiting. I'm expecting to see a flatbed appear from somewhere. We haven't got one yet, because I think at least one of those cars is going to have some pretty heavy front end damage, which means it might certainly, I don't think they're going to be, even if you got them out the gravel, driving off under their own steam, as it were, or if there are, there's going to be an awful lot of steam around the place. So clock is ticking down. So of course we've got 15 minutes, and we are seeing, as you say, that actually, there is he gets sideways quite early on from in the middle of the pack and just lances across 2 other cars, and that is just very, very unfortunate, Charlie Polk. And then I think, as you say, collecting Jordan Honeybone, and he is the car who has the quite heavy front impact. You see the front of that Clio folding up, and the rest of the car looks fortunately intact, but very, very unfortunate. Certainly not the way we wanted to start our penultimate race of the day. So a lot of martial activity down there with those cars now, as we wait to get them out of the way. Now we've got the low loader come across, so that certainly can get 1 car onto those, but it's going to be interesting, because potentially we could actually get down to the pit lane being open for the compulsory pit stop, so our pit window will open just about as this situation clears itself, assuming that they could do that in the next 5 minutes. And that's going to get very entertaining tactically.
See breakdown Bob there at Copse, been marshalling and driving the recovery truck for, I think it's getting on for 60 years or something, he was telling me.
That's
been here forever.
Hugely impressive, isn't it?
Yes, he's
an absolute Silverstone fixture, which, I don't know, there's something about Silverstone where it seems to attract him, wasn't it? Silverstone Sid did a ridiculous amount of years in the fire vehicle that used to follow everyone around for the first lap of any race. That Jaguar that he used to hustle right round. But and again, a big thank you at this opportunity actually to the people like the marshals and all the crews and everything, because the vast majority of the people running this meeting are volunteers, and your time and your effort and your experience is very, very much appreciated. We really wouldn't have any sort of sport without you. And if you do actually fancy becoming a marshal, if you do go to marshals.co.uk, you can find a link on there to register for a taster day, where you will come along to a race meeting, have a tour of what goes on in it, visit race control, visit the timing, etc, 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 and then actually if you're happy to spend the afternoon or the rest of the day actually out on a marshal's post. And I was commentating at Brands Hatch last weekend, and we had a marshal's taster day going on, and it was very nice that they actually, before racing started, did come up to the commentary box, and it was fantastic to have a chat with these people who were all very, I have to say, very excited about having their day. And I did bump into one young lady right at the end of the day and asked what she thought of it, and she said she thought it was absolutely amazing, nothing like what she thought it was going to be like. It was, as she's put, way better. She'd been on a marshal's post, thought it was amazing, and was definitely coming back for more. So if you are tempted, if you do like the sound of that, then do have a look on marshalls.co.uk for the Taster Day link. And as I say, you know, it is the ladies and gentlemen in the orange suits that we really do rely on to run this sport as safely as we can, and we would be very lost without them. I think the safety car pack is your side of the circuit there, Alistair.
Yeah, right in front of me at Stowe.
Lots of, I'm assuming lots of weaving and wriggling for no good reason.
Not too much.
Oh, okay, nice.
They run on treaded tyres, don't they?
Yeah, I was going to say they can't. You know, there were a few doing it past me, and I wasn't sure what the benefit was going to be.
Yeah, nice to see that all the colours going by in this lovely afternoon sunshine, and hard work going on at Cops. We should. They're just going through Club. I think possibly what the clerk of the course would like to do is slow the safety car down so that by the time he gets to the Wellington Straight the track is clear at Cops, because then he can release the cars. But if he just misses that opportunity, it'll be a whole nother lap before they can release the cars. But they're working very hard at Cops too.
I think the flatbed is leaving with the second car, so I think we might be clear. There's a telehandler that is also, I think, returning to its place of safety or wherever it's based. The flatbed is ducking back into the pit lanes from the wrong exit, but there is no one in the pit lane, so that's not a problem. No, we still do have one car down there. The Jordan Honeybone car has not yet been moved yet, so we are probably going to have another lap. My point of interest is if the safety car chain gets here after the pit lane is opened. I'm not sure what people would think of on tactics there, and getting a good look now, unfortunately, at the Jordan Honeybone Clio, which is a little bit shorter at the front end than it used to be.
I wonder whether they've decided that it's far enough through the gravel trap to be left there for the race, because they pulled it there with a telehandler and left it. They would have picked it. So there's two other flatbeds available and they didn't scramble them.
Now you say that, and I actually look to my right. You are right, it is in a very different position to what it was where it ended up when it went off. I can't actually see it looking out my window, whereas previously I could. So I think you're right, it's possibly been dragged into what is quite a large gravel trap, moved to a place of safety beyond that. So fingers crossed on this one. Let's see when the safety car does come back into view, if we do have flashing lights on it. And we don't have flashing lights. The lights are out on the safety car. So fingers crossed we are going to see the safety car coming in. I'm fairly sure I'm right, the sun is shining on it, but it has pulled out a big lead over the pack, which is Nicole Drought in car number 1, leading Matt Swaffer, and in third place we've got the 222 car of Jack Go. So we are going to go racing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 as we count down though on the pit window. So the leaders are going to come past the pit entrance. They are not going to stop. They are actually going to go racing, having only completed a partial racing lap earlier in the race. It's only 15 minutes in and that's all we've had, but we are seeing cars come into the pit lane. First car into the pit lane is the Dan Abbott in his Honda Integra, and then also coming in is Darren Gose in the Mangos Racing Mini JCW. So we have some people making a very early stop. Cars coming, a couple of other cars coming in as the field streamed through. So some people, Richard Clark and Chris Mayhew, that's the Renault Clio that was right at the back of the grid. They would have gained their 10 seconds back by joining the safety car queue, and they have made again a very early stop. So interesting tactics from somebody, but we've got those lead 3 and they are away.
And it's the same order as it was before the safety car, which is that the Nicole Drought is leading in the Civic, and second place the BMW of Matt Swaffer. Then it's the green Scirocco of Jack Gose, and behind Jack Gose is the Wright and Glover car. So we've got Wright and Glover and Wright and Wright, and they are battling behind the Jack Gose Scirocco. And we don't know who's driving. We know Jack Wright is the quicker of the two. Jack's quicker than his dad George. And the fact that they moved up from 7th to challenging fourth. I wonder whether Jack might be in the car at the moment.
That would make sense, wouldn't it, to be quite honest? But they are pushing very, very hard at the front. Nicole Drought really going to the edge of the track limits there, I noticed, through one corner. So she's trying very, very hard, I think, just to try and break away just a little bit, give herself a little bit of a window. I'm just trying to see how much did she win by at Snetterton. Only 3.9 seconds over Matt Swaffer. So I think that's a battle that could potentially run through the entire season. For where the cars are on the circuit, that lead group, because that is going to be, I think, where we are most interested in now. Nicole Drought is starting to pull away. You said earlier she'd had some time with Colin Turkington and really learnt a lot about going quickly around Snetterton. Well, she seems to be pretty good at going quickly around the Silverstone GP circuit here today in this Trackday Championship race, as her very, very tidy Honda comes through, crosses the line side by side now for second place. Matt Swaffer's on the outside. Jack Goes is down at the inside in that fluorescent green Sirocco and moves into second place. He's got past the BMW going through Cops. Side by side though on the exit, maybe it's not as clean a move as I thought, and I think Matt Swaffer is going to have the advantage. More and more cars there coming in to the pits, but across the line it was Nicole Drought 1.6 seconds ahead.
Matt Swaffer did stay ahead into Beckett's, so he stays in second place, but Jack Goes right behind in the Scirocco, and then behind them is the Henry Wright and Kevin Glover's Golf, and then George Wright and Jack Wright's Golf immediately behind. And in fact they're all lined up. Matt Swaffer sitting there saying, "Leave me alone," because he's got 3 VWs trying to get past him as they go through Stowe and into Club Corner, and all onto the brakes for the left-hander. But this is really a gift for Nicole Drought, because she's able just to pull away with not having to defend. And as they go on to the Hamilton Straight, Matt Swaffer is still in second place, but very, very close as Jack Goes in the Scirocco. So I wonder if he'll have a go when they get up to Abbey.
That's right. It's interesting, isn't it? As you say, this is exactly what Nicole Drought would have wanted, because those cars, they're slightly compromising each other, losing a tenth here and a tenth there, and she does not have to defend. She can take the lines she wants through the corners. And as I say, the reigning champion, a race winner last year, we know how quick she can actually be in that little Honda. So driving very, very quickly. Just looking down the order, a few cars have made their stop. We've still got a couple of cars in the pits. They are coming out now, and it's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. And as we saw earlier on, actually, in the Trackday Trophy race, Alistair, some people cut it very, very fine, don't they, to within tenths of a second of that time.
Yes, that's right. There's the closest at the moment is one of the guest cars with 0.935 over the time, but we've got a couple of times that are below the minimum. 141, that's the Mini, isn't it? We saw winning the previous race, but a different driver in this one, the Wolf Motorsport Mini. And number 39 also has gone under the 2 minutes, but again by fraction of a second. They're both on 159.
And Matt Swaffer got swamped at Cops and has suddenly dropped to fourth, I think. I'm sure, just as the called it on slightly on camera, and in fact he's fighting back. I think they might have been amongst the back marker, but certainly got ahead of Matt Swaffer. It's been Jack Ghost, and in fact he was headed across the line as they are picking up past some other cars, just to be very, very confused. And I have seen the two Golfs that were chasing down the Sirocco and the BMW fall back a little bit as they caught the back marker in entirely the wrong area. But yeah, it's a little bit of a change for second place, and it is that fluorescent green Sirocco. Can Jack Ghost start reeling in Nicole Drought? He's already starting to pull away, I think, from the BMW.
He is, yes. They come through Stowe, and Nicole Drought goes down into the dip at Vale, and then it's Jack Goes in the green Scirocco, then Matt Swaffer trying to come back at him in the BMW, and then the Wright and Glover and the Wright and Wright Golfs just behind. The Wright brothers, except they're not. They're Wright father and son. But they they're not able to challenge Matt Swaffer, and he in turn is challenging Jack Goes as they come up the Hamilton Straight.
So it is, I think it's sort of cut horses for courses. The Sirocco, front-wheel drive Sirocco and the rear-wheel drive BMW are better in different parts of the circuit than each other, possibly. Good traction out the slower corners you'd expect for the BMW. A brief lock-up puff of smoke there from the BMW. So Matt Swaffer obviously trying very, very hard, and if anything that's let the chasing VWs get back to him, the writing lover and right, isn't it? We need a collective noun somehow, don't we? Still Nicole Drought though out clear in front. Window is ticking down. We're about halfway through now. That's pit window, so the cars are going to have to come in sooner or later. Who is going to be the first from that lead group to blink and make their compulsory stop? We're going to find out now, because now they've all got another opportunity. They are coming up to the pit lane to complete their 6th lap. Who is going to stay out? Well, Nicole Drought stays out, as does Jack Goes, as does the BMW of Matt Swaffer, as does the 38 car, the Writing Glover car, as does the 46 of Wright and Wright. So all that lead 5 cars actually do stay out, so no early stop there. Makes you wonder if they're all going to come in at the same time, which that really does get down to who is going to be bravest on pushing that 2 minutes. Say advantage for Nicole Drought that time, 3.1 seconds across the line. So yeah, screen showing the 141 that we saw earlier on has rejoined. So 141 is just Chris Reed this time round in the Mini Cooper, quite a bit down the order.
I can confirm that you are correct, that Jack Wright is behind the wheel of the 46, because George is down here, helmet and hands device on. He's ready to go, and I can also confirm what I suspected was the case. The 38 Henry Wright is of no relation, so that sorts that one out as well.
So Jack Wright in the car. I think that's actually you that spotted that, guessed that one there, Alistair. I'm going to take absolutely no credit, but car going very, very quickly. That car 46 running in 5th place. Down now, it's a 45-minute race, and we are about now just going to click down to 21 minutes left. So it is there's only 5 minutes left of this pit window. I think it's going to be at the end of this lap or the next that we are going to see that lead bunch come in, and I suspect they are all going to come in pretty much en masse, and that's going to get entertaining, isn't it? Because there's going to be such an urge to try to get that advantage over your rival in the pit lane. And as I say, we saw everyone be quite lenient on the minimum stop times earlier on. I think if there is an advantage of points at stake, that might be enforced just a little bit more rigidly.
Yes, I'm slightly confused by when the pit window open sign came up on the screen. It came up at 20 minutes. I was expecting it to come up at 15 minutes into the race, but we'll leave that up to the officials to sort out. But on the screen it's showing us
people started stopping. Okay, that's interesting.
And I've read the regulations, and it doesn't say anything about the pit window being pushed back if there's a safety
car. I've never really known that happen too much. I've known people win races. In fact, our leader is in. In comes Nicole Drought, our leader, car number 1. In comes the second place, the 222, Jack Goes. Staying out is Matt Swaffer. And I think the two VWs that were chasing him down. So we have had a split in the top group of cars, but it is our race leader to this point coming in to make her compulsory stop, followed in by the 222 Jack Goes car. So all happening, and they are stopping right down the far end of the pit lane, about as far down as you can go. So they should be right there, and they should be watching each other. Chris?
Yeah, I was just going to say is that during qualifying, Nicole was stopped at your end of the pit lane. This time there was someone at halfway waving, go, 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 all the way down. Now, I don't know whether it's that it keeps them out of the way of, obviously, we might get the MX-5s popping back out again.
Yes, like we had last time, yes.
Yeah, and that could cause an issue. I might be 2 and 2 coming up with 100, I usually do, but they've certainly gone down to the end, so she's serving hers there. Your favourite car, the Sirocco, is also just there, and they do the usual thing. They've got time to just patiently check the tyre pressures, make sure they're happy with that before they send them back on their way, but they just sat there because it's quite a safe, lengthy pit stop, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah. It's one of the longer ones. I was last weekend we had 45 seconds pit stops, which was car stationary, admittedly, and I thought that was a decent time. But 2 minutes is just, particularly I think if you are changing drivers, you get him in, you get him strapped in properly. For safety reasons, fully behind it, basically. Right, this does mean though that we should next time round see Matt Swaffer come in, because we're going to start to run out of pit window, assuming we've got the pit window that we expect.
Yes, absolutely right. There's 18 minutes, so 3 minutes of the pit window remaining, just under. But it's coming in, so if he's halfway round a lap and comes in, that's too late. And it always worries me when they take it right to the line, because if there's a safety car, instead of taking 2 and a bit minutes to get round, it takes you 4 and a bit minutes to get round, so you miss the pit window. But we'll see. There goes number 1, pit stop time of 2:03, so just 3 seconds over the absolute minimum that Nicole Drought could have done, so that's good, and she's back out on track.
That's a fine control. That's not necessarily pushing it. Yet in comes Matt Swaffer, and following him right in are the Wright & Glover and Wright cars. So we've had the lead 3 cars on the road, the lead 3 cars that haven't stopped yet, coming down the pit lane in line astern. Again, yeah, stopping way down the pit lane suddenly seems to be the fashion. There were far more cars up this end earlier on. So I think you might be right, Chris. They have learnt the lesson from the Miatas coming out for their race while they're trying to stop in front of their garages.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that in reality they're able to do this quite comfortably, because there's a little bit lower in the championship than there is in the trophy, so there's going to be enough space down here for them. So Matt Swaffer is in just in front of me. I look further down and we've got that absolutely gorgeous Golf with George and jumping out Jack Wright, that up until I think it was possibly a couple of years ago now, it had a lot of extra, oh goodness me, Pro-Ams in with squeaky brakes, but it had a lot of extra bodywork on that car, and they were really developing it, and then suddenly they went, no, the rules are it's got to be a bit more back to the original car. So it got a little bit more standard looking, but with just the right amount. They're allowed the rear wings on, and that's about it. But Matt Swaffer's just sat there patiently, his team just checking the bolts as well as any pressures before they send him out. Remember, this is when it gets interesting with Matt Swaffer, because he has to go heavy on the fuel with this 3-litre engine in there, and that's going to be obviously working its way down when he's going to be a lot more comparable to the cars around him.
That's right, that can actually make quite a difference, isn't it? His car will be many kilos heavier than some of the cars around me just on fuel load at the start of a race, but is that going down and down, as you say, it should counterbalance any tyre issues or anything. He can either keep his pace or even improve it as the race goes on. Right, so we know that Nicole Drought has stopped. She is now crossing the line now, and I'm seeing cars starting to move down out of pit lane. I think that is Matt Swaffer. This is going to be close. Nicole is coming through Copse at speed as Matt Swaffer exits the pits, trying to get up to speed.
Well, Matt Swaffer's pit stop time was around a second quicker than Nicole Drought, so he'll have made up a second on the road. And
I think they're going to be very close as they come into your sight, Alistair.
The number 38 Golf, but the number 46 Golf, the Wright car, George and Jack, 2 minutes 0.4, so they're the closest to the minimum time. But we'll get the leaders coming down. Here they are, and Matt Swaffer is right behind Nicole Drought as they come onto the Hanger Straight, and down into Stowe Corner they come, and there's a couple of car lengths between them. And as Chris has already pointed out and confirmed to us, that Matt Swaffer should get relatively quicker towards the end of the race than the Civic of Nicole Drought, because it uses more fuel, so it will have been heavier at the start. So this is the point at which maybe Matt Swaffer can put a real challenge in. They're going through Club Corner, they're still line astern, there's no challenge from Matt Swaffer at this stage. And not far behind them will be the 2 Golfs and the Scirocco as well. I noticed the Scirocco come through behind Nicole Drought at a gap of about 8 or 10 seconds.
That's right, we are still showing pit window open. Interesting. Everyone has made a stop now, so I think we are we've had the whole field cycle through, so we can now trust the positions that we are seeing on screen, trust the positions that we're seeing on track. But this has closed up that lead battle, hasn't it? They battled at Snetterton, and now they are going to be battling for the remaining laps of this race.
And we've got a battle on as well with the rights, the unrelated right and right in different cars, as opposed to the related rights in 46. And they are challenging each other after very similar pit stop lengths.
Right, just watching the lead pair down through Brooklands. That Honda looks very, very quick in a straight line. And then the BMW almost seemed to close up on the brakes. To see how we're coming out of the corner. Again, the traction rear-wheel drive BMW should have, you think, would have the advantage. The Honda does get out cleanly. It's not that much of a smaller car, but great exit there from Nicole Drought just to head across the line. Her advantage that time round was just, waiting for the... I'll screen wipe that off because we've got a back marker there coming through, so I can't tell the difference on the lap times because that was Matt Swaffer's out, but 0.47 was the gap, and flying out lap then from Matt Swaffer right on the pace. How good must it be to come out and see the car you're battling for the lead right in front of you after you've made your stop?
There's a great battle going on between the Jack Go's car, the Scirocco, and the Golf of now George Wright going through Beckett's. So they've closed up after the pit stops. The two VWs, they were together before the pit stops, weren't they? But much, much closer as they head out onto the Hangar Straight once again. So now I've got the leaders here, and it's still the blue and white Honda of Nicole Drought that leads, but the gap back to Matt Swaffer hasn't changed, so she's not pulling away from him. And the third placed car, the 38 car, that's the Wright and Glover car, is right behind them. So we have a 3-car battle for the lead. There's a yellow flag just come out at Club. Can I see what that is? No, I can't, but there is a yellow flag at Club Corner, maybe on the exit of Club, because I can see the entry but I can't see the exit, so there might be somebody off on the exit of Club Corner.
Just trying to quickly look at the cameras, not seeing anything. I've got one right down at Abbey looking all the way up. You're right, there could be something just to the right. It's a long way up on that screen that I can't very easily make it out.
Well, my confusion about the pit window remains, but I'll mention it once and then we'll not talk about it because we can't do anything about it. But it closed at 17:10 and the race started at 16:40. So it looks like it went back 5 minutes from what we expected, but that's what I'm seeing on the screen.
Yeah, that sort of matches. As I'm not aware of a change due to the safety car, because we did lose the whole period really from the first lap up to the safety car. But as you say, let's move on.
Yes, because there's a lot of cars came in before the pit window opened, allegedly from the screen. But anyway, as you say.
That's right, where are we now? We're coming up actually up to the last 10 minutes of this race, and Nicole Drought is showing as our leader, but only 0.69 of a second ahead of Matt Swaffer. And as you say, it is the Wright and Glover car 38, the VW, that is running in third place. 2.6 seconds is the gap between Matt Swaffer and that car. And then in fourth place we have that Scirocco, the 222 car of Jack Goes. And then rounding out the top 5, as you say, number 46, which is being shared by Wright and Wright. And it's George Wright now on board of that car, isn't it?
It is, yes, Dad George, the second stint. I think generally Jack's a little bit quicker than George, so it's possible that won't challenge for position, but let's have a look what's going on with the lead. They're just passing a slower car coming down into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. There's the third placed car. He looked really quick, but the timing screen tells us that he's not really closing, but the 38 silver, blue and red Golf going very, very well indeed. Henry Wright and Kevin Glover going extremely well, but their lap times are a second or so slower than the two leaders. But it's really quick coming into Stowe, but still Drought from Swaffer.
It is. In fact, Matt Swaffer did his fastest race lap to date last time round, which exactly backs up what you were saying about that car getting substantially lighter. 3-litre engine out there using a lot of fuel and getting lighter and lighter. It would have had to have been fueled heavier And these cars are actually measured for weight, I think, right at the end of the race, aren't they? So you do have to be a little bit careful about minimum weights in this championship.
Just looking across, with no live stream on this, but looking across to Luke, it looks like Matt Swaffer is right behind Nicole Drought. So yes, definitely coming out through Aintree now, I can see them, and it's definitely still the blue car in the lead, but the BMW is right behind. So look out at Brooklands.
This is going to be interesting. Two very, very different cars, and both being driven very, very quickly. It was Nicole Drought who took the advantage in qualifying, and yet, as you say, they do come down towards Brooklands. It's probably about 4 or 5 lengths coming through there. Matt Swaffer closes up as they hit Luffield. He takes yards out of the leader through that part of circuit somehow. Very, very good on the brakes. Oh, he is just very, very good into there. But again, Nicole Drought just grabs that gap and opens it up as they exit, crosses the line, and again, that gap is 5.593. She's got that crucial half second, which means Matt Swaffer cannot chase going into or even make an opportunity into Copse. Still Wright and Glover in car 38 in third place, and 222 Jack Gose is running in fourth. Just put in his best race laps, closed a little bit on the car in front, but still 5.4 seconds off the podium.
The leaders, as always, have got some slower cars to deal with, so they're going to come, I think they'll probably get them on the Hanger Straight. Coming out of Chapel now, coming down under the vehicle bridge on the Hanger Straight. Get a good view of them. There's Matt Swaffer, and he's closing right up now. The speed of the BMW, the bigger engine, closes right up, but he has to hit the brakes a bit earlier. Nicole Drought throws the Honda Civic into the right-hander at Stowe Corner, and there's much less than a car length between them. And indeed, Matt Swaffer going to the outside into Club Corner, having a bit of a go there, then cuts back to the inside and then back to the inside again, so with left and right of that section. But I think he ran a little wide going out, did he? Yeah, he's still in second place as they head off up towards the Hamilton Straight and Abbey.
Fantastic driving from both drivers here. A little bit defensive, I think, from Nicole Drought now, having to be putting the car possibly a little bit more in the middle of the road, coming down to some of the corners than she was previously. Well aware of that BMW behind her, the more powerful, the more torquey BMW that is battling her with Matt Swaffer. And as I say, they were first and second at Snetterton back in the middle of March, and they're going to be first and second here. But which way round will it be? I think it's still open to offers. Matt Swaffer driving absolutely superbly in that BMW, but so far not given a clean opportunity by Nicole Drought at all in the number one car, our reigning champion in that little blue and silver Honda Civic. And so they will be down again to this part of the circuit, and again Nicole holds a good lead as they go through Brooklands. Matt Swaffer seems very, very good. I'm sure he takes a different line into Luffield, which closes him up, but I'm not sure it pays off later in the corner. And again, we're just going to see who does get that exit out of that Luffield into Woodcote. And again, Nicole pulls out on that part of the circuit, which means she does not have to defend into Copse. She can go through Copse, advantage of 0.9 again. That Luffield, Matt Swaffer, I think, is quick in and slow out, which is exactly what they tell you not to do at racing school, isn't it?
Can I just jump in a second? One thing I've just noticed, sadly, well, for whatever reason, TSL isn't telling us any penalties today. However, one's popped up for the number 10 car in 7th place, 2-lap penalty. The reason why I'm saying that's the Class C leader.
Ah, yes. That's interesting.
And there's a few more popping up now as well. The one above them's got.
There he is, yeah.
And below,
Paul McHugh in 39.
And 141. Is this possibly what Alistair spotted, that these may have been the cars that came in as soon as the safety car peeled in as well?
141 was certainly a very early stopper. And that does make sense, because the Pummel and Robinson car was showing at the top of the screen for quite a while, when I didn't think it was in that position. So I wonder if they've stopped out of time, got the timing a little bit wrong there or something.
Yes, the numbers you've just mentioned appear above the pit window open, which means they were before then. So yes, stranger and stranger that the pit window seemed to have been moved.
Interesting. I wonder if we'll get to the bottom of that one. But still that lead battle goes on, and it was Nicole Drought, as I say, extended the gap to 0.9 of a second. Certainly not a good Luffield last time round for Matt Swaffer. He was right with her on the way in, but as they exited the corner and came through, it was the Honda that had the traction that actually managed to pull away the 2004 Honda Civic Type R of Nicole Drought. So there's this battle clicking, but again, clock ticking down. I think we might get a couple of more laps out of this. Just looking across, there are some battles going on all the way down the order. Some very, very close battles going on. Some fantastic racing. And but again, very, very good. We had that incident right at the start. Other than that, it's actually been very clean and tidy from everybody. So just going to see now who is coming back into view on this part of the circuit. And again, it's the leaders, probably Nicole Drought through Brooklands with the biggest gap I've seen her have through there since the pit stops. Max Hoffman maybe has had his go. They're going to come down to the line. I think they're going to cross the line in time to have 2 more laps. So Nicole Drought crosses the line now. Yeah, 2:48, so we will get 2 more race laps, and she's extended that gap to 1.26 with a fastest race lap. Both of them did their best race laps today, but it's Nicole Drought who's banged in a fastest lap of the race so far with a 2:29.4. So putting 3.3 of a second off Matt Swaffer in that lap. Still 38 Writing Glover in 3rd place, and Jack Goes in that Sirocco 222 running in 4th. Leaders have completed 13 laps, almost back into your sight, but I don't think you're going to be seeing any defending on this lap, Alistair.
See as they come down. Yes, here they are on the Hanger Straight now, and you're quite right. Yes, there's quite a big gap opened up now, 1st to 2nd, so Nicole Drought can focus once more on getting the perfect racing lines, and Matt Swaffer similarly in the Autoquip BMW. And then the next car up is the 38. Now this is all getting rather close. The Wright & Glover Golf is being caught by the 222 Jack Goes car. Yeah, not massively, second or so quicker that last lap. They're getting quite close, and then the through past me, the 46 George and Jack Wright car goes through. That's not in contention anymore for the 3rd and 4th place, but there's still a possibility that Jack Goes could sneak into onto the bottom step of the podium.
It is. He's been pushing hard for the last few laps in that Sirocco, so it's still the battle going on there. It's quickly down the classes. Nicole Drought obviously leading Class B. On the road, our Class C leader is car number 10, Freddie Pummel and James Robinson, but they do have that penalty against them, so possibly they are not going to hold on to that position. Class D leader currently is running 12th overall, 1.53, which is Stephen Docker in an MX-5, and I think that is where we stand on the class leaders so far. So the 3 classes that are out there. Clock is ticking down. We're down to 37 seconds. We are seeing now Nicole Drought through Luffield. Matt Swaffer possibly looking a little bit closer, 1.2 gap across the line last time, but Nicole very, very good on this part of the circuit. This is where she seems to put out a gap she doesn't have to defend. So she is going to cross the line with 20 seconds left, so we are going on to the last lap of the race for the lead pair. Gap almost exactly the same, 1.2 seconds, very, very closely matched on lap times that time round. The first 2, gap from 3rd back to 4th. We wondered if Jack Ghost was going to push hard. Still 2.5 seconds. He was almost a second quicker that time round, but it's going to be a tall order for Jack Ghost to get that 222 Sirocco onto the podium.
Yes, he'll not stop trying though as they go around on the last lap. The leader's up in Beckett section, so they'll be coming down the Hanger Straight for the last time very shortly, and it looks to be Nicole Drought in control now, not really under pressure. Matt Swaffer is still very much there. They've got a couple of slower cars, so I'm sure Nicole will be thinking, where am I going to get past them? It won't be into Stowe Corner. She goes a bit wide actually, and I don't think it's going to affect the lead because Matt Swaffer is not close enough, but it does mean he gets closer. She manages to get past the slower car on the run into Club Corner. Matt Swaffer also gets through, so it closes right up, 1st and 2nd. There goes our 3rd placed Scirocco. Was it the Scirocco in 3rd place? Let's have a look.
It was the 38 VW Golf.
You're right. They are close.
The Scirocco closing up the 222 car.
Yes, it is. I missed the 38 going past me, but yes, it's still there. So 3rd and 4th onto the Hamilton Straight for the last time, and looks like we've got a late retirement from the 22 Mini, which is going slowly.
That's a shame so far into the race. That's the Darren Goes Mango Racing, so the teammate of our 222 Sirocco. But yeah, definitely the last lap, the clock has ticked easily down to 0 and then some. So it is going to be that final part of the lap for Nicole Drought. Just has to keep her concentration, keep her pace. She knows that if there's any slip, Matt Swaffer is only the 1.2 seconds back, and he will willingly take any opportunity to close that gap and even make a challenge. Yeah, we've got actually another pit visitor, 245. Phil Hart and James Hart in their Honda Civic have just come in. But yeah, leader has now gone through. Brooklyn still with that handy lead of around over a second. And she is going to exit, just going through the 2 final corners. One of them is a flat corner. You're just going to accelerate all the way through Woodcut to come up to the lights for Nicole Drought to take her 2nd win of the year. And this is only the 2nd round, so far unbeaten. She takes the checkered flag. Nicole Drought, fantastic win there from Matt Swaffer in 2nd place. Again, the gap across the line was 2.3. I think Matt Swaffer possibly backing off on the other towards the end of that lap. And it was the number 38 who came in 3rd, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in their Volkswagen Golf GTI, with Jack Ghost 222 finishing in 4th place, just waiting for George Wright, who we would expect to come through next in the 46 car, and yet he comes through and crosses the line to take 5th place. So great little battle at the front. Shame we lost so much of the race behind the safety car. There's a little bit of confusion on pit windows and things like that. Just coming through now, the car's just trying to work out who's the next car who's going to come through in the top 10. I'm expecting to see car number 12, the Scott Thompson, Jonathan Ogden Clio, coming through to take position.
Looks like the penalties have been applied to those 3 cars because they've suddenly dropped.
Yes, they've tumbled right down the order as lap penalties are applied. So there's a good reason why you need to behave in the pit lane, because it's potentially a dangerous area. So it does make sense that they have been applied. So car 12 comes through now to take 6th place, Scott Thompson and James Ogden. And they are all on the lead laps. Few more cars still to come through. In fact, the leaders lapped everyone up to 12th, though only the top 11 cars will be on the lead lap. 166 come through, which is the Clark and Mayhew, Richard Clark and Chris Mayhew Finsport Renault Clio, and also chasing hard and coming through now is the 123 car to take 8th place, which is Dean Hyde in the Tyler Motorsport BMW E30. And one more car now to come through to round out the top 10, because we've also seen 153 Stephen Docker come through in 9th place, and it is 10th place now has gone to Wayne Cockrell, number 21 Ainedale Racing Toyota Celica. Nice to see a Toyota Celica out there. So the cars have actually all come through. I think, yeah, everyone appears to have taken the checkered flag who's running. I think we saw the 20. Oh no, we do have a Mazda coming quite slowly actually, which is the 56 car of Stephen Oran's Style Power for Racing Mazda MX-5 ND. So that car has come through. So that's a great track day championships. These cars are scoring points. So our points leader, obviously after the first round, having won at Snetterton, was Nicole Drought. She will have extended her lead this time around. So that's very well done from Nicole. That's going to be very, very pleasing for her. You just need to keep consistent, keep scoring points in these scenarios. So we are going to have a podium for that. We need all the classes. There was a little bit of juggling and jiggery pokery, and I think we missed one of the Class D drivers last time round because they merrily sailed on down the pit lane. So we hope we can catch them for Chris, because we are going to go into the Miata Trophy coming up after this race, which will be our final race of this MSVR race day here at Silverstone. And we saw the Miatas earlier with Aidan Hills take a win from Colin Bysouth, with James Cousins in 3rd place. And it's going to be interesting because, as we well know, with the Miatas, this race here will have the top 10 on the grid, the reverse top 10 to the grid for the first race. That does mean that we will see people like Ollie Allwood, who retired, assuming he can repair his car, actually come back out and get to go racing again. But that almost guarantees overtaking, so should be a lot of good fun. Cars now streaming in at the end of this race. We've got the top 2 down there, I think. We're just trying to work out which other cars need to come in and which cars can get waved by. I do love to say that Sirocco from the back is just that sort of very metallic-y green. Looks absolutely superb with the sun on it. Some fantastic liveries, but we've been saying that all day long about a lot of so many of these cars and how well turned out they actually are. Chris is up on the podium patiently waiting as we get cars downstairs, and let's hope that we can get everyone up to him as quick as. And Alistair, I'm not too sure we've got a lot to clear up around the circuit. I think possibly then we might have Jordan Honeybone's car still over at Cops to bring back, might we, right from the very start?
Yes, but certainly nothing down this end at all. Yeah, it's very, very good race.
It is, yeah. It's just a shame about that instant right at the start, which embedded those cars very deep into the gravel and took out potentially 2, certainly top 10 running cars, if not better than that. So a bit of a disappointment there, but these things do happen, unfortunately. Still have the field streaming in as they actually pass directly underneath me. And cars and class winners and top 3s in classes all being directed in. So Chris ends up with a bit of car park under his podium. So hopefully this time we can actually get all the cars that we want, actually in all the drivers that we want up there promptly and swiftly. Right, a little bit of a replay actually on the live stream of that instant right at the start. In fact, it was a relatively heavy impact for both cars, which is a bit of a shame, especially for people who put a lot of work into getting their cars right to come racing. It's not just turning up on the race day, it's all the work that you do in the days and weeks beforehand to get your car prepped, to get your car fully legal, safety compliant, etc., etc., which is what it's all about. But fantastic race there. As I said, we are now going to move on to our final race of the day, which is going to be the Miata Trophy. We've already seen these cars once. We are now fortunate enough to see them again, so we had a great race first time round. Aidan Hills pulled away and did win by 3 seconds, but behind that we had some fantastic battling going on. Colin Bysow and James Cousins battling, and Declan Lee was there and thereabouts before falling back towards the end. And it's going to be great to see them again, particularly with this tweak of a reversed grid, which means we're guaranteed some of the quicker guys from race 1 have to come through the pack if they are going to get on the podium or even take the win in the second race of the day. Just looking down towards Cops, can't see any recovery going. We do have a car being towed in. I think that looks like from the Beckett's area, possibly. Oh no, it's from Club. You said a car had gone off at Club. There's a red and black car being brought back on the tow rope of shame. So that's someone who's got to be brought all the way back. But we do have a fantastic internal road system here at Silverstone, which means that we do get those cars off the track nice and quickly. So no delays there. And as I say, just it's the 124 is coming back, which is the car. 124 is Rob Hornigold and Ashley Hornigold. Oh, it's the MGZR. That's a shame that the MG didn't get to the classic name. MGZR was the car that MG went rallying in the early 2000s.
Right, I'm going to jump in. We're going to get the podiums on the way. We're going to go DCB. I hope they're listening back here. Are you listening? Right, we're going to start with Class D for the MSVT Trackday Championship. For Class D, in third place, number 77, James Howells. Well done, James. Third step, the front trophy's yours. Pick up the front one. Make sure you celebrate it with. Runner-up in Class D, number 6, Colin Wells. Well done, Colin. Up onto step 2, front trophy. But the winner of Class D, number 153, Stephen Docker. Well done. Up onto the top step. Take the front trophy. Well done. Smile towards the cameras. Big smiles there. Congratulations. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Don't kick the other trophies, whatever you do. Yeah. Well done, guys. Fabulous job. We move on to Class C. Third place in Class C, number 21, Wayne Cockerell. Well done, Wayne. Front trophy again for you. The runner-up in Class C, number 123, Dean Hyde. Well done, Dean. Up onto step 2, front trophy. But the winner in Class C, I've got to look for it. There it is. It's the Pro-Am, number 12, Scott Thompson, Jonathan Ogden. Well done, gents. Up onto the top. Take that front trophy. There might be 2 of you, but don't take... No, leave that one there. That one. Other one. That one. That one's yours. Put that one down. I knew you two would be trouble. Big smiles there. I've got to make sure that they have got the correct one now. Yes, that's correct. You got the right one. Well done to the winners of Class C. Come on down. Well done. Well done, guys. Now on to Class B. In third place in Class B, number 38, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. The runner-up in Class B, number 45, Matt Swaffer. Up he goes on to the second step. But the winner, she's made it 2 out of 2 this season. It's your champ from last year, number 1, Nicole Drought. Well done, Nicole. Up she goes to the top step. So congratulations to the top 3 there for all of our classes in the MSVT Trackday Championship. I know they're all in the green flag. Over to you, Paul Jerd, to take us through the grid.
Very much, Chris. Yeah, and on pole position it is number 10, Tyler McAlpin, with alongside 82, Michael Nibbs. Row 2 is number 1, our reigning champion, John Langridge, and number 7, Alex Miller. Row 3, 93, Jack Brewer, and 24, James Cossins. Row 4 is 12, Declan Lee, and 63, Oliver Allwood. Row 5, Triple 8, Colin Bysouth, and number 8, Aidan Hills. Row 6 is 25, Will Powell, and 88, Rowan Lundy. Row 7 is number 2, John Robinson, and 76, Neil Bullen. Row 8, 444, Jay Coombs, and 46, David Robinson. Row 9 is 28, Jack Hodges, and 13, James Ball. Row 10 is 9, Amy Watts, and 55, Simon Fleet. Row 11, 67, David Abbott, and 77, David Newick. Row 12 is 22, Jasmine Sharrington, and 99, Louisa Getley. Row 13 is 72, Ian Abel, and 66, Jack Hargreaves. Row 14 is 97, Anna Getley, and 21, Charlie Todd. Row 15 on their own, 26, Drew Fletcher. Row 17, 84, Benjamin Taylor, and at the back of the grid we've got number 64, Kamal Kazi, and 188, Oscar Aiton. So these cars, as I say, that's the top 10 is the reversed top 10 from our opening race of the day, which means our race winner, Aidan Hills, who has won every race so far today, has to charge through from the back of the top 10 anyway, so we are guaranteed some overtaking. We shall see some very quick drivers tearing on through, and it's going to be, I think, a very exciting race. Already the cars are back round and getting ready to form up. The sun is getting very, very low, actually. The shadows are a long way out in front of the cars, so fortunately the sun is actually going to be shining right onto the red lights. I can remember that being a problem at certain circuits before. I think we're going to be okay here, but cars do look absolutely spectacular with the sun glinting off them. So yeah, cars now coming up and onto the grid. Long line and train of these Mark III MX-5s. So with the 2-litre engine, 142 horsepower at the wheels, is the maximum you are allowed to develop, so no point doing anything expensive, anything trick on your engine, because this is quite tightly policed, and should be very, very exciting, particularly with this switch to the back of the top 10 being turned around. As ever, the marshals working to get people onto their slots, and just making sure they are in the right place. So the rows are offset, so each row isn't quite behind the row in front. It's actually almost sort of sticking through the gaps. We've got someone actually now being just nudged backwards on the grid, not allowed to reverse unless it is under instruction of a marshal, but that's being done quite nicely, getting the in fact, a different team of marshals working on the back of the grid, so hopefully we will get everyone in place very, very soon, just as we are coming down. And top work, I have to say, all day they've been very, very busy down there on the grid, so top work by everyone, getting all the cars in the order. We've had some very, very big grids, but it's all gone very, very smoothly. I think we are finally getting what we want. Yet green flag is being waved. We are happy with how we have the grid. Looking down now, it's very hard to see the red lights in the sun. The red lights have come on. In fact, they are much brighter than I expected, so nice work there with the lights. The cars are going to be released with the sun almost directly behind them, and they do get away. And it was on pole Tyler McAlpin. I think he's got slightly swamped. It's almost hard to tell the car colours. Tyler McAlpin certainly has dropped back to third. Sun glinting off the cars. They're almost just silhouettes going through the first corner. Very hard to tell who is in the lead, but it is a whole pack of Mazdas. It's a dark coloured Mazda that is in the lead. We'll try and catch a car number, but already tearing through will be some of those quicker drivers. I'm trying to pick out Aidan Hill, who is going to be in the thick of the pack. We've got someone there who's got shoved wide and missed a whole chunk of the corner. I think Aidan Hill might already be up to 5th or 6th as they're coming into your sight there, Alistair.
Yes, we'll try and pick that up. It looks like there's a blue and orange car somewhere around there, but then there's one or two of those in this field.
Exactly.
Certainly, yeah, the one near the front. No, he's not. He's going around the outside. He's in about 8th place. The leader is car number 10, and alongside is number 7. So it's the Tyler McAlpin from pole and Alex Miller who was side by side with him. And Aidan Hills is certainly back in the pack in about 8th or 9th place. I would, if I was Aidan, and I'm not a racing driver, I just talk about it, but if I was him, I'd be thinking, yeah, let's just get this first bit of the lap dealt with, keep out of trouble, and then see where we can go from there. It's a 20-minute race.
I think judging by how many people are on these very strange lines and getting pushed wide, that's probably a very, very sensible approach. I actually think, I have to say, I think it's car 7 that's in the lead. I think it might be Alex Miller.
Well, he was second coming past me, so it wouldn't be surprising, yeah.
Yeah, so he's right in the mix there anyway, but quite a battle already going on at the front, and that's letting the quicker guys close up as the guys at the front do fall all over each other. I think Aidan Hills just may have taken another place down at the inside into this swarming pack of Mazdas. This is, I have to say, mixing the grid up, this certainly does give you an exciting first lap, doesn't it? There's plenty going on all the way down the field, let alone the reversed top 10 as they are now just going through the complex. Now the lead pack already coming down the Wellington Straight, and it's an overtaking move as they get down here going into Brooklands.
James Cossins, isn't it, into the lead?
It is, yes. It was right up there in race number 1. In fact, was third in the blue and white car. Even the circuit cameras where we get them being having battling against the low sun at certain angles, but James Cossins coming through with 2 or 3 lengths, and it is car number 8 Aidan Hills up into 3rd place at the end of lap 1. It is James Cossins from Declan Lee from Aidan Hills, Alex Miller in number 7 in 4th, Triple Eight Colin By South in 5th. So we are already seeing the pace setters from race 1 working their way up the order, but it is almost half a second clear at the front. It is car 24 James Cossins in the Hills Motorsport Mazda.
And as they come into Beckett's for the second time, Aidan Hills in 3rd place. I'd put my money on him being up into 2nd perhaps by the time they get down to Stowe Corner, and the other cars behind battling away. They're still all very closely bunched, aren't they? It's great racing, and onto the Hanger Straight they come. And where is Aidan? Oh, Aidan Hills is still 3rd. I apologise, I thought he would be up to 2nd, but he's not. He's 3rd. But up ahead, James Cossins leads. It looks like Declan Lee in 2nd place. Oh, James Cossins gets a bit sideways, Declan Lee moves to avoid what he thought was going to be a moment and went right round the outside and lost 4 places. So I wasn't far off. Aidan Hills up into second place at Stowe exit. I thought it might be Stowe entry, but there we are. So it's Cossins and Hills,
to give you one
1 and 2.
I'm willing to give you one corner there. Entry and exit, yeah, that would be fine. And it's already a battle for the lead, isn't it? James Cossins with Aidan Hills, who's won all 3 of the Miata Trophy races so far this season, is right with him and battling there for the lead. Cars coming down, still cars peeping out around each other, not quite in line of stern formation, as this top 10 battle is absolutely superb. We ought to be mixing grids up more often. The pair already though starting to pull away. I'm wondering if that's just Aidan Hills being smart, or is it just the fact that you look behind and cars all over the place. Very, very pleased to see that we do actually have out there Ollie Allwood, who retired in race 1, so he's driving well and in the middle of the top 10. I think just gained a couple of places in the 63 car, the white car with the coloured stripes down the side.
I think he's up to 4th, and Colin Bysouth is up to 3rd on this lap.
So it is the same names from race 1 who've already made their way up, but very, very close, coming down towards Brooklands for the lead, and it is James Cossins, but he's got Aidan Hills right with him. Aidan Hills just nicely, only a metre or so off the rear bumper of the lead car, but still taking the line he wants. Can he get a good exit from Luffield, carry that speed through Woodcote and make a challenge into Copse as they will head into their 3rd lap, completing their 2nd lap now. 1 and 2 cross the line, and there cannot be anything between them. 0.095 of a second as Aidan Hills sets fastest race lap despite gaining places during that lap. Very, very close at the front. Colin Bysouth in 3rd, and in Ollie Allwood 63 is in 4th, and Declan Lee in 5th, and from then on it is just so close, no gaps over a second until we get down to 10th place.
The leader's just coming into Beckett's now. It's still leading is James Cossins, and in 2nd place Aidan Hills. Colin Bysouth gets a little bit sideways in one element of Beckett's. That allows Ollie Allwood to close up, and you mentioned that the rest of the field close, but they're actually closing up with the Ollie Allwood Colin Bysouth battle, so they're all concertinaing up, but the lead has changed. On braking for Stowe Corner, and into the lead goes Aidan Hills, just snicks by James Cossins. 3rd place Colin Bysouth, then Oliver Allwood, Declan Lee, and then number 7 Alex Miller showing well in 6th place. So they go into Club Corner, and it's the Aidan Hills striped colours that goes into Club first. 2nd place James Cossins, 3rd is Colin Bysouth, 4th is Oliver Allwood, then Declan Lee, and Declan Lee looks very racy indeed in that 5th place, looking for a way past Oliver Allwood as they go onto the Hamilton Straight and up the hill towards the right and left at Abbey and Farm.
Declan Lee looked good actually in parts of the race earlier on in the day, then seemed to lose a little pace later on, so if there was a problem that they've now corrected, you're quite right, he could be very, very quick. And Aidan Hills not really actually managing to pull away. James Cossins still right with him and willing to battle, and there's side by side going round there is Ollie Allwood and Declan Lee. Ollie Allwood definitely trying to take the place in the 63 car, and has done so on Declan Lee, so he has gained a place. Again, that's a car that retired earlier in the day and obviously has been fixed and is right back on the pace, and he's going to want a point to prove, because I think he was on for a podium finish, or very, very close to one if I remember correctly, earlier in the day when he pulled off on the Hanger Straight. But cars already back down here, and Aidan Hills not yet doing what he did in race 1 when he managed to ease away and actually have an advantage of 3.6 seconds right at the end. So he's driving well, but so is that entire pack behind him. And it is Aidan Hills across the line. James Cossins maybe a length and a half behind across the line, 0.218 last time round. And it is, you say, Colin Bysouth in 3rd, Ollie Allwood in 4th place, Declan Lee in 5th place. 6th place goes to car number 7, Alex Miller. And 7th we have car number 10, the car of Tyler McAlpin, who was on pole for our reverse grid. And very, very tight down there, gap 2.2 between the lead pair.
Through Beckett's once again, and the lead still very close. It's not started to extend as we expected perhaps from the first race. Aidan Hills not managing to pull away very quickly from James Cossins. They're still together, and the other three in the lead group not being dropped either. So Colin Bysouth is third, then it's Oliver Allwood and Declan Lee, and they're not that far behind the two leaders. In fact, James Cossins cheekily tries to go up the inside at Stowe. He gets a good run through there, but I don't think there's any room for him to get past Aidan Hills as they go into the left-hander at Club. The other three behind close enough that if one of the front two had a problem, then they'd certainly be there to take the position. The next group of cars, I think it's about 6 or 7 cars, for 6th place backwards, being led by Alex Miller, number 7.
That's right, there is quite a battle going on there at the front across the line. It was just 2 seconds across the top 5 cars as we're deep into the 4th lap of the race. So yeah, Aidan Hill not really, last time he had the ability just to ease away at the front, and it's almost as if everyone has decided that they are not going to let him do it this time and are really going to battle him all the way. So Aidan Hill has been the man to beat in this series so far this season. We're only into the 4th race. We saw him win earlier today. He took 2 wins at Snetterton back in the middle of March, but certainly here today driving very, very well, but can't get away, can't get a break, and has got everyone chasing him down the Wellington Straight. He's going to be able to turn into Brooklands. Does turn into Brooklands. It's now almost becoming a 3-car battle at the front as Colin Bysouth has closed right up on those two. And they're going to come around to finish off their 4th lap of this 20-minute race, and we're already down to 7 minutes 40 seconds left, and it is Aidan Hills now with the racing is so close that a gap of about 3 lengths looks big with these cars. They have been just so close and so impressive. 0.42, but fastest race lap to date. Colin Bysouth in the 888 car in 3rd place. He has closed up only half a second, well 0.6 of a second off the lead now. It can be a 3-car battle for the lead. Aidan Hill's not pulling away.
Absolutely not, yes, as they turn into the Beckett's right, and then left at Chapel, and Aidan Hill's still in the lead, but actually 2nd place James Cossins has closed up a little bit through there. Colin Bysouth, as you say, has closed up on them as well. So as they come down the Hanger Straight, it's a 3-car battle, and Oliver Allwood has lost out and he's dropped back quite a bit, so that puts Declan Lee up to 4th place. Declan Lee 4th, Oliver Allwood in 5th, but it's still Aidan Hills leading from James Cossins from Colin Bysouth. Top 3 locked together as they go down towards Club Corner, then Declan Lee, then Oliver Allwood. Then the next group now, a new leader of our next group, and it's Jack Brewer, number 93, who's wriggled his way through into 6th place. Jack Brewer now up to 6th, number 93. The leaders, meantime, going out of Club and onto the Hamilton Straight, and it's still Aidan Hills, our Race 1 winner, who has the advantage, but only by half a car length.
He is having to work very, very hard. I think it was even less than that as they turned through Abbey there. Very, very close. James Cossins with him. Colin Bysouth right with him too. I think it was Colin who said on the podium it's his wedding anniversary. So there are other places he could have taken his wife on their first wedding anniversary, but he's here at Silverstone and he is putting on a show, driving very, very well and living with those 2 guys in front and even reeling them in. At the moment, as you say, I think if anything happens in front, he is perfectly poised to move ahead. Under so much pressure, Aidan Hills. This race must seem like a lifetime. It is only a 20-minute race. We've only got 5.5 minutes race. Now he's pulled out a length or 2, and it's actually Colin Bysouth who's right with James Cossins, possibly looking for a way past, just a metre or 2 off the back bumper of that 2nd place Miata. As they go through Luffield, the first part of Luffield, all 3 cars right together. May even have been a little contact there. I don't think it was anything deliberate. They were just so close together as they are going to sweep now on to the pit straight. Heading down the pit straight, Colin Bysouth actually moves to go alongside James Cossins as they head down towards Copse. It's Aidan Hills at the front, then it's 2 cars side by side, and I think it's difficult to tell. Looking over the barriers, I can only see the roll cages. I think Colin Bysouth may have got past going into Copse. It could be a new 2nd place car. Can he do anything about Aidan Hills out the front?
To appear at Beckett's. We did have a spin down at Club. The marshals worked very hard and very quickly to get that car out of the gravel, and it's on its way, but So yellow flags are still out because the marshals haven't quite recovered to their post, but I think they'll have gone in by the time. Yes, just gone in now. So when the leaders get here, they'll have. Oh no, the yellow flags come out again. Why is that? Can't see why. Anyway, we'll concentrate on the leaders. The yellow flag is waving on the approach to Stowe, so no overtaking as they come down into Stowe Corner. So the order is Aidan Hills, Colin Bysouth, quite right. Yep, he's up to second, and James Cossins down to third. Fourth is Declan Lee, fifth is Oliver Allwood, and sixth place with the green light flashing on the approach to Club. So, and now the yellow flag's gone in, so it's clear to race all the way around this side of the circuit once again as the leaders pull out of Club Corner. Still, it is Aidan Hills leading, Colin Bysouth up to second place, James Cossins down to third. So can Colin Bysouth now do the same thing to Aidan Hills and close in and get through?
If anything, it's James Cossins who suddenly seems to have a spurt of space and has got himself right on the rear bumper of Bysouth. That battle absolutely superb at the front. What a way to finish the race day. We've had some great racing today, and the Miata Trophy is certainly living up to it, the three cars. And as I said before, Aidan Hills has a gap of about a length and a half, and it looks huge in context to what we've seen previously. It's that sort of racing with everyone staying so close. Colin Bysouth again gets a good run through the final corners, through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. He goes down, battles all the way down the order as we see someone lock up briefly. That's the Amy Watson, the Patrick Watts Racing Motorsport car, and she is battling. Where is she? She's actually currently running 14th. As I say, everyone has someone to race against, but it is that battle at the front in this low sunshine, making these cars sparkle as it glints off the bodywork, but looking absolutely superb. And again, coming across the line, now there's a bit of a gap, and now Aidan Hills starts to stretch it out. It is a whole half a second, but that's a lifetime in the context of what we've seen so far. The top three, bang, 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 go through Cops. Fantastic racing. It is still Declan Lee in fourth, Ollie Allwood in fifth place. In sixth place we have Jack Brewer, and in seventh place car number 10, Tyler McAlpin, I say our pole sitter on that reversed top 10 grid.
Leaders approaching Beckett's, here they are, and it's still Aidan Hills leading, and as you say, it's Colin Bysouth who's now coming under pressure from James Cossins rather than Colin Bysouth pressuring the leader, and they come side by side through Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Colin Bysouth is on the outside of the circuit, so he will not have the best line for Stowe Corner, and that was James Cossins' strategy, and he's held the inside line, so that's a nice move there from James Cossins to move himself up to second. So it's now Aidan Hills, James Cossins, Colin Bysouth, Declan Lee closing in on them, but not in a challenger position yet. Then Ollie Allwood in a bit of a lonely fifth place. Then a good battle going on between for sixth place between Jack Brewer and Tyler McAlpin, number 10, who's just behind him.
It is a great little battle there. You can see Colin Bysouth was actually sort of bouncing almost in his seat, nodding, trying to get his car to go a bit faster, but he has slipped away from those front two. It's James Cossins who suddenly seems to have the pace late in the race. And someone's gone off in a cloud of dust. We only got and rejoined car 13. Unlucky for some, that is James Baldwin, another of the Patrick Watts cars. And I didn't see the time when they went across. I think we are going to get greeted by the checkered flag. So the second they do cross the line, I will have to trot off because I need to go and do this podium. But I think we are going to actually have the checkered flag coming out at the end of this race, this lap. We are 35 seconds now of racing left. And I don't think they are quite going to get to this part of the circuit in time.
I think they're just coming down the Wellington Straight now. I think you're right, they're not quite going to make it, but it's quite a long in lap, so you'll be okay to go down and do the
that's
podium.
Right. And Alistair, you're more hugely experienced at Silverstone than I am. Do I have a curfew on the commentary?
No, you can carry on beyond 6 o'clock. They'll turn you off if you're supposed to be.
Fantastic.
You'll be alright, just commentary, it's the racing cars that have to stop.
Fantastic. I knew we had a 6 o'clock curfew. So cars coming to cross the line, and they are being greeted by the checkered flag. So it is 2 wins out of 2 for Aidan Hills. That's 4 wins out of 4 for the season. Fantastic second place. Great battling there for James Cossins, and driven very, very well. And we got the same podium, 3 in a different order. So it is Colin Bysouth in third place. So I'm going to gather up the radio mic, try and figure out how to work it, and I will join back in from the pit lane.
Thanks, Paul. So let's give you a roundup of the top 10 for the second Miata Trophy race of the day, both of which were really enthralling races, perhaps more so the second race, because Aidan Hills didn't open out a big gap as he did in the first one, but the order is different as well. So winning once again, 2 wins for number 8 Aidan Hills in the Miata Trophy for 2025, and in second place number 24 James Cossins, who came third in the first race, so up to second. And then the other way around for Colin Bysouth, he was second in the first race but third in this one. Number 888 finishes in third place. The gap between first and second was 0.392, and the gap second to third 0.291, which gives you a snapshot of how close that battle was. In fourth place number 12 Declan Lee, and in fifth place number 63 Oliver Allwood, sixth place number 93 Jack Brewer, and in seventh place number 10 Tyler McAlpin, in eighth place number 7 Alex Miller, ninth number 1 the reigning champion John Langridge, and in 10th place is number 17, which from where on the grid? I'll move up the grid, I think. Yes, Will Morris, 30th on the grid. Will Morris, and finished in 10th place. So good drive from Will Morris. The fastest lap of the race went to the third place car, Colin Bysouth, number 888, with a time of 2:33.245 set on lap 4, and 7 laps were completed by the whole field as the rest of them make their way round to go into the pit lane for the final time. And the drivers in the pit lane will be greeted by Paul Jerd, who will be doing the driver interviews. I will take the opportunity to sign off from Stowe Corner because we are just over our curfew, so we need to just wrap things up a little bit more quickly, and say thank you to Chris Dawes for an excellent coverage in the pit lane and podiums throughout the day, and Paul Jerd over at Woodcote. And down here at Stowe Corner, it's been a super day's racing, really exciting racing from all of our races. And we're back here, MSVR are back here in 2 weeks' time on the national circuit, and I shall be here again for that one. So another whole weekend of MSVR racing to look forward to in 2 weeks here at Silverstone Circuit.
Thank you, Alistair. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to work the radio mic since it's my first time on it today. But yeah, fantastic. Cars now streaming back in, which means I really ought to get out of the fast lane in the pits where I am. So just letting these cars come back in. Fantastic final race of the day. It's been such a close race that the top 3 actually almost came in to pick up their slots in the pit lane in formation. So fantastic performance from them. We just need to pause for a minute just to let the drivers actually get out, get their crash helmets off, get the hands devices off. But yeah, just backing up what you were saying, it's been a very exciting race day here at Silverstone. Some superb racing, some very close racing across the entire day. Loved every minute of it. So it was great to have the opportunity to come here. A big thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to make this race meeting happen. It takes a lot of people to go racing, from the marshals around the circuit to everyone in the collecting areas, in Parc Fermé, up in race control, our timekeepers, etc. We do appreciate everything you do to actually help us and get us racing. We are aware that we do have to be quiet fairly soon, so I'm actually going to try and catch the drivers relatively quickly and have a quick chat. So let's dive in and grab them now if we can, because I'm aware that I have to be off the PA relatively quick. Aidan, if I can just catch you, please. So it's just putting his crash helmet back in. I'm just going to try and turn so the cameraman's not pointing at the sun so he can get a better shot. 2 out of 2, but you really had to work for that one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we made a change. We shouldn't have made the change. We tried something in that race. You know, if you win a race by 3 seconds, you don't normally change the car. But we changed it for the second race, so the car was a lot harder to drive. So yeah, you learn from those things, but it was a really, really great race, and it was so much fun to race with two of my close mates at the front, and the first 2 laps were so fun, like coming through the pack. And me and James worked together quite well at the start of the race. Colin came up to us, but obviously we're all teammates, so it was nice and clean and really good fun, and yeah, I loved it.
I was going to say, yeah, reverse top 10 on the grid. That does mean you do have to overtake people quite quickly. Is that enjoyable for those first couple of laps?
Yeah, I absolutely love the reverse grid races. You know, I was an advocate for putting reverse grid into this season. Makes the racing a lot more enjoyable, and I think we were like 3 or 4 wide for the first lap, so it's really, really fun. And yeah, credit to the Hills Motorsport team for putting together such good cars. You know, another podium lockout for us. Another couple of drivers like coming through the pack. We've got loads of drivers in the top 10. So thanks to all of these people. They worked so hard this weekend and over the last few seasons to put us in these positions. So yeah, it was really good.
Fantastic. You could give the credit to the team there actually, but that's 2 out of 2 today, 4 out of 4 for the season. Ever thought you might be a bit good?
Nah, it's just the team. The car's really fast. But yeah, I think that's my 11th Mazda win in a row from if we take last year into account as well. So yeah, we're on a roll, and these things in a career don't come all the time, so we've got to make the most of it. But roll on Brands GP, it's my favourite track.
Fantastic. Yeah, if you're winning, carry on it and enjoy it. I'm going to try and drag across our second place man, James Cousins. James, if you can come over, please. So we're just going to be conscious the light is so low, and I've got a cameraman who doesn't want to be blinded by the sun shining in it. That was an amazing battle. It was fantastic to commentate on. A real pleasure. Was it enjoyable to be right in the middle of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's never fully enjoyable if you don't win. But, yeah, I had good fun. It's always good fun with close racing, but it's even better when you do it with some of your best mates. And it's super competitive at the moment. Thought I probably would sit with Aidan for a bit. We usually work really well. And Colin came along and ruined the party on that one. So we had a good little battle to the end of who could be the last breaker. And well, I think Colin might have to change his pants a little, but we'll be fine.
That's right, yeah, you got past him back going into Cops, so that's quite quick down the straight and into there. Brave move.
Yeah, it's about 50 mile an hour in these cars.
No.
Yeah, sounds about right. Just quickly before I forget, I just want to say hello to my nanny and granddad who are watching at home, and also Drew as well. I hope him and his wife are having a good time watching us on telly, and hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
Well, you were in the race a lot, so they had plenty to watch, and they can say, I know him. Or in the case of your grandparents, it's our lad, isn't it, basically? No, congratulations. Colin, if I can ask Colin Bysmith to come across and by South. Colin, can I just drag you away there, please? So you said earlier on the podium, wedding anniversary. So you're going home with 2 podiums. Is that going to sort of get you out of trouble for going to Silverstone on the big day?
Well, yeah, well, at least I've got a good excuse, right, for coming out racing and not going for a meal somewhere. Or but yeah, there's only one Silverstone GP, I'll say that. Should I say that? I probably shouldn't say that, should I? Yeah.
Say it. I would say into Cops, the move when you got into second, that looked a brave move for where I was in the commentary box.
I'm terrible at corner names, so which one?
First corner, just down there.
Yeah, I can't remember which one. It was quite an active race. There was quite a lot going on, especially in the first few laps. I think I know the one you mean. That was St James.
Yeah, you went down the inside, yeah.
Yeah, that was actually one of the tamer ones, I think. Yeah, as I say, the first few laps were quite entertaining, but I think it's a testament to this series and the drivers in it that everyone came out the other end unscathed. Well, so I think. I've not seen the whole field come back.
No, I think it was pretty unscathed. You said entertaining. It was entertaining to commentate on. I can just say thank you to all 3 of you for a fantastic performance, and a big thank you to everyone across this MSVR race day here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. My name's Paul Jedd. I've had the privilege to be up in the main box above the pits for the entire day. It's been absolutely superb. Ladies and gentlemen, please do drive home safely. Keep the racing on the circuit. Please drive home safely because we'd like to see you here again. Thank you very much and good night.
In third place is Colin Bysouth. Fantastic. Pick up your trophy. Smile for our cameramen and everybody. And it was a great race. Got back into second place down the inside into Stowe Corner. It is James Cossins. And our race winner, and you'd think his mum would have told him that it's good to shag, but no, he keeps winning. It is Aidan Hills. Gentlemen, pick up your trophies, give them a good wave. And then if we can just all get on the top step together for a nice photo. Now my microphone's come live in my own ears. So yeah, squeeze yourselves in. There we are, up close. Pretend you like each other. Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That actually was, as a commentator, that was amazing to commentate on. So thank you very much. Everybody, thank you. Good night. Drive home safely, please.
Just turned you off.